Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Out of the Blue by P. Dangelico, narrated by Charlotte North. Chapter 1. Nobody prepares for catastrophe. I mean, let's be real. It's not like anyone wakes up one day and says, "Today is the day I get ready for my life to hit a brick wall going 100 miles per hour," and acts accordingly. Because, my 2 cents here, whether we'd like to admit it or not, most of us hope for the best, even though we often get the worst. Fundamentally, the human species is a tragically optimistic lot. It's what keeps us moving, evolving, thriving. Myself included, even though personal experience has taught me that life doesn't give notice. Good and bad happen, for lack of a better description, out of the blue. In the corner of my left eye, Jess's white BMW 3 Series comes into view. It's traveling toward me at a high rate of speed, blowing with nary a pause past the Harris Ranch sign, which has been hanging at the end of the driveway since this place was built close to 100 years ago. In fact, I'm absolutely certain she just hit the gas. The car fishtails and kicks up a cloud of red dust. It's a scene straight out of a Mad Max movie. Uh-oh. My feelers immediately perk up, because the immutable facts are as follows. Fact number 1. Jess works in Beverly Hills as a junior agent at one of the big 3 talent agencies, a good hour and a half away from the furthest reaches of Ohio, where the Harris Ranch is located. Fact number 2. Jess hates anything remotely rural. You'd have to drag her by her perfectly flat-ironed hair to any place that isn't covered in concrete. Fact number 3, it's Jess, so this is going to be bad no matter what it is. I have never been great at math, but at this moment, I am Isaac freaking Newton, calculating every variable from wind speed to the ground distance I need to cover to get to the farmhouse. Unfortunately, I determined that even my personal best isn't good enough to save me. In other words, I don't have the time to run and hide, which I could argue is a good general description of my life thus far. Brace for impact, Billy. Billy, the one-eyed dwarf goat we rescued from a neglectful petting zoo, squints at me with his one good yellow eye, but otherwise remains by my side next to the feeder. Little man loves to eat. The problem is, with the heat index hovering somewhere between a convection oven and hot as the deepest corners of hell, the grain mixed with flax seeds sours quickly, and this batch needs to be dumped. All in a day's work, when you run a rescue that includes multiple regular-sized horses and 2 elderly percherons, 3 mini-horses, 2 sheep, 4 goats, 2 mini-donkeys, 1 lamb, 1 llama, and a couple of chickens. No partridge in a pear tree yet. Dropping the shovel on the rain-thirsty summer ground, I tip up my baseball cap and wipe my sweaty face with the collar of my faded Raiders t-shirt because hunched over a pile of rancid, leftover grain isn't how I want to have this conversation. The BMW comes to a hard stop in front of the fence I'm standing behind, and dirt billows up around me. It lands and sticks to every exposed, sweaty surface of my body. Excellent. The car door swings open, and the red sole of my best friend's black Louboutin high heel hits the ground hard. Mierda, she growls. Pushing her black Tom Ford sunglasses to the top of her head, she inspects the dirt covering her pumps with an expression of pure disgust. Hey? My voice comes out strangely high and thin, shooting up on the last vowel like it does when shit's about to get real. What are you doing here? I ask, sliding out between the slats of the paddock fence to face whatever reckoning's coming. In your work clothes. In the middle of the day? To understand the question, you'd have to understand my BFF. Jess is the person who rings your doorbell unannounced at 1 o'clock in the morning, holding an overnight bag because she decided a trip to Vegas is suddenly, absolutely essential. I once went 74 hours without sleep because she insisted on driving to Texas to see a Beyoncé concert. We were 16 at the time. Her parents were not amused that we borrowed their car without permission. Jess is the most spontaneous person I've ever met, And that's saying a lot because I used to be pretty spontaneous myself. But there's good reason to be on guard whenever she shows up for an unscheduled visit, because there's a very good chance that an arrest warrant awaits you at the end of that journey. Her brown eyes drag from her expensive kicks to me, and for a split second, there's a heavy dose of guilt in them that only a rare few who know her well would detect. If you answered your dang phone, I wouldn't need to be here ruining my new shoes, would I? She's obviously still salty about her shoes, so I tamp down the urge to chuckle at her expense. Who answers calls anymore? Learn to text like the rest of civilized society. I did text, you savage. Maybe check your phone more than once a week. She has me there. I've been enjoying my comfortably numb bubble for the last few years, and any intrusion from the outside world feels like a chore now. Jess's gaze runs up and down my body, her expression pained. You're wearing overalls. The woman is positively militant about fashion. They're practical. She shakes her head. I thought you were going through a phase when you took this job. She glances around. Who lives like this? You mean who lives in the country enjoying the fresh air and physical safety? I do. I live like this. And it's a phase I plan on continuing forever. I love Ojai. I love everything about it. More importantly, however, it's been the safe place I desperately needed. Nothing would ever compel me to move back to LA. Not even the food trucks. A donkey's very loud bray cuts the awkward pause in the conversation. Your life is officially an episode of Naked and Afraid. With a 5-star spa resort in town, I counter, compelled to defend my little slice of heaven. More like naked and pampered. It's just so... She rubs her manicured fingers together, testing the grit in the air. Grimy. That fact alone makes her visit all the more suspicious. Are you going to tell me why you're here, or are we going to play Truth or Dare? Chewing on her bottom lip, her gaze slides over to meet mine. Yeah, we need to talk. Jessica? Nodding, some more nodding. Her perfectly airbrushed mask falls, and she suddenly looks nervous. Okay, so I did a thing. My smile dips, all the way down, to my feet. You did a thing? It goes without saying that nobody here assumes it's a good thing. What kind of thing did you do? You know who Aiden Hughes is, right? I can't even pretend to be offended by her question because celebrities in general and current news about them are not at the top of the list of things I give a flip about these days. The actor? Yeah, the guy's a train wreck. Exactly! The devious spark in her eyes tells my well-developed survival instincts that it's legitimately time to be scared. Anyway, Cruella reps him. No, comes out hard and fast because Cruella is her code name for her evil boss, and I know a trap when I hear one. I haven't asked you anything yet. Whatever it is, the answer is no. Twisted sisters, she says forcefully, if not a little desperately. And shit. Jess and I have been friends since the day her family moved to the San Fernando Valley and into the apartment next door to the one I shared with my dad. I was an only child, hungry for someone to bond with, and Jess was one in practice since her older brother Robert had enlisted in the Marines. We quickly bonded over our general grievances about our parents, my singular one parent being largely absent and her still married parents being overbearing. That and our mutual love of adventure. We made a pact all those years ago to look out for one another. This pact included a safe word: Twisted Sisters. Were it ever invoked, the other person would have to agree to the request, no questions asked. The one stipulation was that it had to be something important, a life-changing event. You're calling it? I ask, forced to double-check my disbelieving ears. I'm calling it. She glances up into the scorching sun, face pinched, and pulls her shades back down over her eyes. Can we do this inside? My recently lasered skin is hating me right now. Granting mercy, I head for the farmhouse. Follow me in the car, I tell her. The black pencil skirt she's wearing won't allow for more than an inchworm step. It would take her 20 minutes to cover 100 feet from the paddock to the farmhouse, and I'm anxious to get this over with. The main house is everything you'd expect a 100-year-old California farmhouse to look like. The ivory-painted concrete exterior is marred with chips and cracks. The red clay-tiled roof has a number of busted and missing tiles, and the oak wraparound porch has seen better days. There's a lot of wear and tear, but there's also plenty of charm. When I moved in 3 years ago, it was falling apart. Some elbow grease and a lot of help from a talented local handyman have transformed it into something special, a place I'm lucky to call home. On the porch, I kick off my muck boots and push the screen door open. Heading straight to the kitchen, I motion for Jess to follow. One of the largest rooms in the house, it was built big enough to feed all the men working the ranch over the years. Close to 50 at one point. Now, it only feeds 2. I hand Jess a can of Diet Coke from the refrigerator and pull out the pitcher of lemonade for myself. "How's Irma?" I ask. For years, her parents served as my de facto adopted ones, acting more parental than my own at times. With my dad working long hours and late nights as an LAPD detective, I spent many nights eating and sleeping over at the Martinez house. I could go weeks without seeing my dad for more than an hour or 2 a day. "Good," she says nonchalantly, while an elephant runs rampant in the room. "Your dad?" Shrugging, she looks away and back. A year and a half ago, Juan had a massive heart attack, and although she'd never admit it, not even to me, I know she's been worried about him ever since. Jess has always had a tough shell, an innate ability to let everything roll off her back without allowing it to leave a lasting impression. So, this comes as no surprise. But, after working in Hollywood for years, that shell had transformed into an impenetrable armor, and I'm fairly certain it's not a good thing. She's got him on a low-carb, low-fat, no-salt, no-sugar diet, and it's making him bitchy as fuck. "That's tough," I say, wincing in solidarity. "Hold the sympathy." She takes a long drag of her soda. "She found a burrito in a brown paper bag taped to the back of the toilet bowl tank the other day." Pausing, she looks me over, scrutinizing my face. "My mother keeps asking when your bony white ass is coming over for dinner." We've officially hit the 3rd rail of the conversation. There's no easy answer to that. The incident, as I like to call it, changed everything. While on my way home from working a late shift 4 years ago, I was assaulted in the parking lot of our old building. Thankfully, my dad has now moved into a new place down the street. But the Martinezes still live there, just off Victory Boulevard in Van Nuys. Sympathy fills Jess's brown eyes. "Never mind. I know what you're going to say." That I can't. That I'm too busy when it's only partly true. Rationally, I know the man who attacked me can't ever hurt me again, but the experience changed me forever. Fear can't be reasoned with. It's got its own set of rules. And rule number 1 is you either conquer it or submit to its crippling power. It's taken me 4 years to accept that I'll never be the same again. "Are you seeing a therapist?" I was seeing a therapist when I was living in LA, but after a while, rehashing the past didn't feel productive anymore. It was time to move on and move forward. Starting over somewhere new, without all those memories, felt good instead of constantly talking about what had been. "Too busy right now." The concern on her face makes me uncomfortable, like I'm failing somehow. "You're gonna have to face those demons sooner or later." I'm not entirely sure that's true. First, they've gotten way smaller and more manageable. And second, I'm very comfortable with where they are right now. Out of the way, nicely tucked in the back of my mind, where I tend to them as assiduously as I do the animals in my care, but otherwise don't have to deal with them. "Thanks, Dr. Drew. I'll work on it." Besides, what's wrong with ignoring your issues? Is there a rule that says issues need to be dealt with at all? Do they have rights? Is the ACLU calling for issues representation? Until then, like the saying goes, keep your friends close and your issues closer. Or something like that. "Hi, y'all. comes from down the hall. Mona waltzes into the kitchen, followed closely by a man who could be Sam Elliott's ugly cousin. How to describe Mona Harris? Mona's a plus-sized 50s pinup girl with black hair and bright blue eyes, fond of tight-fitting shirts and jeans and dirty jokes. She's somewhere around her late 60s. I'm guesstimating because who the heck knows? There's no way Mona would ever admit her true age. She's even blacked out the year on all her IDs with a Sharpie marker. "This is Darby," she says, motioning to the silver ponytailed man, making rude eyes at her body. None of us miss the fact that Mona looks worked over, her hair sticking up in all the wrong places. She'd either run through a car wash or spent the morning riding Darby. My money's on Darby. He's got the glassy look in his eyes to prove it. Mona's bright blue gaze shifts between me and Jess. "What are y'all up to today?" A point of clarification, Mona was born and raised in Southern California. There's absolutely no reason for her to speak with a Southern accent, and yet that obvious fact does not seem to stop her. She falls somewhere between Blanche Devereaux and Rose Nyland on the Golden Girls scale. Weird fake accent and shenanigans aside, she's one of the kindest, most generous people I've ever met. The minute I sat down on her beat-up leather couch for my interview, I knew immediately that I wanted to work for her. I shoot her a look that says, "Why the hell is there a strange man in the house?" This isn't even the first time I've had to use it. "Didn't we discuss not having strange men over without alerting the other person?" I whisper hiss, pointing to myself in case there was any question about who the other person is. "Darby isn't strange." She throws a sassy look at a smiling Darby. "Are you, Darb? I mean, you do like to do that thing with your toes, but that's more kinky than strange." Jess snorts. Diet Coke shoots down the wrong pipe, and she coughs until I'm forced to lean over and pat her back. A phone rings with an incoming text message, and Darby fishes a cell phone out of the back pocket of his jeans. "My Uber ride is here. Bye, sugar." Then I have to suffer through watching him place a chaste kiss on Mona's lips, which she turns into a tonsil hockey session. "You have Uber out here?" Jess mutters, genuinely surprised. "No," Darby clarifies. "It's my son. He does his own thing, driving people around. But it's like an Uber." Okay," Jess replies, obviously confused. Darby exits, and I glance at the clock on the oven and see it's feeding time for the horses. Now that Mona's kinky lover has departed, can we get to business? "Wouldn't hurt you to get one too, you know," Mona volleys back with a wink and a satisfied smile. I direct my growing impatience at Jessica. "Can we get to the reason for your visit?" "Okay, yeah, so Aiden Hughes was arrested for reckless driving, and it's his third offense. Celebrities flexing their sense of entitlement is not uncommon in LA. No doubt he'll get off scot-free. I'm just not sure what this has to do with me." "Seems like a real winner," I murmur, as a growing sense of dread creeps up on me. "As part of the plea deal, he needs to complete 300 hours of community service." Can I get the Cliff Notes to this story? "And 3 months of house arrest." Heartbreaking. I'm weeping inside. What does this have to do with me? I can't help myself. My patience is running on empty, and my workday is only starting. Biting her lips, she adds, "I sort of pitched this place." After parsing the words carefully, it still sounds too far-fetched to be real. Pardon? When you say you pitched this place, do you mean planet Earth, Ojai in general, or this ranch? This ranch, specifically the rescue. Have you ever been in a car crash? In the split second right before impact, everything slows down. You start to see and feel things like you're observing them from afar. Then, it speeds up all at once, and your world explodes with confusion and pain. We are at that moment in the story. You told your boss that her criminally negligent client can come here? To this ranch? The wide, toothy smile that spreads across Jess's face feels like a personal attack. He can complete house arrest and community service at the same time. And what better way to clean up his tainted image than by taking care of rescued animals? Then, musing to herself, she says, "It's next-level genius." She follows it up with a fist pump that scares the living daylights out of me. Jessica's unbridled ambition is a relentless beast needing to be constantly fed. "Were you high when you did this?" "There's a reason I moved out here, far away from the hustle and bustle of civilization, to work with animals. I don't do well around people anymore. I used to. I used to love being around people. A lot. Now, I don't love it. Most of all, men. Particularly men." And the judge agreed, she continues, not even a little discouraged by my horrified expression. "Isn't that great?" The judicial system in this country is broken. No, it's not. This isn't a halfway house for overprivileged losers. Besides, Mona will never allow it. "I'll allow it," Mona bursts out, a little too cheerfully, if you ask me. "Mona, please stay out of this," I hiss. "And miss out on all the fun? I'd rather not." Sashaying to the coffee pot, she pours some into a mug which reads, "In my defense, I was left unsupervised," which basically sums up the entirety of Mona's very colorful life. "Boo," Jess pleads, pulling out the heavy guns, her pet name for me. "It's my chance to show Cruella that I'm an indispensable asset to the agency. I'm tired of being a glorified assistant. I've paid my dues, damn it. I'm begging you." "We'll help you," Mona adds brightly. "Right, Blue? Isn't that what girl power's about? Jessica needs us." "Girl power?" I mutter. "Mona, do you have any idea what this means? There won't just be Hughes to watch over, very carefully, I should add, but probably an entourage as well. Our little sanctuary will be overrun with LA assholes." "Oh, honey, you know I can handle those Hollywood types in my bra and panties with one arm tied behind my back." I suck in a breath, picturing the very real possibility of this happening. "Please tell me you don't mean that in the literal sense." "I haven't even told you about the perks yet," Jess says, interrupting the dark path my mind's traveling down, which ends with a certain movie star criminal requesting a restraining order against Mona. "He's prepared to make a sizable donation to the rescue." Between the merchandise I've been selling and my steady and loyal followers on Instagram and Facebook, who have bailed the rescue out of a number of animal-related catastrophes, medical and otherwise, we've been getting by. Barely, but we've managed to stay in the black. Are we always in need of funding? Sure. Of course. Rescues don't happen on a schedule, and saving lives is costly. The vet bills alone are enough to keep me up at night. What I am not willing to do, however, is compromise my mental health for a few extra bucks. No amount of money would tempt me. "Then, think of it as part of your personal growth," the master negotiator, also known as my best friend, quips back. "Like therapy, but you get paid for it." A small whine comes from across the counter. My attention shifts to Mona, who takes a slow sip of her coffee, her groomed eyebrows steadily climbing up her forehead. "I guess this is as good a time as any," she mutters. "A good time for what?" I ask hesitantly. Very hesitantly. "To tell you that I'm a little behind on the property taxes. If I don't have a heart attack today, nothing will ever kill me." "How behind are you?" I force myself to ask, even though I really don't want to know the answer. 2 years. 2 years? How much? I got a little confused with the past due dates, I hear her say under the rushing of blood in my ears. "Andy said we can negotiate." Andy, her attorney, he's supposed to be managing her finances, which begs the question, what else has he screwed up? The animals are all I can think about. What would happen to my animals who have already experienced the worst this world has to offer? "How much, Mona?" For a moment, she looks so guilty that I feel bad pressing her. "Give or take a few dollars. 47,000. I glance at Jessica. Wisely, she's not gloating. She maintains an appropriately neutral expression, as she waits patiently for me to do the math, to come to my own conclusion. I clear my throat and swallow the bile rising up. On second thought, I'll get the contract ready. Chapter 2. Who did this? The top of the slow feeder sits in the corner of the small paddock, broken into 2 pieces. Trampled, it seems, by tiny hooves. It's a contraption that forces the animals to pull the hay through slats, which stops them from consuming their daily amount all at once. No binge eating allowed at Mother Goose Rescue. Many of my little and big friends are on a medical diet and need to be fed small meals to rehab from starvation or other health-related issues. My sidekick, Billy, sidles up to me for moral support, and I automatically rub his floppy ear in return. Running an animal rescue wasn't what I planned on doing with my life, and yet not a day goes by that I'm not grateful for it. I don't know where I'd be without these animals to care for. In a way, they saved me. After the assault, I was lost, suffering from PTSD or whatever you want to call it. Even though I did my best to deny it, mostly to myself, the trauma took a toll on every aspect of my life. None more directly than on my work. I was a paramedic once, and a good one at that. It wasn't merely a job I loved with all my heart. It was a calling. There was never a dull moment. It was full of adventure, and the best part was that I got to help people when they were most in need. In every way possible, it was a career tailor-made for me. Nothing beat the feeling of coming home at the end of the day, knowing I helped deliver a baby on the side of the 405 freeway, or that we stopped a distraught teen from jumping off an overpass, or that my team and I saved the career of a high school running back who caught a stray bullet in the leg. He eventually went on to be drafted first overall into the NFL. I made a tangible, immediate difference in people's lives and loved every minute of it. For years, I did my job without any regard for my personal safety. It never even crossed my mind. After the incident, however, it was all I could do to not think about it, which really messed with my head. The same confidence that had sent me running into the most crime-ridden parts of LA without hesitation had deserted me overnight, and I had no idea how to reclaim it. My mojo literally went missing in action. At first, I kept my head down and pushed through, pretended I hadn't lost my confidence, pretended I wasn't on the verge of a panic attack a few times a day when things got dicey, as they often did. Running toward dicey situations is a part of the job description, after all. Then, the worst thing that could have happened, happened. I had an episode right in the middle of treating a gunshot victim. While we were stabilizing him, people living in the neighborhood loitered around out of natural curiosity. Nothing out of the ordinary. I'd been in that same exact situation thousands of times. But that day was different. As more of them came out of their homes to see what was happening, congregating around the scene of the crime, my anxiety escalated. It paralyzed me. I locked up like a non-responding computer program. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. I couldn't help anyone, least of all myself. That was the day I became a liability to my team, and more importantly, to the victim. That's when I knew I couldn't do it anymore. My issues getting in the way of someone's personal welfare was where I drew the line. So I quit. No mojo, no job. Keep busy, they said. Don't think about it too much. Sitting around has never been my thing, so I figured a temporary job, one far away from the one I loved and lost, was the next logical step. This was LA. There were $6 lattes waiting to be served somewhere. Frankly, I was ready to do any job short of the one I was trained in. Then a help wanted ad caught my attention. Desperately seeking a live-in companion. Must love country living and animals. Medical training or experience preferred. Getting as far away as possible from LA felt right at the time, and country living was just what I needed. The animals were an added bonus. I'd always loved animals. Living in a 2-bedroom apartment with a single parent that was mostly absent made owning any impossible. I drove out to Ojai for the interview, met her 3 rescue horses, and a few days later, I moved into her guest house. That's how I met Mona. She taught me everything she knew about caring for large animals, since she'd been doing it all her life. And together, we started Mother Goose Rescue. Well, which one of you scoundrels broke the top of this? I tapped the plastic top of the feeder with the tip of my red cowboy boot. 2 mini donkeys and 3 mini horses innocently stare back at me, mouths full of hay, chewing slowly. Hazel avoids eye contact, a dead giveaway that she's the guilty party. Hazel's our youngest mini donkey, a teenager. She's been going through a rebellious phase recently. Pepper, our senior rescue, is more cautious and respectful. We make allowances for Hazel's behavior because she was an orphan and not in the best of health when she came to live with us. But it may be time for some tough love. Hazel? Her response is to scratch behind her floppy ear with her back hoof. It's as close to an admission as I'm going to get. Grabbing the electrical tape off my tool belt, I make quick work of fixing the feeder. Fixing things is a large percentage of the work around here. I wake up at dawn, start feeding grain to those who need it, turn out the ones that sleep in the stable at night, fill the hay nets, clean the stalls, check the perimeter for anything broken, fix things, fix more things, administer meds, and with a number of our rescues being elderly and infirm, that means a lot of meds, rinse and repeat. All of this, and it's still only the tip of the iceberg. A million things can go wrong on a farm, and they usually do. So look, there's going to be lots of new people running around here tomorrow. I don't want you to be scared. I checked out Aiden Hughes' Instagram account last night, and let's just say the only way to survive the next few months with my mental health intact is with a solid strategy. However talented he may be, and he is, the man is a complete attention-seeking narcissist. As a matter of self-preservation, I've determined I can play it one of 2 ways. Harpy man-hater or non-confrontational wallflower. Both strategies have merit, but the wallflower requires less energy, and the harpy man-hater inherently carries more risk. Plus, it's more emotionally taxing, and I don't do emotional these days. Being confrontational drains me. The point is, I need to keep a healthy amount of social distance from a person that will be living here for the next 3 months, and it's not going to be easy. You guys feel free to do what you guys do. I shovel some more hay into the feeder I taped together. Fart, play fight, slobber. Just be yourselves, and if someone's shoes get ruined in the process, then so be it. There's something innately therapeutic about talking to animals. For starters, they're great listeners. They don't ever judge, and their capacity to forgive brings tears to my eyes. Mona and I have seen cases of neglect and abuse so horrid, it makes you despair at the human race. And yet, those same animals have become loving and sweet when they're shown a little kindness, patience, and consistency. They never stopped wanting to trust. They never stopped giving humans the opportunity to not fail them. In the back pocket of my jeans, my phone rings. Cats in the Cradle by Harry Chapin plays. Talk about failure. I silence the call and wait to see if she leaves a message. As soon as it finishes recording, I hit the speaker button. Hello, Miss Blue Baldwin. It's Athena Baldwin calling to see how you are. Did you try the caffeine enema I told you about? I sent you the link on your Gmail account. I hear unintelligible voices in the background. Damn it, they ran over the sump pump again. I gotta go. I'll call you when I get to Port-au-Prince. We really need to connect. There's something I need to discuss with you. I immediately hit erase on the voicemail and stuffed the phone back in my pocket. Show me a parent who addresses their daughter by her full name, and I'll show you a parent who doesn't know their child. My parents separated when I was 6. One random Saturday in August, my mother packed 2 suitcases and took off to the outer reaches of who the hell knows where in her attempt to save the world. She joined an NGO, and my father became a single parent overnight with no warning. These are 2 people who should have never been married in the first place, let alone breed. Athena is a flighty quitter masquerading as an activist, and my father is a cop as straight-laced and set in his ways as you can get. It's like a rabbit trying to mate with a turtle. Forget polar opposites, they're practically different species. Anyway, they never divorced. To this day, and for reasons no one can figure out, She still proudly brandishes the Baldwin family name, even though they haven't been in the same room more than 3 times in the last 22 years. Obviously, my mother and I are not close, but after the incident, she started calling more, which is just her style. Swooping in when there's a crisis and expecting credit for the most superficial of efforts is right on brand for her. Behaving as if she hasn't been missing in action for the last 20-plus years is a textbook Athena Baldwin move. My mother has always played the upper hand like a fiddle in a Grand Ole Opry performance. It was hard to complain about her missing my 5th grade flute recital when she explained that she had to miss it because she was saving starving children in Sudan, especially when she then went ahead and showed me pictures of those children. I used to harbor a lot of resentment about this, and for the most part, I've let it go. She doesn't get to rock my world, in a bad way, because I won't allow her to have any power over me. That doesn't mean I'm rolling out the red carpet for her to waltz back into my life, only to ghost me when she gets bored. And saying no doesn't make me a bad person. The deep-throated rumble of tailpipes cuts into my musings. I scramble out of the paddock to investigate what the ruckus is about and hit the brakes the second I round the corner of the barn. The sound belongs to a vintage bike. Motorcycle, not Schwinn. The rider, a tall man with broad shoulders, gets off with his back to me, removes his black helmet, and runs his fingers through his thick, dark hair. A strange, speeding sensation comes over me as I watch him take the aviator sunglasses hanging on his black t-shirt and put them on. It's Hughes. It has to be Hughes. He's got that snappy, overpriced look about him that seems to be standard issue for celebrities. Distressed jeans, distressed black t-shirt, distressed attitude, judging by a fleeting glance I get at his profile. But what's he doing here? He and his minions are supposed to arrive tomorrow per the countless emails and phone calls I've received since we agreed on terms. I scan the horizon and can't locate anyone else. Regardless, it's go time. I can't hide, which frankly I do contemplate for a split second, and I can't have him wandering the property. So, taking a deep breath, I muster the will to put one foot in front of the other and meet this problem head on. This is where things get funky. And what I mean by funky is worse. Because the closer I get to him, the larger he becomes. And the larger he becomes, the more unsettled I start to feel. In my defense, this Aiden Hughes, the one in real life, is a lot more than the one on screen. Bigger, more rugged, more intense. Where's the dude who posted a video of himself getting a pedicure with black polish on Instagram? Because this is not it. Hi there. Can I help you? I call out from a few feet away, my voice hitting a strange high note. Lord have mercy, I need to get a hold of myself with both hands. He's in the process of climbing the steps to the farmhouse and turns, finding me what feels like 1,000 miles below him. He looks older in person. Salt peppers his short, rich brown hair along his ears. Laugh lines are conspicuously absent, even though suntan lines crisscross his forehead. "Blue Baldwin," he says, stepping back down. No proffered hand, no smile. We're dispensing with all the good stuff, I guess. The next 3 months are gonna be lit. I nod, my smile stiff. Hi, Aiden Hughes, right? I wasn't expecting you today. He removes his aviators and hits me with a set of dark brown eyes, not the bright baby blues he gets paid millions to narrow at villains and hot chicks alike on screen. "Wrong Hughes. I'm Shane, Aiden's brother." "Oh," is the best I can do because I'm being held hostage by a very intense stare-down. And when I say intense, I mean his 1,000-yard stare has mass and intent. I suddenly feel seen, and that's the last thing I want to be. I'm not typically a shy or nervous person. In fact, I haven't been that person since turning 14. And yet, I somehow find myself regressing by the second into the person I was in junior high. I'm living a scene out of 13 going on 30, only in reverse.
I wanted to make sure everything's ready before Aiden arrives tomorrow,
he explains. At least, I think that's what he said. I'm currently experiencing a crisis of confidence, and nobody is more surprised by this than myself. I'm sorry? I mumble. My skin keeps flashing hot and cold. What the actual fornicating heck is happening?
The alcohol,
he enunciates as if speaking to a child,
has been removed from the property.
Oh, there's no alcohol here. It's just me and Mona, and we don't drink. As I'm speaking, it dawns on me that I just told this large and rather imposing person, who I do not know whatsoever, that there are only 2 women living on the property. I just exposed us to stranger danger.
What about the handyman?
He's got me on my heels again. I told the lawyers a little white lie about Dexter living on the property. Dex is the handyman who comes to help me with chores that require 2 people, like repairing and replacing the fence, among other things. The Dexter lie was my lame attempt at a human shield, and now I've gone and cocked that up. Dexter, yeah, he's a devout Mormon, so, you know, he's very devout about not drinking. I'm fairly certain Dexter is not Mormon. Lying on the fly is clearly not my strong suit. Hughes doesn't look nearly as convinced as he should be, and more doubt creeps in, bringing with it some of the anxiety I haven't felt in years. Anyway, I continue, we run a tight ship around here. No alcohol, no sleepovers. The more I speak, the more my confidence crumbles under the heavy weight of his scrutiny. Grabbing the rim of my straw hat, I pull it down to defend myself from the onslaught of his unblinking stare. And you should know that I own a gun, and I know how to use it. Except I don't own a gun, and I don't know how to use one, much to the chagrin of my father, an officer of the law.
Good for you.
He glances around, seemingly unaffected by my strange behavior.
Try not to shoot anyone while we're here.
Who's we? At this point, I'm not taking anything for granted. We agreed on housing the other Hughes brother, the criminal one, and 1 assistant. That's it.
My brother travels with the team. I'm the team.
The good news is that his attitude shakes my confidence right out of its downward spiral. The bad news is that my mouth hasn't caught up yet. I'm sorry, but we don't have room for you.
No problem. I'll bring my trailer.
Unfortunately, our electrical system can't handle 2 trailers, which is entirely true. I shrug, sweetening the bad news with a smile.
I'm staying here,
he states after a meaningful pause.
It's in the contract.
I'm subjected to more intense eyeballing.
Did you read it?
No, I did not read the contract in my non-existent spare time. All I know about the contract is the long list of requests they made, some of which were off the charts laughable, like his brother's request that we feed him an all-organic diet. If Aiden Hughes ever ate my cooking, he'd go to bed gripping a bottle of Imodium and crying for his mommy. Organic would be the least of his concerns. I'm saved from answering by a red pickup truck approaching. "Guess what I got?" Mona hollers at me from the passenger seat as the window comes down. I spot Darby behind the wheel. She slides out of the cab and adjusts her top, her attention automatically moving over to Shane Hughes. If there's a hetero man within her 1-mile orbit, you can rest assured Mona's attention will find him. It's kind of impressive, to be honest. "And who might you be?" she coos, flashing her dimples. "Mona, this is Shane Hughes, Aiden Hughes' brother." I give her a look that says, "Behave yourself," which she promptly ignores. "What did you get?"
"Bye, sugar. See you tomorrow,"
Darby shouts from the cab and waves, temporarily stealing Mona's attention away from the target of her curiosity. "Bye, babe," she says in return. Darby drives off, and Mona walks over with an outstretched hand and a coy smile. At the same time, and without sparing me a glance, she thrusts a shopping bag at me. "Mona Harris. I'm the owner of this fine establishment. Lovely to meet you. Hughes shakes her hand and offers her a small, tight smile.
Pleasure is mine.
Frankly, I doubt there's any pleasure involved. He looks like someone has his nuts in a vice. Inside the bag, I find a set of walkie-talkies. So we can communicate, Mona says to me, while her smile and attention are both still very much trained on the man standing before us, with the intensity of a tiger on a slab of beef. Mr. Hughes is under the impression that he's staying here, and I was just explaining to him that there's no room for anyone other than his brother, an assistant, and one trailer. Mona looks between the two of us. That's a pickle. This is followed shortly by a devious look on her face, one I've seen plenty of times when we're faced with the daunting task of convincing owners to surrender animals they can no longer care for, or ones they've neglected for years. It's usually great when it works in my favor. A gut feeling tells me this will not be one of those times. Hughes examines the farmhouse.
This place looks plenty big to me.
No strangers are allowed in the main house, I'm afraid. No clue why I suddenly sound like a character in an Amish small-town romance, but here we are. You'll have to make other arrangements, like the resort. That's probably more your style, anyway. I give him a cheerful look meant to say, problem solved. Except, judging by the frown I'm offered in return, I would have to say it not only missed the mark, but the target altogether. What about the guest house? Mona offers. She may as well have dropped a J-dam on my head. The one I live in? You can move in with me in the main house, and Mr. Hughes can have use of the guest house while he's here. That speeding sensation is back.
Works for me,
Hughes says with a curt nod. Then he walks past me, heading straight for my guest house, without permission. Images of the state of that very same guest house when I walked out this morning flip through my head. My underwear lying on the floor, the highbrow literature I prefer to read on the couch, my relax her, as I like to call it, laying on my bed, above the covers. Wait! I shout and bolt after him. In my entire life, I have never chased anything other than a misbehaving animal or an emergency. Then again, maybe not so different. Chapter 3. Is the table set? I ask Mona, who's in the process of pulling a bottle of soy sauce out of the cabinet when I walk into the kitchen. You need me to do anything? Sit your butt down. I already set up outside. Tired and hungry, I do as I'm told, dropping down on the kitchen stool like a sack of horse feed. This time of the day, I'm useless. A blob. Muscles aching, brain fried, barely human. Thank God Mona likes cooking. This fine establishment, I drawl, sending her a chiding glance from across the kitchen counter while she prepares the marinade for the chicken we're having for dinner. Are you doubting this is a fine establishment? A sly Cheshire cat smile slides across her face. She gives the lime she's holding over the bowl an extra squeeze. No, you grillbilly, but I am questioning if you're running a bordello I don't know about. She laughs. I was just having a little fun with him. Don't be such a tight ass. Grabbing the plate stacked with chicken, hips swinging, she walks out the back screen door, ass first, onto the flagstone patio, and I follow. The sun is halfway to sinking below the hills in the distance and turning the sky different shades of pink. Magic hour is what Hollywood calls this time of day, when the light makes everything look perfect. We make it a point to eat out here as often as possible because, as Mona often reminds me, you never know when you'll see your last sunset, so you might as well take advantage of each and every one you can. Piece by piece, Mona unloads the chicken onto the hot grill, and a smoky aroma wafts over us. It makes my stomach growl and reminds me I haven't had a full meal since 6 this morning. If you lose any more weight, I'm going to be able to see through you. Her periwinkle blue eyes skate up my bare legs to my jean shorts. Her smile fading, she shakes her head. Hardly. I have my father's athletic build. Muscles grow on me as easily as mold on days-old bread. Billy trots over to the edge of his paddock and calls to me. "No, Billy boy," Mona calls back. "Your girlfriend hasn't had a decent meal all day. Leave her be for 10 minutes. My goodness, that little one has gotten as clingy as Velcro." She flips the chicken, and flames shoot up off the grill. It's my fault. I let him follow me on my chores. I can't say no to him. I know the feeling. Can't say no to Darby, either. She winks. "Grab a plate and put some rice and beans and veggies on it. I'm gonna sit here and watch you eat." As ordered, I grab a dish off the table and load it up. The food barely hits the plate before I start shoveling it into my mouth. It's not intentional, I argue in my defense, and gingerly pluck a drumstick off the grill, placing it on my soon-to-be empty dish. I forgot to eat. Blowing on it, I attempt a bite. A third-degree burn to the roof of my mouth is a risk I'm willing to take right now. I'm that hungry. If it wasn't for you, we both know I'd starve to death. No one has ever taken better care of me than Mona. That's the gospel truth. She cooks like a 5-star chef, does my laundry when I don't have time, and cleans the guest house when it gets really bad, which it often does. Sometimes I think I should be paying you instead of the other way around. Speaking of eating, do we have to feed Shane Hughes? Because if that's the case, he needs to chip in for the grocery bill. An image of his face drifts into my mind. A full set of lips set in a grim line. Dark eyebrows smashed together in disgust? Possibly. Displeasure? Definitely. I sprinted after him so fast I nearly strained a quad. I did, however, make it back to the guest house just in time to stop him from charging full bore into my messy home, only to face more humiliation. The only way to stop him was to wedge my sweaty, goat and donkey-smelling body between his and my front door. My crisis of confidence all but disappeared when it was up against the utter embarrassment of having him see my personal shit lying around. I had to physically force him to stay outside on the porch, no small task, while I cleaned up and hid personal pleasure items away from his judgmental leer. Even then, he barely gave me enough time to shove my relax her under my pillow. Less than 10 minutes later, he stalked inside, glanced around with the same laser focus of a catastrophe claims adjuster, deemed it perfect for his needs, whatever the flip those are, and departed with nothing more than a jerk of his chin at me. So, instead of answering all the backlogged messages from my social media accounts and posting pictures of the animal's progress, which my followers and patrons anxiously await each day, I spent the rest of it cleaning out my home for a stranger with a bad attitude. His brother donated $50,000 to the rescue, Mona reminds me. I think we can feed him a couple of meals. Aiden made $40 million on his last movie. It's a tax write-off for him, and he probably spends that much on hair products a year anyway. They're here for the next 3 months. Let's make the best of it. You never know. They might surprise you. Yeah, I'm scared of how they might surprise me. Do not trust them, Moan. Especially Aiden. He's a felon and an actor, and a good one at that. He's a wolf in a sheep suit. I used to be cavalier about these things, carefree and uninhibited. It never even occurred to me that I couldn't deal with whatever life threw at me. Then, life, with a capital L, taught me a harsh lesson. The lesson was that for years, I'd been operating under the false assumption that I didn't have physical and mental limitations. Boy, was I wrong. Once you have an experience like mine, you can't unsee or unfeel it. It never goes away. It's always there, a subtle, steady reminder underpinning every action and every thought. I can't pretend to be that carefree person anymore. I won't risk it. It took all the strength I had left to stop myself from crawling into a hole and never coming out again. Yes, I'm especially guarded, but with good reason. Mona inspects my face, and her expression softens to naked sympathy. Sweetie, I got plenty of practice with sheep and wolves. Don't you fret. It's the only reason I agreed to this clown show, because Mona is the shrewdest person I know. If anyone can handle the likes of Aiden Hughes, it's her. Yeah, well, you just invited another wolf into our home, and this one doesn't have an ankle monitor. Fingers crossed he's less criminal. It's already 10 and way past my bedtime when I drag my tired ass out of the shower, only to find a peace offering. Mona left a fat slice of her homemade chocolate cake and a glass of water on my bedside table. The good news is I can easily be coerced into a better mood with sugar. Grabbing the walkie-talkie, something I'm quickly learning to love, I fiddle with the knobs. "Come in, Bandit," I say, fighting back the burst of laughter wanting to come out of me. Smokey and the Bandit happens to be Mona's favorite movie. I know this because she's made me watch it at least a half dozen times already. "Affirmative, Smokey," comes through loud and clear. Of course, I'm the mean cop, Smokey, who's always trying to stop the fun-loving and charming Bandit from wreaking havoc. Yes, I can admit the nicknames are somewhat fitting here. "Thank you for the cake. You're the best. Over." "Roger that, Smokey." "Night, Bandit. Out." The smile has a heck of a time leaving my face. Cake plate in hand, I wander to the window. My new bedroom is located in the back of the house, overlooking the paddocks. It's the smallest in the house and barely fits my stuff, but it's also the farthest from Mona's master bedroom on the first floor. Strategically speaking, this is critical because God help me if I have to listen to her and Darby go at it all night. As I'm laying waste to the cake, I take stock of the barn, the fencing, and the surrounding foothills. It's almost a compulsive behavior at this point, to check and double-check that nothing needs fixing, that everyone and everything is safe and secure. There's a full moon tonight without a cloud in the sky. From here, I have a straight line of sight to Big Ben and Coco, the two draft horses we rescued from a slaughter auction last year. They're sleeping peacefully under the run-in shed. Ben was starved nearly to death when we got him, all skin and bones. How anyone could have mistreated our sweet giant, let alone allow him to suffer and starve, is beyond comprehension. I actually cried when I got in the cab of the pickup truck to drive him away from that awful place. On the bright side, Ben's still one of the gentlest animals we have. He's living his best life now, running free and hanging with his girlfriend. Closer inspection reveals the fence around the smaller paddock is sagging to the left, and the larger paddock next to it has a few broken boards. The barn roof looks like it needs to be repaired on the south side, and some of the siding needs to be replaced too. There's so much to do on any given day that a lot gets tossed to the wayside. Mona helps as much as she can, but most of the physical work falls on me to get done. My cell phone rings, and the screen flashes a picture of 16-year-old me and Jessica at the now infamous Beyoncé concert. No other person I know would have the audacity to call at this hour. "I have a bone to pick with you," I tell her. No hellos, no preamble, straight to business. "You're answering the phone? We're making real progress." Aiden Hughes' brother showed up at the ranch today, unannounced. "You're welcome." "I blame you." "What's he like?" she coos. Cruella's always creaming over him. "You haven't met him?" "No, he's never come to any of Aiden's premieres." Hitting pause on my sugar overload, I place the plate down and throw myself on the double bed, staring at the cracks in the ceiling as I contemplate how to answer. Older than his brother, maybe 36 or 7, and pushy, with a touch of serial killer sprinkled in for funsies. "You had me at serial killer." It's safe to say Jess and I have complete opposite taste in men. Not my jam at all, but he's, got that thing. Which thing? There are so many things to choose from. Objectively speaking, the man is hot. I can do that, be honest about the guy's physical gifts in spite of our less-than-friendly introduction. Was he obnoxious? Yes. Is he going to be a serious pain in my ass while he's here? Undoubtedly. Am I attracted to him? Hell no. And yet... Big dick energy. That's my favorite thing. So Cruella was right. I feel like I'm 12 when he looks at me. I literally regressed into a babbling, fidgeting mess in minutes. An uncomfortable pressure builds in my chest. It feels like I swallowed broken glass, which requires immediate soothing, so I shovel another spoonful of Mona's cake into my mouth. It's depressing. There's not much that makes me depressed, but learning that all this supposed work I've done on myself drops me without notice as quickly as it did, all because of a man, qualifies. I thought I was a grown-up. What was he doing there? You don't know? I asked the very same person who got me into this situation. No. He's staying here, at the ranch, and from what I gathered from his long, hard stares and a handful of words, he's here as his brother's personal pit bull. This sounds promising. Maybe you can get some shake and bake while he's there. The eye roll this earns is nearly painful. There will be no shake and bake. Why not? Are you seeing anyone? Yes, I am. And he's very possessive of me. No, I'm not. Mostly because I'm still mourning the total destruction of my carefully held beliefs. The ones Jamie torched with a flamethrower before he walked away. I used to be a hopeful romantic. Finding out that the man who I thought was my knight in shining armor was really a spineless fraud turned me into a cynic. That experience doesn't exactly inspire me to run out and do it again. And when I say do it again, I mean invest all my emotions into another person who will inevitably ghost me when I need him most. Exciting! Anyone worth discussing? I discuss him all the time. He's on the short side with a missing eye. His name is Billy. He's a dwarf goat. You're hopeless, she says over me, which makes me chuckle. Probably. I'm officially on a man fast, I declare. Anything to discourage this conversation. Tried it. Bad idea. You get extra thirsty on those. The timing's not good now anyway. I'm too busy with the farm and the three-ring circus you dropped on my doorstep. You're almost 30, my best friend announces like it's a terminal illness. The timing is always right for someone your age. If we were in the middle of a nuclear holocaust, the timing would still be right. In fact, we could be headed for an extinction-level event, and the timing for you would be perfect. You sound more and more like your Tita every day, I say, referring to her grandmother. How is she? Bugging me constantly about helping her manage her social media footprint? Her exact words. She has almost as many followers on Twitter as I do and gets DMs for dates. I shit you not. I laugh. Did she ride you about your marital status? Yes, which is why I have a date tomorrow night. This is legitimately big news. Jess is super picky about who she dates. Really? Really? A small pang of envy hits me. Jess hasn't exactly cruised through life unscathed. She's had her own share of trouble and has good reason to be gun-shy. Or, more precisely, guy-shy. The only one she's ever had feelings for used and cast her aside as quickly as yesterday's trending news. And yet, after everything she's been through, she's still willing to get out there and give it another go. Maybe hope truly does spring eternal for some people. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Jessica Martinez. Who is this lucky dude? Someone who's going to get a big Netflix star to sign with me. She just threw cold water on my simmering excitement for her. Scratch that about her being hopeful. Mental note. Plan an intervention for ruthless, career-obsessed BFF, stat. You're hopeless. Probably. But you're no better. Back to Aiden Hughes' brother. Think of him as part of your therapy. You can use him to scrub away the stain on humanity you almost married. Jess is not a fan of my ex. She never warmed up to Jamie in the first place. For the 3 years we were together, Jamie was Voldemort. Come to think of it, she's been calling him that since we broke up. That and human garbage, and a stain on humanity. Clearly, there's no love lost there. Thing is, by some unspoken agreement, we rarely, if ever, discussed him while Jamie and I were together. And even when we did, it was always in a superficial manner. Like, we both knew that it had the potential to tear our friendship apart, so we pretended the problem didn't exist. Now, I wish we had argued about it. It could have potentially saved me a lot of wasted time and tears. Trust me, I'm not his type. The look on Shane Hughes' face when I threw my body between his and the front door of my guest house was absolute proof. And to think I used to pride myself on being level-headed in a moment of crisis. If he had a mixed opinion of me before, that moment cleared it right up. That and the stench of wet donkey rising off of me. You don't know that, Jess argues. Girl's got my back. But if nothing else, I am a pragmatist. I still order soda when I go out to dinner, and he looks like he knows the difference between single malt scotch and whatever the alternative is. He's way out of my league. Or I'm out of his league. Whatever, you get the point. There's a major league issue. He's a grizzly bear and I'm a collie, and we've already established that interspecies dating, or hookups, is a dangerous practice destined for catastrophic failure. There's a lengthy pause of silence. Wait, you don't know there are 5 types of scotch? No. You do? Of course I do. It's covered in Talent Management 101. You'd be surprised at the useless and potentially criminal shit I know. If I Googled half of what I hear and see on any given day, the FBI would be kicking down my door. Jess has shared enough wild stories about the agency for me to know she's not exaggerating. Man, you are living the dream. Blame the game, not the gamer. I work with werewolves jacked on Viagra disguised as respectable businessmen. And those are the nice guys. A girl's gotta compete. I dump the now empty dish on the bedside table and shut the lamp off. A shaft of moonlight coming through the window casts shadows in my new, much smaller bedroom. And you had the gall to call my life an episode of Naked and Afraid. Best job on the planet. You scare me sometimes. Not as much as I scare myself. Chapter 4. The convoy of cars starts early the following day. Early for lazy, entitled movie stars with a predilection for crime. Not early for me. I've been up since 5 a.m., dragging my tired ass around to care for the animals. I didn't even get the chance to shower before they started coming down the driveway at 10. Here we go, Mona says, bursting through the screen door and onto the front porch. On the other hand, it looks like the owner of this fine establishment has had plenty of time to shower, among other things. Are you wearing fake eyelashes? Yeah, they're great, aren't they? She's actually excited about this near-certain disaster in the making. I don't know whether to feel sympathy or shake some sense into her. She put on a dress for these people and her signature rhinestone Kippy's belt. I'm leaning toward shaking some sense. Remind yourself that he's a bad man, I feel the need to say out loud while the two of us stand side by side, staring into the distance like we're in 18th century England waiting for the lord and lady of the manor to return home. Will do. You are not to trust him. Never, she coos indulgently. Her glossy lips spread into a bright grin, dimples on full display. She fluffs her hair and runs her polished fingertips through the ends. We're doomed. A Mercedes with all-black tinted windows is the first to pull up to the house. It's followed closely by a silver Airstream trailer the size of a 747 Boeing jetliner hauled by a pickup truck. A black Range Rover is next. Pulling up the rear is a vintage Mustang Cobra, Shane Hughes behind the wheel. Aiden Hughes steps out of the back of the Mercedes, and the surprise is audible. I'm almost certain I just heard Mona suck in a breath. Not because of the earth-shattering beauty he's known for, or the blockbuster charisma that has people forking over their hard-earned dollars just to watch him do stuff on screen. No, that is not why. The very opposite of that, in fact. His light brown hair is in dire need of a cut, and frankly, a wash. A good rule of thumb: if I can tell from a distance that you've gone a week without holding a bottle of shampoo, then we have a problem. In addition to that, his face is covered in an unkempt beard, and he's wearing a shapeless, faded U.S. Army t-shirt with black track pants that have seen better days. I won't mince words. He looks ripe enough for children and dogs to avoid him on a sidewalk. Heck, even vagrants. I don't doubt he's had a tough couple of weeks, but this is dramatic, even for an actor. Poor baby, I hear Mona whisper. This can't go unchallenged. so I turn to face her with a questioning glance. "He's obviously depressed," she continues, hiding the last word behind her hand. "Really?" I cynically drawl. "Yes, really." She shakes her head. "Look at him." My eyes focus on the ankle monitor he's wearing, and I'm reminded why he's here. Jess told me he drove his fancy car into someone's house, narrowly missing an old lady and her cat. In my past life, I would have been called out to the scene of the crime. The only thing saving him from my abject scorn is that he was neither high nor drunk and didn't hurt anyone. I'll chalk it up to stupidity for now, until I know him better. In the meantime, I'll reserve my sympathy for someone who deserves it. "Look, I'm sorry he's having a personal crisis of sorts. I get it," I admit in a hushed voice, knowing what it feels like to get stuck in a dark place you don't know how to crawl out of. "I really do, but cruising into someone's living room isn't the answer to any problem. He's an insanely wealthy celebrity with the world at his disposal. He should have gotten help." My answer to his personal troubles is, if you can't help yourself, help someone else in need instead of acting recklessly. "Maybe he doesn't know how," Mona muses out loud. Her kindness knows no limits. Then, gospel truth, she says, "He needs us." This isn't an episode of Touched by an Angel. What he needs is a shower, a shave, and a very good therapist. But who knows? Maybe she's right. Maybe being here and helping with the rescues will reform him. Maybe he's really misunderstood. Maybe he will surprise me in a good way. Car doors open and slam shut. People pile out. A whirlwind of activity happens. 2 men unhook the trailer from the pickup. Louis Vuitton suitcases get unloaded from the back of the Mercedes. The door to the Mustang Cobra swings open, and Shane Hughes slides out of the driver's seat like he's selling men's deodorant to testosterone-deficient teenage boys, in slow motion and exuding more confidence than any one man should ever possess. He just jolted me out of the narcolepsy I was experiencing only seconds ago. I'm suddenly awake and paying attention. For instance, I'm keenly aware of the dark jeans hugging his butt and the white t-shirt stretched across his chest and biceps, the leather cuff wrapped around one wrist. That doesn't escape my notice. Neither does the chain that hangs out of the back pocket of his jeans attached to his belt. No one in their right mind would attempt to lift this guy's wallet, but I dig the hint of danger it insinuates. I declare that I'm on a man fast, and almost immediately, the universe, in its infinite wisdom, delivers this temptation to my doorstep. If I was into conspiracy theories, I'd be cooking one up right about now. Eyes hidden behind aviator sunglasses, his head swivels right and left until he finds me and locks on. Then, something strange happens. He tips his chin at me before walking off in the direction of the guest house with an army green duffel bag in hand. Well, this is awkward. The very last thing I expected to have on my bingo card this year is an attraction to a stranger with a superiority complex. The shiver of excitement I get over such a small, insignificant gesture is really pathetic. For all I know, he could have been testing whether the joints in his neck were working properly. Big picture, though, an amicable working relationship would make the next 3 months run a whole lot smoother. I can get down with it if he's willing. A small woman, no taller than 5 feet, with a severe red bob and a black designer suit and sunglasses, approaches Aiden Hughes, and trailing right behind her is Jess. Naturally, it leads me to surmise that this must be the infamous Cruella. The redhead's mouth starts moving rapidly. What seems like an eternity later, Hughes finally deigns her with his attention, his glare flash-frozen. "Stop humping my leg, Jules. I'm not your bitch." Not even the smallest attempt to lower his voice. So, maybe not so misunderstood. Shaking off the insult as if it's just another day at the office, Cruella marches toward me and Mona and stops at the foot of the porch stairs. "Are either of you Mona Harris?" "That's me," Mona pipes up. With a contagious smile plastered across her face, She rushes down to shake the woman's hand.
Jules Iskov. I'm Aiden's agent.
She motions to a man with silver hair speaking to Aiden in hushed tones.
That's Neil, his manager. Aiden decided to forego his personal chef and has arranged for meals to be delivered from the spa resort. I take it you can receive them for him?
I'd love to receive for him.
Have mercy. I can only hope Jules doesn't pick up on the dirty subtext.
She lifts her glasses just enough to get a good look at me.
You must be Jessica's friend.
Nice to finally meet you, I answer, because my daddy raised me right.
Since Aiden will be spending most of the day with you, we should probably go over some details.
Okay, I mumble, already uncomfortable with this enormous responsibility weighing on my shoulders.
First, I need to remind you that you all signed an NDA. If I ever hear or see anything disparaging his good name in the media, I will sue you into extinction. Don't tell your friends and family he's here. This isn't an opportunity for you to launch your next career.
Lovely. No need to—
Let me finish, she snaps, cutting me off. Now that we have that out of the way, Aiden will be helping you care for the animals, as discussed in our emails.
By the looks of him, something tells me Aiden Hughes isn't going to handle mucking out stalls very well. I wonder if he's ever been around large animals. Some people can find them intimidating.
But more importantly, she steps forward, I need you to take pictures and video of Aiden, with the animals, working on the farm, whatever it may be. Anything we can use for his public relations campaign. Make sure nothing gives away his location, or it'll turn into a clusterfuck of paparazzi around here.
Gaze narrowed, she watches him approach.
But try to document anything we can use to rehab his image.
Marvelous! I have a hard enough time posting something every day on the Mother Goose rescue accounts for our patrons and donors who love to see the animals' progress. With everything else I need to do, I can now add this to my list. With all due respect, I take care of close to 20 animals. I don't have the time.
You're responsible for him while he's here, she says, cutting me off. So yes, essentially, you're his assistant and personal photographer. Take the video and photos and post them. That's what we paid you to do.
I was under the impression the money was a donation and not a payoff, though I guess I shouldn't be surprised. There's a reason Jess calls her Cruella. I thought he was bringing an assistant with him. Fingers crossed I missed something, and this person is on his or her way.
Aiden's pared his life down. He's back to basics, so he left the trappings of his fame in L.A.
He's living in a $250,000 trailer for the next 3 months, so forgive me if I called donkey dung on this one.
Jules, heel. Stop harassing the ladies.
Aiden Hughes flashes his signature $1 million grin at Mona. His beard parts, highlighting his perfect optic white teeth and the ability to disarm all the straight women of the free world without any effort whatsoever.
Pleasure. Aiden Hughes at your service, ma'am.
Trust me, the pleasure is all mine, Mona returns, and I have to forcibly stop myself from rolling my eyes.
I will post the damn vids, he dismissively tells Jules with only a fleeting glance in her direction. Now leave us. You've done enough.
We're 15 minutes into a 3-month sentence, and I'm already exhausted.
Please answer when I call, she tells him. Ojai PD will be here in less than 10 if you decide this dust pit is not to your liking. So don't even attempt it. Isn't that what Shane is here for? He says and sighs.
The plot thickens. So his brother is here as a prison warden, not to provide security and moral support. Interesting.
That too, she says, putting her large sunglasses back on.
Then, without a gesture or a word of goodbye, she walks to the Range Rover with Jess following closely behind. Aiden watches them all get in their respective cars and drive away. The mask slides off, and the forlorn look on his face tells a completely different story than the unaffected one he tried to sell a few minutes ago. Well, it's, time for me to feed lunch, I announce after clearing my throat. This entire situation is awkward. I don't even know how to address him. He's only 2 years older than me. Do I call him Sir? Mr. Hughes? Aiden? One could argue I'm his boss, but why would one want to argue that? It would mean I make all the decisions, and that's the last thing I want to do. With all the emails I received, you would think I would remember to ask the simple question of what the heck to call him. "What are we having?" Aiden asks, his voice weak, his gaze still trained on the cloud of dust the cars left in their wake. "Not us. The animals need to eat. Some are on a medical diet since they were almost starved to death, so I feed them small meals throughout the day. Tomorrow," he says, speaking over me. "You can tell me tomorrow. I'm tired. Gonna take a nap." Without a backward glance, he shuffles to the Airstream trailer and disappears inside. Alrighty then. Good start. "Hello, Blue Baldwin. This is your mother speaking," comes out of the speakerphone. "Call me. I left 2 messages and haven't heard back from you yet. I really need to speak to you." I hit pause. "You can't keep ignoring her," Mona says, and slides a roast beef sandwich with lettuce and tomato across the kitchen island to me. "Watch me," I say, taking a big bite. I make a big theatrical show of hitting erase on the voicemail and glance at the time on the microwave. The digital numbers flash 12. Wrapping up this working lunch, I finish posting today's progress of the animals' health on TikTok and Instagram. A cute picture of Big Ben and Coco grooming each other. Billy standing with his front feet on Venus's hindquarters, one of the rescue horses we got from a horrible dude ranch, while she's laying down sunbathing. And Milo, our only llama, peeking through the slats of his fence. Our followers are generous people, loyal to the cause, who go above and beyond whenever we need financial help. Keeping them up to date on how their adopted children, because that's what they feel like to most of us, are doing is a small price to pay. I almost forgot. Mona grabs something out of a brown shopping bag and places it on the counter. Binoculars? To Mona's credit, the walkie-talkies have been fun and practical, but binoculars? I pick them up and inspect them. "What are these for?" "To spy on the men," she answers without so much as a hint of shame. "Are you serious?" I have to ask because as long as I have known her, Mona still manages to surprise me on a daily basis. She nods. "As a dead body in your bed." Then, looking me squarely in the eyes, she says, "These are going to come in handy. You're going to thank me later." See what I mean? I wonder about you sometimes. As you should. She winks and turns to clean the mess on the counter we made preparing lunch. I don't know what's worse, that she's almost always right, or that they are going to come in handy. Time will tell. Speaking of men, have you seen Aiden today? Our resident movie star hasn't come out of his trailer since we last saw him yesterday morning. His brother has come and gone a number of times, often returning with groceries or shopping bags in hand, but no movie star. Mona shakes her head. "You think he's okay? Maybe I should go check on him." Yeah, right. Like I would leave her alone with him. I love Mona like I love my liver and both kidneys. She's precious to me, but she can be a liability at times. I'm a little worried too, I admit. Genuinely worried. I really don't want to be in the tabloids for having botched this thing. His fans will inevitably blame me, and the rescue will suffer as a consequence. Maybe we should both go, "Great idea. Let me fix my hair." Before I can say another word, she disappears down the hall to her bedroom. 15 minutes later, we're standing outside the silver door of the trailer, staring at it, Mona holding the food the resort had delivered. "You knock," Mona orders. "No, you knock." Now that we're here, I'm a little unsure, my stomach churning nervously. I have no clue what awaits us on the other side of that door, and I'm not exactly eager to find out. Okay, I will. I'm pretty sure I just got played. In case you haven't caught on yet, Mona is a Siamese cat. Wily and mischievous, with a tendency to get into trouble, but fun as all get out. She raises her fist to knock, and I grab her wrist. "Wait," I whisper. "What?" she whispers back. "Should we go get his brother?" "Why are we whispering?" "I don't know, but should we?"
No. Then it'll turn into something that maybe shouldn't be turned into anything. This actually makes sense to me. I'm not in a hurry to see Shane Hughes's cold expression of superiority directed at me, so I release my grip on her wrist. Carry on. Mr. Hughes, she says loud enough to wake the dead. Aiden, we have your lunch. The spa delivered it this morning. Nothing. I beat on the door with a fist. Aiden, you okay in there? Still nothing. We glance at each other in unspoken understanding. Mona gingerly opens the unlocked door, and we slowly climb the steps into the trailer. To say the Airstream is at the top of the luxury market is an understatement. I'm fairly certain most people's homes are not this nice. It's also big enough to accommodate 4 or more people comfortably. Why his brother couldn't just share this thing with him instead of evicting me from my home is anyone's guess. My guess is that he's a selfish ass. The soft sound of the AC buzzing greets us when we walk into the den area. At the far end of the hall, the bedroom door is closed. What do we do? I ask Mona. Aiden, she shouts. Hi, it's Mona Harris and I have your food. Placing the takeout boxes on the kitchen counter, she walks past me while I open the refrigerator to find it fully stocked with every imaginable drink. Everything other than alcohol. Where are you going? I hiss as she heads toward the one place she shouldn't be headed. His bedroom. He could be dead in there, she hisses back. Or almost dead, which is even worse. You want to be the one who let him die? Lord, save me from this drama. Taking a deep breath, I follow her slowly. Aiden! Mr. Hughes! I call out loudly. We're in your trailer and we are approaching your bedroom. Do not be alarmed. We just want to make sure you're all right. Tell me your daddy's the fuzz without telling me your daddy's the fuzz, I hear Mona mutter. This gets an honest-to-goodness burst of laughter out of me that unravels the knots in my chest. At the door, where no sound can be detected on the other side, I nudge Mona to open it. The door creeps open to reveal a full-size king bed, white sheets, and a man. Laying face down, spread eagle, is a very naked Aiden Hughes. Oh! Pops out of me. I turn my back to his naked ass and have to force Mona to do the same. Not before she gets a good eyeful of him, though. Fucking hell. You ladies are loud, he grumbles, voice gravelly from disuse, and his mouth buried in his pillow. So he lives. We were worried you were... I pause for lack of a diplomatic answer. I was what? He snaps. I can't even have a damn beer. Dead, Mona volunteers. Hate to disappoint, but I'm still very much alive. He sounds salty about it. Maybe Mona was right once again. He's depressed. Have you eaten? I ask. No response. We brought your spa food. Fan-fucking-tastic. You should really eat something, I press. Afterward, we can talk about your work schedule for your community service hours, I'm quick to add. Voice shakier than I want it to be because I can feel the tension rising in the room even with my back turned to him. I hear him moving around behind me. This is basically my cue to grab Mona and run, but... See yourselves out, he says as he walks past us, bare-assed, dick swinging, and disappears into his bathroom. Taking Mona by the wrist, I hustle us out of the trailer and slam the door shut. I'll note that it took a few extra tugs to get her moving. That was nerve-wracking, comes out of me, along with the breath I was holding. Mona smiles. That was worth it. Chapter 5. You would think things would get better after the first few days, that we would fall into a routine of sorts, and everyone, and when I say everyone, I mean the resident criminal, would behave as required by his court-ordered mandate. You would be wrong. Following the trailer incident, I catch Aiden, with the help of my trusty new binoculars, going for a jog around the ranch. He's hard to miss because, and no, I'm not joking, all he has on are black boxer briefs
a pair of fluorescent yellow running sneakers, a red bandana wrapped around his head, and 70s Elvis sunglasses hiding his eyes. Oh, and let's not forget the ankle monitor. It's about 90 degrees and as arid as summer in Kandahar. The jog doesn't last very long, under 20 minutes, and that's a good thing. Otherwise, I would have had to pull out my med bag. The next time I spot him, while I'm loading the hay on the cart by myself, he's on the roof of his trailer kicking back on a beach chair, catching rays and smoking a cigar. Not gonna lie, I was a little peeved. Am I a prison warden? No, I am not. I can't make this guy do anything. The question is, can he and his henchmen make me sign the court documents that swear he is complying? By the time I finish night check, around 8:30, I'm ready to take a shower and crash. Night, my babies, I say on my way out. Sleep well, and I'll see you tomorrow. Beautiful, old, and young faces stare back at me. We've lost 2 rescues overnight due to old age, and ever since then, I get a little nervous at night, not knowing what I might find in the morning. At the barn door, I spot Shane Hughes coming back from a run, and my feet come to a sudden stop. Looks like this Hughes inherited all the smarts in the family and left none for his younger brother. Running at night when it's cool and comfortable and he's in no danger of dying from sunstroke is definitely the smarter choice. Without thinking, I turn off the lights so he can't see me. And no, I'm not ready to examine why, though I have a pretty good idea. He stops in front of the guest house and wipes his face with the hem of his USMC t-shirt with the arms cut off. Technically, you'd call this a muscle shirt, which is fitting in this scenario because this dude has plenty of them. His shoulders are round and hard and attached to equally sculpted biceps. My eyes take in every little detail, the ones that they haven't already taken in. His strong hands and blunt fingers, veins snaking up from his wrist to his forearm, the bulge of his pecs under the sweaty t-shirt, the swell of his butt under the silky shorts. I'm going to hypocrite's hell for this, which is way worse than the regular kind because you're forced to act out all the things you detest most. Breathing deeply, hands on his hips, Shane Hughes eyeballs his brother's trailer a few times. Something tells me he wants to go over, but he takes 2 steps in that direction and stops. Watching the trailer, he continues cooling off, grabbing his toes from behind to stretch his quads. What the heck is going on between these 2 brothers? I now realize I haven't seen them in each other's company once since they arrived, not even having a conversation. I stow that thought for another day, because right now, I'm much too distracted by the peep show. Moving on to his legs, they're toned and cut like the rest of him. He takes the hem of the shorts that skim the top of his knees and hikes them up, exposing thigh muscles that would make an NFL running back green with envy. Then he bends at the waist to loosen his hamstrings. Almost instantly, my skin feels tight, shrink-wrapped, and my ears red-hot. When I start to sweat, I know it's time to stop. This is indecent behavior. Mine, that is. He's just an innocent victim. Why am I standing in the dark, staring at this man like I'm at a strip club, and I have a right to get hot and bothered? You know you have to take stock of your life when you find yourself acting like a pervert. He straightens, ruining all my fun, and walks inside. Part of me is a little disappointed, but with the all clear, it's time for me to get back to real life. I make a beeline for the farmhouse when music suddenly blasts from Aiden's trailer. Nirvana smells like Teen Spirit. My deep sympathies for any woman who gets involved with this clown. As gorgeous as he is, and empirically speaking, he's close to perfection, he's really not worth the trouble. Behind me, the lights come on, and the sound of a door opening stalls my flight. "Hey," a deep voice calls out. I turn slowly and find Shane standing a few feet away, still dressed in his running gear, a hand towel hanging around his neck. "Hi." It's the first time we've spoken since the day he talked his way onto this property, so I'm not sure what to expect. The sconces on the guest house cast enough light for us to get a good look at each other. Thanks to my prior lurking episode, I do a decent job of maintaining a neutral, if not completely unaffected expression. There's nowhere for me to hide my appearance, however. The sweaty hair piled on top of my head in a messy bun ain't going anywhere. Nor are the hands made dirty by hours caring for animals. Other than maybe in the pockets of my baggy jean shorts. I'm past pretending I'm fit for decent company at this hour anyway. His forehead wrinkles in question.
What are you doing out here?
Night check on the animals. I motion with my thumb at the barn. I do it every night. I was headed back to the house when the entertainment started. We both glance at the trailer, the music still playing loudly. From his profile, I can see his jaw flex, the tension written on every hard line of his handsome face. Something is going on here that I need to get to the bottom of. He hasn't shown up for his community service once since he arrived. Shane nods.
I know.
His voice is low and troubled. I was under the impression that Shane had been in and out, largely absent from what was going on, but it sounds like he's been keeping tabs on his brother. Maybe you can talk to him? I don't know why I haven't thought of it before. This shouldn't be my problem. This is exactly why his brother is living in my house. Let him play Big Bad Daddy. Or I can call Jules.
I'll talk to him.
He pauses, lips pursed as if he's debating saying something else.
Can we keep his behavior between us?
When I hesitate to answer, he continues.
I know he's causing you trouble, but if this blows up, he'll do jail time. And let's just say he won't do well in there.
We definitely agree on that. I want to ask a million questions, like, what is the problem with Aiden? Why does he act like a spoiled child tyrant? Why do the two of them rarely talk? And why he picked this place to do his time if he had no intention of actually doing it? But I can't, because the man standing before me doesn't invite questions. He's a 20-foot-high brick wall with a no trespassing sign on it. His continuous, pointed stare makes me antsy, and that's how I know it's time to get out of there. I may be too tired to care about my appearance, but I'm still female. Which means I still care about my appearance. And I'm fairly certain the aroma I've been marinating in all day is noticeable too. Walking backward, I try to make an elegant exit. As much as I can, wearing jean shorts and clunky rubber muck boots anyway. Can you maybe start with getting him to turn down the music? Some of us have to work early. He runs a hand through his hair and gifts me with another one of his curt nods. I want to inform him, just in case no one else has, that words are free and unlimited, and there's no need to hoard them like he does. But I suspect he doesn't have a sense of humor. A smile overtakes my face as I walk into the house. He didn't catch me staring, and I got him to do my dirty work. Not bad in a night's work. The score tally? Me, 1. Cues, 0. What is the saying? Oh yeah, actions speak louder than words. Aiden doesn't appear the next day. Or the next. I have to transfer the bags full of wood shavings that we use as bedding in the stalls from the storage to the barn, all by myself. Many, many bags. I'm close to taking matters into my own hands, and when I say my own, I mean call Jess and have her deal with him, when Aiden walks into the barn as I'm grooming Phoenix, one of our newer rescue horses. He's a nervous Arabian gelding who was traumatized at a show barn and deemed too dangerous to ride after he was repeatedly beaten for not standing still at the mounting block. When I glance up, Aiden is standing in the aisle, shirtless, wearing cargo shorts and his customary Elvis sunglasses. A lit cigarette hangs from his lips. "I'm here," he declares in an utterly annoyed tone, as if I'm the slave master he serves. This guy needs to take a good, hard look in the mirror to see who the guilty party is. But that's not the half of it. I can't take my eyes off the lit cigarette. Jesus could come back, and even he couldn't steal my attention away. With a major drought going on in Southern California, The last thing anyone wants to see is a lit cigarette in a barn. One smoldering ash could spark a raging wildfire that could burn for weeks. I can only surmise that he's the same brand of idiot that would use fireworks at a gender reveal party. I'm constantly surprised at how rare common sense is these days. "What?" he says in response to the silent daggers I'm sending his way. I'm what they call spitting mad, without the spit part, because that would be gross. "Step out of this barn immediately and safely put out that cigarette, or I will call Ojai PD to come collect you." He sighs dramatically. Then he takes the cigarette between his finger and puts it out on the sole of his work boots, after which he turns and walks out. Whatever his brother said to him didn't get through. I doubt he heard it at all, so I guess it's my turn to take a shot. I put Phoenix back in his stall and march after our resident spoiled brat. "Aiden!" I call out as he's about to mount the steps to his trailer. Turning, he places his hands on his hips, and all the muscles of his chest jump as if someone screamed, "Action!" "Tomorrow." For a moment, I'm stunned into a bewildered silence. Do I follow him into the trailer to yell at him? Probably not a good idea. Then I think of the animals. "Now!" His brows crawl up his forehead, daring me to stop him. "You walk in there," I motion to the trailer, "and I'm calling the cops." He eyeballs me for a beat, taking measure. "Go ahead, bud. I double dog dare you." "You don't own a sense of humor, do you?" "Not when it comes to you endangering my animals. You realize this is a sanctuary, right?" "Do you know why I'm here?" "For breaking the law." He scowls, eyebrows smashing together, seemingly offended. God forbid I should remind him of his sins. It's then I realize what the problem is. He hasn't taken responsibility for what happened. He doesn't think he did anything wrong, which means he'll keep doing stupid shit that could potentially hurt other people because he's the victim in this scenario. Unfreaking believable. "For driving fast," he blurts out in frustration. And there you have it. You gotta be kidding. Condolences on your divorce from reality. There's a little more to it than that. "Not much." "Tell it to your diary." Does he actually think he's going to elicit sympathy from me at this point? "Look, you agreed to serve your time here, something I was not happy about from the start. I'm not the one who's keeping you here. You're welcome to leave if you feel that it's beneath you to help animals that have been abused. Some of them starved and beaten to within an inch of their lives. I'm sure you have better things to do than help them. So go ahead, do everyone a favor. Me, your brother, the animals," I tick off on my fingers, "and make the call. Be gone." He exhales, his shoulders slumping. He's suddenly not doing his movie star pose anymore. "Starved and beaten?" His mouth gets tight, and it reminds me of his brother. They really do look a lot alike, with the exception of their coloring. "Yes." "That's fucking horrible." "Yes, it is." "Which ones?" "Does it matter? They've all come from crappy circumstances." He pushes the Elvis sunglasses to the top of his head and squints at me. "When you put it that way..." "You mean truthfully? Yeah, hate to inform you, but you're no longer in the land of make-believe. Welcome to the real world." He glances away into the distance. It wouldn't surprise me if he decided to make a run for it. "Well, what's it going to be? Staying or going?" A stare-off ensues. He mulls it over. I can't even believe he's mulling it over. Does he not realize he's doing time if this fails? "Staying." "Then I expect you at work tomorrow." Without waiting for a reply, I walk away. It's late when I get done with night check and enter the house. Voices drift out of the family room. Mona's and Darby's. I head there to give Mona the updates on the medications we need to reorder and updates on the 2 horses that have been healing from minor injuries. I walk in to find them on the big, beat-up leather couch, sitting side by side, Darby's arm around her shoulders. Mona's attention is hard to hold, and the fact that she's still seeing Darby could be a good thing,
He seems decent enough and clearly makes her happy. "Hi, Blue," she cheerfully greets me. "Grab a slice of the brambleberry pie I made and come watch this movie with us." I may have finally gotten through to Aiden. Fingers crossed he starts to do some actual work tomorrow. Oh, good. Maybe he's feeling better. She's still stuck on the idea that he's depressed. I'm not so easily convinced, but whatever. Pepper didn't finish her hay cubes tonight. Mona's smile drops. She looks thoughtful for a moment. Let's keep an eye on her. I will. She's not always hungry late, so it's probably nothing. The spider bite on Venus's neck is almost completely healed, but we're going to need more of that dressing we've been putting on it. Pepper is as old as the hills, but she's been healthy since the day we found her at a kill auction, and Venus is our very first rescue, and arguably my favorite after Billy. She's a paint mare that taught thousands of kids how to ride and was thrown away like garbage when she got too old to work. Thinking about it makes me want to karate chop a stack of bricks. I fall into the big, stuffed, distressed brown leather armchair and throw a curious glance at the flat-screen TV above the River Rock fireplace. Some strange sounds are coming from there. What movie is this? 9.5 weeks, says the woman more than twice my age, and a mother figure to me. I jump right out of the armchair. The last thing I want to do is watch a Lorno, otherwise known as light porn, with Mona and her kinky lover. Not my idea of a good time. I'll pass. See you tomorrow. Night, Smokey. Night, Bandit. Upstairs, I run a bath with lavender Epsom salts. My muscles ache from stacking hay bales, and sometimes a girl just has to soak. On autopilot, I drop trow and panties, ditch the sports bra, and go in search of my paperback as the tub fills up. I love paperbacks. I love the smell. I love the feel of them between my fingers. You drop that in the tub, and there's no risk of permanent injury. Try that with an e-reader and see what happens to you. This is why some things will never go out of style. Searching the box I packed with books when I moved out of the guest house turns up nothing. I'm shocked to discover that my well-worn copy of Simply Sinful by Kate Pierce, with the cover ripped off, is not among the other books. My heart starts to pitter-patter a little harder when I check the only other box, and it's not in there either. Holy fornication. I like my literature dark and sexy, and I won't apologize for it. There can never be enough rough sex and dark undertones in what I like to read. So, the fact that my book is missing sends a bolt of cold sweat up my back. If it's not in the box with the rest of my books, I can only assume it's in one other place. The guest house. The guest house which is occupied territory at the present moment. A million scenarios run through my mind, and none of them make me look good. The next 3 months will be a living hell if I have to endure having Shane Hughes cast judgmental stares in my direction. Something must be done to correct this monumental error ASAP. Grabbing the binoculars, which have increasingly come in handy, I check to see if the lights are on in the guest house, and they are. I throw on an old t-shirt I sleep in and shorts I made out of old sweatpants I'd worn into smithereens. Minutes later, I'm standing in front of the door of the house I once called my home, palms sweaty, while I devise a plan. I knock lightly, and surprisingly hear, 1 minute, almost instantly. Shane opens the door in a fresh white t-shirt that hugs his chest, and shorts, long, silky ones like basketball players wear. Hair wet, he looks like he recently stepped out of the shower. And if he keeps looking at my mouth with that same intent and focus for much longer, I'm going to need a shower myself. Hi. I need to check something. I left something here when I moved out. I left something here by mistake. His eyes narrow in suspicion. Great. I'm doing a great job so far. If he doesn't get a restraining order on me tonight, I'll consider myself lucky. Without a word, he steps aside and lets me in. Then my eyes go wide. I'm embarrassed to say the place is hardly recognizable. For one thing, it's super clean. Clean like it's never been clean before. And tidy. If you don't know that those two things are not the same, then you're as bad at housekeeping as I am.
The drapes have been washed, the floors polished, and the furniture rearranged a little. Not even a throw pillow is out of place. It even smells different. A nice mix of detergents, fresh pine and sandalwood. Very masculine. Wow, I don't know what to say, except, how are you enjoying my home? I throw a semi-embarrassed smile at him over my shoulder. He doesn't return one. Nope, that stony facade hasn't budged.
Bathroom's a little tight, but it serves its purpose.
He crosses his arms and his biceps bulge. So do my eyes. Have mercy. Put those guns away. Almost comes out of my mouth. It can't be helped. The running commentary in my head goes at Mach speed when I'm a little nervous. In the corner, a guitar rests against the wall. You play? Is all he offers. He must be touchy about his skills, so I drop the topic. I walk further inside, and my attention averts to the open kitchen. It's sparkling clean. A few new pans sit on a new dish-drying rack. All the changes have knocked me off balance. New pans? He's still watching me closely, as if I'm a thief casing his property.
You didn't have any.
I don't cook. I walk over to the shelf where my books once lived, and all I find are a few of his. 2 on the history of war and a biography of General Patton.
At all?
He sounds genuinely surprised for once. I tear my eyes away from the books to see him rub the scruff on his face. There's a thin line of hair missing on his chin where he probably had stitches at some point. No, I'm no good at it. They should make it a crime, actually. His eyes do this thing where they turn into chocolate crescents, smiling even though his mouth remains at rest.
You can't be that bad.
I am. Don't ever eat my cooking unless you'd like an enema free of charge. Then I catch my mistake. Not that I'm offering to cook for you. That didn't sound right either. I mean, it's a joke. Never mind. I think I almost see his mouth curve up a little, but I may have imagined it. What do you do? For a living, I mean. Or do you work for your brother? I open the drawer of the side table next to the couch. Nothing there, either. It may be time to panic.
I'm a writer.
He runs his fingers through his hair and mumbles.
At least, I try to be. Haven't done much of it lately.
Writer's block? He nods. I feel for him. Growing up in LA, I've known more failed writers and actors than I care to. The entertainment industry beats a person down. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. If I had any enemies, I mean. That's a tough business, I muse out loud. Dropping to all fours, I look under the couch and find the absence of my book and the dust bunnies that once lived long, happy lives under there until Mr. Clean moved in. But you can't give up if you really love it. Just keep plugging away, and one day you'll get your shot. My cousin wanted to be a director, and he did it. Took 10 years and a bankruptcy, but he's doing commercials now. Then it dawns on me. Hey, maybe your brother can help. I look up and find his gaze directed over my head, avoiding eye contact. Shit, maybe he's touchy about it.
Maybe,
he says. He glances back down and gives me a funny look. Maybe I overstepped again. It's not like they're very close. Or maybe it's a brotherly rivalry. One is super successful, and the other scraping by. I should just shut up now. I can't do anything right with this guy. Standing, I brush my hands on my shorts. It's actually a small house. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 large living area with an open kitchen. There's only 1 place left to search. I'm just putting it out there. My 2 cents. Who am I kidding? He doesn't need to take career advice from someone who gave up on hers. 1 last place to check, if you don't mind. He gives me a subtle shake of his head.
I don't mind.
Taking a few steps, I stand in the doorway of the bedroom and gaze inside. My stomach does backflips. My palms start to sweat again. The bed is made. New white sheets, the expensive kind. I check the nightstand drawer and find chapstick and reading glasses, neither of which are mine. No, simply sinful. I don't know whether to be petrified or relieved. "Find what you're looking for?" he says when I step back into the living room. He's sitting on the back of the couch with his long legs stretched out ahead of him, his arms crossed. His eyes are hooded, and his long lashes cast shadows on his sharp cheekbones. His attention lingers on my beauty mark, and I start to get a little hot and bothered, my heart beating a little harder. Heat glides over my skin and pools in private places. This thing has always been a curse. Damn you, Athena! I thought I was done being taken in for a pretty face and a hot body. This is exactly what got me into trouble with Jamie in the first place. This needs to stop, now. No, not yet, I mumble. Shaking out of whatever spell he's casting, I head for the door. If I stand a second longer in his presence, I'll quickly turn into me at 13 again. We should exchange numbers. At my expression, eyebrows raised and eyes wide, he adds, in case something happens with Aiden and I'm not around. I rattle off my phone number. It's a wonder I can even remember my name in his company. Thanks for letting me look around. Anytime, I hear him say, as I shut the door behind me. Gospel truth? I think I hear a burst of laughter. Then again, I could be imagining it. Chapter 6. Life goes on. Not as I planned it, but it goes on nonetheless. And that's a good thing. Better than the alternative, for sure. Nowadays, there's a ton of work to be done online for a nonprofit to thrive. I don't have the time to manage all our accounts, so Mona handles Facebook correspondence and Twitter. She also does most of the ordering of supplies and feed and handles the sales from the Mother Goose Rescue merchandise online store. My job is to post updates and pictures on FB, Instagram, and TikTok. And yet, no matter how much time we devote to it, we never seem to catch up. Which is why you gotta multitask. As I'm prepping lunch buckets and simultaneously trying to post a few pictures of Hazel and Pepper's progress, I accidentally switch on my personal Facebook account. There are a bunch of missed alerts. Then I remember I muted them. I'm still FB friends with everyone in the LA Fire Department, all of whom are required to be EMTs themselves, and although most are close friends of Jamie, and he got them in our separation, it's not like I'm going to unfriend them just to avoid news about my ex. An ex that I have less than zero feelings for. That's why I'm not surprised that he regularly pops up on my feed. Except, there's nothing regular about the next post I see. In fact, it's so irregular that when I click on it, my stomach drops. A picture of Jamie at Joshua Tree stares back at me. He's hugging a tall woman with long reddish blonde hair and matching golden labs sit at their feet. They look happy. She's holding up her left hand where a small round diamond sparkles in the sunlight. I remember what it's like to be part of a happy couple. Vaguely, that is. Most of those memories have been stomped out under the heel of a size 13 fireproof boot. One dog wears a sign around his neck that says, "She said," and the other one wears one that says, "Yes." Am I supposed to infer from this bullshit that there was a possibility she'd say no? Is there a third dog somewhere off camera wearing the unfortunate no sign? Rage boils over into a steady, simmering flow. Not because of the unexpectedly fast engagement. They could have 10 babies by tomorrow and my blood pressure wouldn't stir. I fell out of love with him years ago. It's far worse. Far, far worse. The anger comes from seeing the dogs. Because this is the same man that didn't want any pets when we were living together. Not even a damn fish. And now he has not one, but 2 dogs. We're never home. We work late hours. We won't be able to travel. I want it to be just us for a little longer. He used every excuse there is, and I went along with it because who wants to believe that the person they love is a manipulating bastard? I hit speed dial. Jamie's engaged. Hold that thought. I hear a muffled, "Stephen, I'm going to lunch. Put all my calls through to my cell." A beat later, as I'm pacing the threshold of the barn, "Tell me every delicious detail. Is she a dirty hooker?" Worse, She's one of those wholesome types. He's so predictable. God, I loathe him and his air of superiority. I'm sending you a screenshot, I tell her, and send the picture over. I think I just threw up in my mouth. Well, you know what they say, one woman's trash is another woman's treasure. Jessica is not a fan of overly sentimental or romantic displays of affection. In fact, much to her very large family's chagrin, she's often said she's eloping if she ever gets married because she doesn't want to share what should be a personal moment with a bunch of booze and buffet freeloaders. Her words, not mine. It'll never work, she continues after seeing the screenshot. Why would you say that? I ask, truly at a loss to understand how she can tell from this picture. I mean, other than your general anti-Jamie sentiments. Because they're too much alike, she says with complete authority. Then a muttered, gross. They could be kissing cousins. Upon closer examination of the picture, I realize she's right. Similar hair color, similar tall, athletic build. They even both have similar freckles covering their matching, angular faces. Huh. True, but what does that have to do with anything? Tita always says you can't marry anyone who's anything like you. If you're short, you need to marry tall. Fat needs to marry skinny. An introvert needs to marry an extrovert. Otherwise, the kids come out messed up or something, missing a chromosome. It's the only reason she let my dad marry my mom. She's short, fat, and dark, and he's a tall, skinny, pasty Mexican. Laughter bursts out of me. You can't be serious. Hello? You've seen my dad a million times. Have you ever seen him outside without a hat? He gets a sunburn on a rainy day. My brother calls him powder. The laughter has me crying. At least she knocked me off my train of rage. I'm talking about the other stuff. Ask Tita next time you come over. She took one look at Christian and told me it would never work. She was right. Christian was a selfish, self-serving prick. That's why it didn't work out. Yeah, he also had dark brown hair and eyes the same exact shade as mine, a medium complexion and a pointy nose. We could have been related. I swallow more laughter. You may be overthinking it. You're not upset he's getting married, are you? Not even a little. The dogs pissed me off. He never wanted to have pets with me. Or kids. He wasn't sure about them either. In hindsight, we really were a terrible match. But who's paying close attention to the important stuff when you're 22 and meet a 6'5", 225-pound fireman with a movie star smile? The ugly truth is that by nature, I'm tragically monogamous. I like being in a relationship. Being part of a team really is my thing. And the bigger the team, the better. My LA therapist had a field day with that one. She said it's because I was often left alone when I was a kid. Whatever the reason, I won't apologize for it, and I'm not about to compromise. I've always wanted a big family, and although I didn't hide it from Jamie, I didn't fight for it either. And to think, if it wasn't for the assault, I'd be married to him now. What about those poor dogs? They have to live with that cold bastard until the divorce. The good news is, his hairline is receding. Silver lining, I chuckle, and lean against the door jamb now that all the angry energy has worn off. Super shiny silver lining. Aiden steps out of the Airstream and glances around. What in the love of all that is righteous and holy is this? He's wearing arena swim trunks, the kind the pro swimmers wear, work boots, and a wide-brimmed straw hat. That's it. Jesus save me. Raising his arms in the air, he grabs one elbow and stretches to the side, then he does the other. How a man that is physically perfect in every way can make my stomach churn is a mystery. Or maybe it's a skill. I mean, it certainly takes effort. By the way, I say to my supposed best friend, next time one of your harebrained schemes involves me, know that there will be consequences that include you shoveling a lot of goat shit. He's the sexiest movie star in the Western world, according to People magazine. It can't be that bad. I take a surreptitious picture of the sexiest movie star in the Western world in the midst of lighting a cigar and send it to her. The only reason I don't run over and knock it out of his hand is that he's standing in dirt, not a flammable piece of anything in his immediate area. Except for his swimsuit, perhaps. He's about as sexually appealing as soggy oatmeal. I'm so turned on in his royal presence, I'm ready to check myself into a mental health hospital. It's clear as crystal that Aiden is a monkey, and everyone knows monkeys and collies do not mix. Remember what I said about the goat shit. Smokey! Come in, Smokey! Mona's excited voice blasts out of the walkie-talkie clipped to the back pocket of my overall shorts. Smokey, this is urgent. I stop what I'm doing, picking crap patties out of the small animal paddock, and grab it. Meanwhile, Pumpkin Spice, one of the mini horses, nudges my leg, and I fish a soft peppermint plop out for her. Copy, Bandit. Get your butt in here. Something happened. Then she thinks the better of it. Nothing terrible. I'm still alive. But get in here anyway. Out. I place the pitchfork in the wheelbarrow and push it to the paddock gate, closing it behind me. Not before Billy almost makes a run for it, however. Sorry, Billy. I have to go up to the house, and you have to stay here. My little shadow. He bleats as I leave him, and I do my best not to look back. I'm not strong enough. Love's got a stranglehold on me, and I'll give in to his demands like I always do. On my way back to the house, I spot Shane's Cobra parked outside the guest house. It hasn't moved since I last saw him a day ago, so maybe he shook off the writer's block he was wrestling with the other night. Still no sign of Aiden, or any willingness to put in the time. Inside, I find Mona in the kitchen. Do you remember Donna Jo, who I used to be friends with from card night? Mona says the second I walk in, eyes bright and full of excitement, her body positively vibrating with energy as she pours coffee into a traveling mug. The one that said she thought she saw Hank hanging out with Maggie when he and I was dating, but it ended up being a lie, 'cause she wanted to date Hank and went about trying to break us up. And she did, basically. Anyway, she takes a deep breath. I was on Facebook looking at her posts because I forgot to unfriend that bitch and saw another post for a senior horse that some dude in Casita Springs is giving away. But we have to go pick him up right now, or he'll ship him off to the killers. It takes me a minute to process everything she threw at me, including the kitchen sink. So, we're going to get this horse right now? Right now. Why the long story about Donna Jo? Oh, I just wanted to know if you remembered that bitch. She hustles around the kitchen island with 2 travel mugs in hand. Can you believe what she did? Thank the Lord Christ I am not dating Hank anymore. He had a bad tendency to do this thing with his tongue. I put my hand up to stop her. No more, please. Let's go then. I got our jet fuel. She hands me my traveling mug, and I follow her out to the ancient baby blue Chevy pickup truck with the horse trailer attached. I hate to leave the animals unattended, even the one living in the Airstream trailer, but time is of the essence with rescues, and we don't have any to spare from the sound of it. It doesn't take long to reach Casita Springs. We drive down a bumpy dirt road, flanked by brush on both sides. I saw a movie that started this way. It was based on the very real story of all the women who have gone missing on the El Paso and Mexico border. The one with the ball gags and handheld saws? She nods. I saw it too. The hell? I examine the woman sitting next to me. She looks so sweet and innocent most of the time, and yet I'm scared to ask what movies you've been watching. At the end of the dirt road is a tan-colored trailer home that's seen better days, paint peeling off the siding, dust covering nearly every small window. The shack next door to it, the one I assume is the barn, is surrounded by old tires and a broken lawnmower rusted beyond repair. The tin roof of the shack looks ready to cave in at any moment. My stomach somersaults. Because this doesn't look suspiciously like a human trafficking operation, I mutter under my breath, which my partner, in all things good, ignores. As soon as we get out of the pickup, a large and very old dog starts barking at us. He looks like a cross between a lab and a black bear, except he's so old, his entire face has gone gray. Almost immediately, he gives up and plops back down on the landing to the trailer. "Hello," Mona shouts. "Mr. Wilson, it's Mona Harris. I came to get the horse." Nothing. No sign of Mr. Wilson. We've been in some sketchy situations before, but we usually have law enforcement or animal services backing us up.
Are you sure this Facebook post was for real? I hiss. Why am I whispering? Who knows?
Course it was. Because I won't survive captivity, I joke. A nervous bubble of laughter escapes me. Mr. Wilson! Mona hollers, hands cupped around her mouth. The dog barks some more. His efforts seem half-hearted, though. He soon gives up and lays back down. I heard you the first time, damn it, an old man grumbles as he steps out of the screen door of the trailer while buttoning his fly. I was in the toilet when you got here. Yeah, okay. Too much information. Wilson has to be close to 80 years old. He's slouched over and walks with a serious limp. The stained wife-beater tank he's wearing with his faded blue pants exposes 2 old scars on his shoulder that look to be gunshot wounds. I can only wonder what their story is. He's over there, he says, limping toward the makeshift shack. Exactly what I was afraid of. We follow, and with every step I take, the smell of ammonia, of urine left to break down over time, gets stronger and stronger until I can hardly breathe. I do my best to cover my nose with the collar of my Mother Goose Rescue t-shirt, but it still makes me dizzy. Next to me, Mona's hiding behind her hand. Dread hits me in the gut as we step inside the dark shack, and with good reason. Feces are stacked up along the walls, black flies are everywhere. In the back, with his head hidden in the corner and hung low, is a medium-sized black horse that looks so thin, I don't know how he's still alive. He's emaciated beyond anything I've ever seen. I thought I was done being surprised by life's cruelty, but no such luck. Today is another reminder that there's always a new bottom to be discovered. Neither one of us speaks at first. Mona and I know the drill. Pointing out the obvious will not help this animal. It will only harden the owner against us. Humans are complex creatures, and their motivations and intents will surprise you sometimes. I don't know how many animals we pulled from horrible circumstances where the owner believed he was doing the right thing or just didn't know any better. This here's Legend, Mr. Wilson says, shifting from foot to foot. He won't meet my or Mona's eye all of a sudden. Can't afford no hay. Can barely afford my medication. Shaming him won't do dick. Judging from the look of this place, Mr. Wilson is holding on to life by his fingernails. Mona, in her infinite kindness, reaches out and pats his shoulder. You posted that you needed help, she says gently, and here we are. You did good, honey. He nods, embarrassed to look up. You do what you can for him, he replies, and shuffles out of the shack, disappearing into his trailer, back to a life of solitude and hardship. As soon as he walks out, we jump into action. I'll put the ramp down and call Tom, I gasp. Tom being the hero veterinarian who cares for all our babies. I run out of the shack and drive the trailer up as close as I can get it. Halter in hand, Mona slowly approaches Legend, who finally raises his head to look at us. Big, soft eyes stare back, begging for help. Still willing to trust. I'm not ready to give up, his eyes tell me. Mona gets the halter on and very slowly leads him out. He's weak and unsteady on his legs, his hooves overgrown. It takes 2 of us and 20 minutes to slowly get him in the trailer. Mona insists she wants to ride in the back with him, but I veto that idea. The road is bumpy, and if he falls on her, I'll be powerless to help either one of them. Relief washes over me the minute we drive into the vet clinic, and 3 animal techs run out to help us. Legend is a critical case, and they're treating him with the urgency he requires. Still, there's no guarantee he'll survive. He's a mess, Tom says, his handsome face telling the same story. Then he smiles at me. But we'll do everything we can. Tommy Holland, Mona starts with a dimpled smile. I've known you since you were a little boy. Don't you dare let this sweet baby die on us. Tom chuckles. He's around 15, and I'll do my best. If we can get him through the night, our chances look better. Tom is the kind of guy that every woman dreams about marrying. Handsome, kind, a natural healer with a sense of humor. Unfortunately for me, Tom is about as sexually appealing as a pair of hand-knitted acrylic mittens. Otherwise, I'd be campaigning hard for him right now. There's something seriously wrong with me. I blame Simply Sinful for putting unclean thoughts in my head. We spend some time giving Legend love and affection and promising him a great life from here on out if he can just hang on. I take pictures of the physical state we found him in. It's to protect the animals in case the owners change their minds and decide they want them back. One threatened to sue us until I sent him the vet bill and a few pictures of the fresh wounds the vet found. Then, I threatened to get the cops involved. I post all the pictures on our social media accounts for 2 reasons: education and education. People need to be made aware of what's happening and learn how to help stop it. We head home and pull into the driveway around 6. Shane's car is gone, and the lights in Aiden's trailer are on. It's weird, but I'm starting to like having them here, even if they are still strangers. I park the pickup and head straight to the barn. The day's not over yet. The animals need to be fed dinner. Loud brays and nickers greet me at the door. Without fail, they always manage to lift my mood. You guys have a new brother to welcome soon. I want you to be extra nice to him. The very loud greeting continues. I pet every velvety nose poking outside the stalls as I make my way down the aisle to the feed room. All in a normal day's work, and I wouldn't do anything differently. Later in the evening, after I let Mona stuff me with her delicious meatloaf and a baked potato, I drag my tired ass up the stairs to my bedroom and pull out the binoculars. It's become a nightly ritual of sorts, taking stock of the paddocks and barn, making sure all is quiet. I put them to my face, adjust the focus, and scan the property. My line of sight moves left and then keeps scanning until I reach the guest house. The lights are on, the drapes are pulled aside. In the back of my mind, where the healthy conscience I used to possess now lives, I know I shouldn't be lingering, that I would be appalled to learn someone was spying on me. And yet, I don't stop. Not even when Shane Hughes moves across the window, completely naked. Holy hello! What in the cheese and nuts is this? Instead of stopping, I lean in. Yep, I lean in. Because this man is worthy of crazy behavior. Jamie had an impressive body, but nothing like this. Every muscle on Shane Hughes's body is honed to perfection, all the way from his pectorals to his butt. Nothing like his brother's, which is more flash than substance. Those muscles are not a vanity project. They come from hard work and necessity. He turns, and I get a full frontal view. Do I stop? No. I'm going full pervert tonight. He has girth and length. Of course. Of course he would have a perfect dick. Why couldn't he have an ugly one with a kink in it? Because I'm not that lucky, and the universe has a sick sense of humor. Now, I'm going to picture him naked, that perfect dick of his swinging in my mind's eye every time I see him. Damn you, Mona, and these binoculars. Shane closes the drapes and saves me from further debasing myself. I take a shower thinking about him. I get into bed thinking about him. I find my relax her thinking about him. I feel guilty for about a whole minute. Why let a good fantasy go to waste, right? Chapter 7. Best I can do is deliver by 2 tomorrow, the sales clerk informs me, his cheek stuffed with dip. It's already past 6 p.m. when I make it to the feed store. Mice got into the bags we had left, and I need to replace them ASAP now that we have one more mouth to feed. I went to visit Legend first thing in the morning. With the meds and nutrition he's getting at the clinic, he's already looking so much better and more alert. Tom says he's making remarkable progress and should be able to go home by the end of the week. That's when the hard road to recovery really starts. It didn't escape my notice that the Cobra is parked not too far from the supply store. I can only wonder what he's in town for. And I do wonder. It takes up way too much of my time. It's been days, and that dick of his is still never far from my thoughts. This is what happens when you have a complete lack of a social life. Maybe Jess was right. This man fast is making me as thirsty as a 15-year-old incel.
Fine, I exhaled tiredly. But make sure you send someone to help me unload the bags.
I'll do my best.
He grabs a pen from behind his ear and scribbles something down on a notepad.
Kinda short-staffed this week.
Just my luck. When I step out of the store, the vintage Mustang is still there. Shane Hughes is still that one word in the NY Times crossword puzzle I can't figure out for the life of me. An annoying mystery begging to be solved. One that makes me hot and sweaty, even though the last thing I need is to get hot and sweaty over anyone, let alone a man so out of reach he may as well be a mirage. I won't allow myself to like him because I'm not in the self-harm business. That would be inviting a world of disappointment to waltz right in. But having him play the lead character in all my dirty fantasies isn't out of the question. In fact, it's the perfect solution. And I have the material taking up a lot of my hard drive already. Naturally, I go looking for him because my interest is piqued, and I'm a glutton for punishment. I don't have enough to do that I need to add stalking to my list. On my way to the local Cup to grab a latte, I walk by an outdoor restaurant and catch sight of the mirage himself out of the corner of my eye. He's impossible to miss, with his dark, salted hair, tan skin, and sharp, angular features. Even the scruff covering the lower part of his face can't hide his near-perfect bone structure or the semi-full lips. If he fails as a writer, he can always get a job as a professional lip model, if there is such a thing. That's when I notice that he's not alone. He's having dinner with a woman. And not just any woman. A drop-dead gorgeous one with a perfect figure. Her long black hair is silky. Her eyes are equally dark and almond-shaped. Her cheekbones are high, and her mouth is heart-shaped. If I were to guess, I'd say she's Native American, but who knows? Whatever she may be, together, they make every other power couple look ordinary. I never even considered whether he was married or engaged. Huh, that's weird. He doesn't wear a wedding band, but that's not uncommon these days. And I am 100% getting lover vibes from these two. Hello, disappointment, my old friend. I feel let down, even though I have absolutely no right to feel anything. Part of me is glad I got to witness it, though. It's another reminder that as fun as fantasies are, they're best kept as fantasies. She brushes away a tear, clearly upset and on the verge of more. Reaching across the table, she takes his hand. He squeezes it and reaches across with the other, wiping another tear away on her stunning face. This woman makes suffering look sexy. I knew I was way out of my league. I'm so absorbed in watching this drama play out that the sound of my cell phone ringing startles me. Frazzled, I hit accept without checking who's calling. Is there any reason I haven't received any of the pictures and videos I expressly asked for? Bloody hell. Cruella. Who's this? I say, trying to buy time. Cupping my ear to hear better, I ditch the coffee plans and head for the pickup truck. You know who this is. Don't play games. Mrs. Iskov? My voice is hitting that strange high note again, and fear is chum to people like Cruella. I physically cringe. Ms. It's Ms. But that's not why I called, is it? Right. The pictures. Yeah, we've been really busy taking care of the animals. And, Aiden has been working so hard that we just forgot. I mean, is she going to buy this steaming bag of lies? Probably not. Why am I even protecting this lazy you-know-what is the real question. If anyone deserves to be thrown under the bus, it's Aiden. But some corner of the non-cynical part of my psyche still believes he just needs time to see the error of his ways. Mona really is rubbing off on me. Do I strike you as some kind of an idiot? No, you do not, I swiftly answer. I won't mince words. This woman legit scares the crap out of me, and not much does anymore. I certainly don't need to make an enemy out of her. Good, because I would hate to give you the wrong impression. I want pictures and videos. You will send them starting tomorrow. I can do that, I say, nodding at no one. After which, the line drops.
The feed delivery truck shows up at 2 o'clock on the nose the following day. That's the good news. The bad news is that the driver is alone, and I have to unload an entire pallet of feed bags. No use in whining about it, so I grab the dolly and get to work under the broiling August heat. The Mustang drives up just as I'm getting started. Wonderful. I get to have an audience when I struggle with the bags. The sun is especially cruel today, so I squint and pretend not to see him. Shane slides out of the driver's seat and lowers his glasses, staring directly at me. This doesn't look good. His expression spells trouble. He slams the door shut with enough force for the driver of the delivery truck to notice and make a face. Then he crosses over to the porch of the guest house, takes his sunglasses off, and places them on the green Adirondack chair. His Rolex watch soon follows. Then comes the leather strap he wears on the opposite wrist. I'm spellbound watching him strip. This is the state of affairs these days. I get turned on watching a man remove accessories. He's taken, I remind myself, and get back to work, jumping into the open back of the truck. The glare he sends me while he marches over is chock full of hell, fire, and brimstone. He's wearing an army green t-shirt and jeans, but it's like 90 degrees, so he must be roasting. I'm sure that's adding to his mood. Where's Aiden? I stop what I'm doing and wipe the sweat beading above my mouth with the collar of my t-shirt. Are you seriously asking me that? His attention darts to the driver who's still kicking back in the cab of the truck. Wait here, he tells him, leaving no room for argument. Then he stalks off, heading straight for the trailer. Naturally, I climb out of the back of the truck and quietly follow. There's a promise of fireworks, and I, for one, don't want to miss a minute of the show. Shane rips open the door to the Airstream, and all hell breaks loose. Hey, I hear Aiden loudly mumble. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't think they sounded like they'd just woken up. But it's Aiden, so I know he just woke up. What the fuck? Who the fuck is this? Shane very distinctly shouts. Pretty sure they heard him in Utah. Then I hear, Melissa was just leaving. Melissa? You're not allowed to have any visitors, Aiden. What part of the judge's orders did you not understand? Did you understand any of them? She's my assistant. Your assistant always jumps into bed with you? So much for leaving the trappings of fame in L.A. There's a pause, then, you want to do the time in county lockup? That's your business. What you will not do is dick around and abuse the goodwill of that kid and the old lady. Kid? Old lady? Mona can run circles around these two insufferable jerks in her panties and bra with one arm tied behind her back. Starting tomorrow, you'll do double the work to make up for lost time. And if I don't? Another heavy pause. Look, man, I'm trying to help you, but you seem hell-bent on destroying your life. I don't know. I don't know what to do with you anymore. Fuck you, Shane. You've already done that. The door bursts open and smashes loudly against the side of the trailer. I leap back, startled and out of breath. Shane fills up the doorway and stares at me for a beat, expression locked under key. Then he marches toward the truck. Kid? That he thinks of me as a kid would be funny if it wasn't so painfully offensive. He has no idea who I am or what I've experienced in my life. I'll never understand why dour people assume happy people are simply less intelligent or immature. Last time I checked, wearing your suffering on your sleeve doesn't win you any diplomas. And why am I a kid? Because I still have the ability to smile and enjoy my day? Being happy in spite of life is not a superpower. We can all get there if we try. In the words of my best friend, super shiny silver lining. He's broken the spell. I'm no longer intimidated. Just like that, I'm back to me at almost 30 again. A grown-ass woman. By the time I get back to the truck, he's already jumped in the back, lifting bags of feed and placing them closer to the edge to load onto the dolly. What are you doing? My lips finally spit out. What does it look like I'm doing? He says as he jumps down from the back of the truck and slings a 50-pound bag of feed over his shoulder. Unloading? You don't have to. I got it handled. I struggle to lift a bag out of the back of the truck, pulling and dragging it over the edge. It falls to the ground and kicks up dust. Because life has taken it as a personal challenge to find new ways to embarrass me in front of this man. Shane takes hold of my shoulders and gently moves me aside. Picking the feed bag up with ease, he dumps it on the dolly. I was working on that, I say weakly. I was, though. An unremarkable car tears down the ranch driveway, and we both stop to watch. It pulls up to the trailer, and a woman, the notorious Melissa, I'm assuming, comes out of the trailer and gets in the back. Then the car takes off, back the way it came.
Can we pretend that didn't happen?
He says, still staring in the direction of the now departed Melissa, jaw clenched like someone has his picture-perfect family jewels in a vice. When I fail to answer in a timely fashion, he turns to look at me, and the worry surfaces, the stony mask slipping away.
Please.
I guess I should applaud the love he has for his brother in spite of whatever went down between them. And something definitely did. The worry breaks me. I'm a sucker for another creature's worry. No matter how shitty he's been to me, I can't be shitty in return. Melissa never happened, I tell him, choosing my words carefully. He doesn't get a free pass to insult me and Mona because of his personal issues with his brother. There's a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Then it dims, and he goes back to grabbing bags. Jules called me, I add. This gets his attention. She wants pictures of Aiden working with the animals, for the PR campaign. He nods.
I'll handle Jules. Is the door to the feed room open?
Not yet.
Go open it.
This man is way too comfortable giving orders, but I'm too hot and too tired to argue with him. It's a lost cause anyway, so I do as he suggested. I go open the feed room door. A few minutes later, he enters the barn pushing the dolly stacked with feed bags, sweat dripping down his temples, the veins on the back of his hands popping off, his t-shirt molding itself to his chest like it's a contest to see who can look better in a t-shirt. Surprise! He wins. I'm not too proud to admit that I'm enjoying the show. Not even a little. In fact, all that's missing is a recliner and a tub of buttered popcorn. I don't even hide it. It feels good to be a grown-up again. No, really, let me help you, I say without even a pretense of meaning it. Instead, I sit on a bale of hay, legs crossed, enjoying the entertainment for a change. I should probably make a small effort to sell myself as the kind of woman who can #do it all. Surprise! I can't. I welcome with open arms any help I can get from a man.
Make yourself comfortable, Sharina.
What the table-flipping hell did he just call me? That's the second time today he insulted me. He even had the gall to do it in a language I don't speak, which means I can pretend I didn't hear him. Meanwhile, he stacks the bags of feed all by himself while I watch. All 10 bags. You insisted. I check my nails. Yep, still dirty. I get my phone out and pretend to look at that. His lips twitch, desperate to curve up, but he fights the feeling. Don't fight it, Shane, I want to tell him. Go with it. But I keep my trap shut. I've learned the hard way that people don't want to be helped. They want to stumble through life and make their own mistakes, no matter how long that lesson takes to be learned. I'm speaking about myself, of course. Finished, he brushes his hands together. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot one last bag by the barn entrance. You missed one, I say, my eyes still purposely glued to my phone. Watching me, he exhales. I can feel his searching eyes burn the roots of my hair. He takes his t-shirt off and wipes his sweaty face with it. Then he shoves one end into the waistband of his jeans and walks off to pick up the last bag. As hard as I try, I can't resist. Peeking up, I watch his naked, broad shoulders, the lines of thick muscle and bone, move as he picks up the heavy bag. The show is even better without binoculars. He's got marks on his back, what appear to be shrapnel wounds. Some of the guys I worked with in the past, firemen and LEOs, served, and many came back covered in the same wounds. He turns to make his way back, and I forget to look back down, too taken by the sight of a few more scars on his chest, a more noticeable one on his side. He pauses briefly when he sees the look on my face, and then continues into the feed room. "Were you in the service?" comes out of me without thought.
16 years,
he says, standing in the doorway of the feed room.
Lieutenant Colonel Hughes at your service.
A strange moment passes between us. I can't explain it other than an understanding. "Thank you for unloading the bags. And your service," I say, dropping the attitude.
"It's the least I can do."
He's back to being serious again. Then he walks out. "You answered!" my mother screams into the phone. I pull it away from my ear. "You've been blowing it up for 2 weeks. Is this urgent? Because I'm very busy." Mona makes a face at me and silently mouths, "Be nice." She places a well-cooked ribeye steak in front of Darby. He takes her hand and kisses the back of it. Other than that, he couldn't care less about what's going on around him. He really is the best boyfriend she's ever had. Quiet and respectful, and acts like he's in another world when Mona and I talk. I stare out at the sinking sunset, another great one to add to my list. "I'm coming to LA in a few weeks, and I'd like to see my daughter. So yes, I guess it is urgent." She can't come here. Under no circumstance is she allowed to be anywhere near the criminal in residence. I guess that could be arranged." "Great, great news. That's all I wanted to hear. I'll call when we're leaving Haiti and I have my flight booked. See you soon." "Uh-huh. Yeah, great. See you soon." I roll. I end the call. "She's really trying," Mona says, passing me the steamed green beans. "To be a pain in the ass? Yes, she is. Maybe she's changed. Dear, dear Mona. Always so hopeful. This is the same woman who guilted a 12-year-old into sending her all the money I'd been given from my grandparents, who I never see because they're living on Social Security in North Carolina, for birthdays and holidays. Because the kids in Guatemala were dying. I had nightmares for weeks thinking I didn't get her the money in time to save them." Mona makes a cringe face. "She's something special." "She's special, all right. Nobody knows how to self-promote better than my mother, and if she met Aiden, she would seize the opportunity faster than I could stop her. I don't think I can get out of seeing her, but she can't come here. Don't get tricked into giving her our location in case she hunts you down on social media." "Sweetie, you'd have to get up earlier than a gamecock to get one over on me." "I sincerely hope you mean a male chicken." She smiles at Darby, who happily smiles back. "Up for interpretation." Chapter 8. Days go by without any sign that Aiden is ready to make an effort. I guess tomorrow means whenever in Hollywood talk. Fine with me. As a matter of fact, the peace of mind this brings has me hoping he keeps it up for the foreseeable future. I mean, why should I care if he gets shipped off to county lockup? Then I think of the worried look on Shane's face. Maybe I do care. A little. I don't know what he told Jules. As long as I don't get any more threatening phone calls, I'm good with it. Mona and I brought Legend home this morning. It took the better part of a day to get him acclimated. Tom treated the anemia caused by an infestation of ticks he had on him and a minor infection. He had his feet trimmed by a good farrier while he was in the clinic. It's on us to get him healthy again, though. The weight he's gained, a few pounds, is mostly water weight. He was that severely dehydrated. The road to his real recovery is long, and it starts at home with frequent small meals that his weak and fragile system can handle. It's midnight when I finally tuck into bed, much later than usual. The sheets are cool, the AC hums a sweet lullaby guaranteed to put me to sleep in no time. I literally say, "ah," out loud. I'm almost out, sleep ready to claim me, when I hear a strange caterwauling coming from the paddock directly behind the farmhouse. Huh. Another broken high note tears the peace asunder. The left eye cracks open. Then the right. What the actual funk? When it's hot out, we usually place animals that need to be quarantined in that paddock so that either Mona or I can keep a close eye on them. At present, the donkeys and mini ponies are in there just in case we get a stray coyote passing through, which we sometimes do. That way, the large horses in the paddocks surrounding this one provide another layer of safety. Kicking off the covers, I jump out of bed in a huff and grab my trusty binoculars. I peel back the curtain to inspect the property and freeze. Oh, hell flippin' no. That's no coyote. It's something much worse. I charge out the door and rush down the steps without a spare thought to what I'm wearing. By the time I'm on the porch, however, shoving on my red cowboy boots, I realize all I have on is a navy tank top and my pajama shorts. No bra. Sigh. With my C-cup, going without a bra is really not decent. Do I care? No, not tonight. Tonight, all bets are off. This dilemma is debated for less than a second because anger and exhaustion kick modesty out of the way. I have exactly 5 hours to sleep before I have to get up and do it all over again, and not a minute to spare. As I march to the paddock, I catch the lights on in the guest house and make a sharp left turn in that direction. Pounding on the door happens, lots of it, and with no hesitation whatsoever. I, the person who needs to be up at dawn, shouldn't be the one dealing with this nonsense. I didn't sign up for this and the loss of my sacred space as well, and yet here I am. When the door finally swings all the way open, Shane stands before me wearing a questioning expression, reading glasses, a ratty plaid robe, and sweatpants. That's it. 2 articles of clothing and 1 accessory. The rest of him is naked. The chest, dusted with dark hair in my direct line of sight, gets my immediate and total attention. Another up-close and personal experience that will no doubt invade my dreams later, if I ever get to them. I'm embarrassed to admit my body goes beyond the standard issue hot and bothered. It gets a foreign feeling it hasn't felt in ages. Credit where credit is due, though. His chest really is a work of art. Ancient Greek sculptors would weep in their graves if they could see this man. My fingers itch to skim over the hard ridges of his stomach, my short nails scraping through the dark dusting of hair on his chest. The mental malfunction lasts for only a minute, thankfully. He clears his throat, and the trance is broken. I really have to put a stop to this lechery because, A, he thinks I'm a kid, and B, he's taken. What part of either of those facts does my body not understand? My eyes meet his, and my mood takes another turn for the worse when I recall that his brother is washing his ball sack in my animal's drinking water. "What's up?" he asks when I fail to speak fast enough for his liking. "What's up? Did you just ask, what's up?" "Yeah, it's midnight and I'm working. What's the nature of your visit?" Oh no, I will not accept attitude from this one. "What's up, Hemingway, is that your brother is causing problems again. He's in the paddock soaking his ass in my animal's water trough. Come fetch your boy." With that said, I don't wait for a response. I turn on my heels and dash in the direction of the god-awful sound, which has not abated 1 iota. In fact, it sounds like it's getting louder. The man in question is exactly where I saw him last, in the donkey's water trough. Unfortunately for me, he appears naked. Do you know how I know this? The moon is full tonight and the sky clearish. I can see perfectly his bare arms and legs dangling over the rim of the tub. I highly doubt he remembered to put on swim trunks, but a girl can dream. Pepper and Hazel are crowded under the run-in shed while the mini-horses, Raven, Pumpkin Spice, and Piglet, as bold as brass, are inspecting the intruder. Piglet has his snout directly over the water like he's about to bob for apples. God forbid. "Quit your bitching," I hiss after a particularly bad broken high note and shoo the ponies aside. "You're going to wake the neighborhood." Aiden scans me from head to toe and gives me a lopsided smirk. "Neighbors?" "Yes!" He glances at an approaching Hazel. "All I see is a bunch of asses." Hazel, who's reclaimed her natural curiosity and is now standing at the foot of the tub, doesn't look pleased with this guy splashing about in her water. "Funny, I see only 1 ass," I counter. He makes a finger gun, then thinks the better of it and shrugs instead. "You're drunk," I announce because there's no question. I can smell it. "That's against the rules. Where'd you get it?" "I'll never tell, but she's a sweet lady." Freaking Mona. My brother hates me, he grunts, his head thrown back like someone in physical pain. Oh, please, with the drama. As for his brother hating him, I disagree. All one needs to witness is his brother's worried expression every time he looks at this loser to know hate plays no role between these two. I doubt it, is the best I can do. Drunk, depressed, whatever he is, it's not my job to make him feel better. My job is to foster him for the next month and a half. That's all I agreed to. I can keep him alive. Other than that, he's not my concern. I'm a fuck up. Well, at least he's honest. Stop being so awesome. You'll ruin me for all other men. How is this my life? I moved out here to live a nice, quiet existence, away from all the bullshit, and now I'm stuck trying to talk this fool, who one could argue is the top movie star in the world, into getting out of a tub filled with hay bits and animal slobber. At midnight. This is not what winning at life looks like. I don't know how to fix it, he continues as if I haven't spoken. Something tells me Aiden Hughes is not a good listener. I should have. I tried to. Truth is, I'm... Another pause. He rubs his face. I don't know. Sometimes I can't help it. I beg to differ. You can help it. For starters, you can remove your sorry self from that tub you're soaking in so that I can add disinfect the trough to the list of many chores I need to accomplish in the morning. He looks up at me with the most pathetic, searching blue eyes. His perfect beauty in the face of my lack of sleep enrages me even more. I'm sorry. I know I've been awful. You shouldn't have to put up with me. I don't deserve your hospitality. Fuck. He's going with genuine remorse for once. I have no defense for this. It's my Achilles heel. My shoulders slump in defeat. I'm ready to accept that I won't be getting any sleep tonight. With that in mind, I grab an empty tub with a few straws of hay left, flip it over, and sit. You want to talk about it? I force the words out of my mouth. No, he blurts out defensively. Then he digs the heels of his palms into his eyes. Yes, I think. I think about what I'm about to say because if I am going to lose sleep tonight, I want it to be worth something. Aiden, I don't see you as the kind of person that would hurt anyone, least of all an old lady and her cat. So, what gives? What are you so angry about? A moment of silence. Do you know my father is a 3-star general? This sets me back. His father? This is about his father? No, I didn't. Aiden nods. He's retired and living in Sarasota with my mother. That's nice. My parents are divorced. Then I realize the obvious mistake. Not legally, but they've been separated since I was 6. That sucks, he says offhandedly. My mother took off one day after my birthday and never came back. She's still out there, saving the world. That sucks. It's a major effort not to roll my eyes. My father used to hit me. He liked hitting me. The old man's favorite hobby. My heart sinks. Aiden. He liked to put up his fists like this. Lifting his hands, Aiden curls his fingers in front of his face and say, "Fight me. Show me what you got." I remember thinking his fists looked like the big cans of tomatoes you see in the supermarket. He looks up at me, open and defenseless. He wanted to teach me to be a man because I like to watch movies instead of going outside to... He exhales tiredly, like the story is getting too heavy to carry on his own. I don't know. Lift rocks or some shit. I'm getting a clear idea of what the problem is, and it breaks my heart. What about your mom? She tried. He told her he was raising sons, not daughters. And Shane? I can't imagine that his brother wouldn't protect him from this abuse. Shane's 5 years older than me, he continues. He enlisted in the Marines out of high school. He was the good son. It all makes sense now. The veiled animosity, the Cold War between them, and why Shane doesn't treat Aiden with the same contempt. Maybe being an only child wasn't such a bad thing after all.
Got the old man's name and everything.
There's a long pause. It's obvious that major, unresolved issues are in play between them, but none are getting solved tonight. I yawn, unable to stop myself. I'm sorry, Aiden. I really am. And we can talk about it whenever you want, but can you get out of the water now? His gorgeous mouth kicks up on one side. With a nod, he begins to lift himself out of the water, and my reaction is immediate and dramatic. Standing abruptly, I back away and cover my eyes with my hands. I know it's juvenile, but it's a knee-jerk reaction. I can't, in good conscience, perv on both brothers. I draw the line at one. If I'm going to sexually objectify a Hughes, I want it to be Shane.
It's safe to open your eyes, I hear over the sloshing of water.
I crack one eye open, see the arena swim trunks, and smile.
You dig these?
No, I tell him, incapable of keeping the smile off my face. It takes an outsized ego to try and pull those off. That, and the oversized package between his legs. But don't let me stop you. Aiden stuffs his feet into his Adidas slides, and we begin to make the journey back to the trailer. He's a little unsteady on his legs, and the moonlight isn't as bright as it was 10 minutes ago, the moon half hidden behind a cloud. So I take his arm and sling it around my neck.
You're a good bird, I hear him mumble.
On the way back, we almost walk into Shane. Nice of you to join us, I spit out. He blinks, expression hard to read because I'm tired and it's dark. Save it. Here, take him. Shane takes Aiden's arm from around my neck and without a word guides him away.
Night, Tweety, I think I hear Aiden say,
which is a weird ending to an even weirder night. Then again, I'm starting to acclimate to weirdness. The following morning, I drag my limp body down to the kitchen at 6. I'm barely standing. I haven't even taken a shower because I'm already running behind. My hair's a ratted mess, sticking up in places it should never stick up. I didn't have time to run a brush through it, let alone wash it, and with my natural wave, it doesn't take much to make me look like a lunatic. I have ghoulish, dark circles under my eyes. And I'm not even quite sure what I'm wearing because I never bothered to check as I got dressed. Do you know who doesn't look like a walking disaster? Mona. Her makeup is perfectly applied, and her black hair is perfectly blown out. Dear, dear, dear Mona. She's pouring coffee when I step into the kitchen, and she's pouring it into a mug for her lover. Meanwhile, Darby is comfortably seated at our kitchen table, glasses on, reading a book like the little lord of the manor. In front of him sits what looks like the remains of a full breakfast he recently decimated. Pancakes, eggs, bacon, the works. Mona finishes pouring, and Darby takes her hand and kisses it. I clear my throat. She glances over at me with a dimpled grin and does a double take. The smile literally melts off of her face. Oh, sweetie, you look parboiled. You don't say. I walk in and sit at the table across from Darby. Would you like some coffee? She asks, all sweet and innocent. I can make you some eggs and toast the way you like it, with melted butter. Just coffee, thank you. I'm already late. That said, I swipe Darby's cold toast and the half-melted butter sitting on the table. Mona slides a fresh cup of roasted hazelnut in front of me, and I dump 2 spoons of sugar in it. Then I slather the toast with a good thick layer of butter and stuff it in my mouth. All the while, Darby watches with concern. Mona takes a seat at the table as well. Sipping her coffee, she does the same, watches me devour the toast and suck down the caffeine I need to function. Do you know what I did last night? I say to my lovely boss. Sweetie, don't talk with your mouth full. It's not pretty. I swallow and exhale. Do you know what I did last night? Dug up dead bodies from a graveyard for extra money? No. Take another wild guess. Entertained dirty dreams about Shane Hughes? The woman's power of observation is downright creepy sometimes. Who says I have a thing for Shane Hughes? You saying you don't? Gosh dang it, I can't lie to her. It's beyond my control. Moving on, What I was doing last night was trying to talk Aiden Hughes out of the donkey's drinking water. I found him soaking in it at midnight, drunk, and singing very badly. And you know what he told me? What? She asks, eyes wide and innocent, while the tight purse of her lips suggests otherwise. He told me you gave him the alcohol. I thought that was very strange, seeing that you know that he cannot have any while he's here. Is this true? Did you supply a criminal with a substance he cannot have according to the sentencing guidelines? Well, yes and no, she says, looking not in the least bit guilty. Yes and no? I didn't get enough sleep to decipher this. We gave him some truth serum, didn't we, Darb? Darby lifts his attention off the book he's been reading the entire time this conversation has been going on and nods. The two of them smiling at each other like this is all perfectly normal stuff. Truth serum? I have no other choice but to go with it. Uh-huh, she nods. That's what my mama called whiskey. Whiskey? You gave him whiskey? He came over while Darby and I were playing cards out on the patio, so we invited him to join us in a few hands, and he did. That boy looked so darn upset we gave him a little of Darby's stash so he could get whatever's ailing him off his chest. Truth serum, like my mama called it. And he started talking about how he loves his brother, but I put a hand up to stop her, already knowing where the story was headed. Got it. I heard it all firsthand last night. So then you know. No more truth serum. You could be liable, and I don't want to find out by how much. Can we please stick to the rules? Oh, phooey with the rules. Mona? Fine. I get up to head to the barn when Mona pats my hand. Remember when we discussed getting someone else to work the rescue part-time, and we said we'd have to find the perfect person who we could trust and who we could also afford? Yeah, I say, a little worried about where she's going with this. I know for a fact we can't afford to pay very much, so even though it would take a lot of the burden off of me, it would also make me worry whether I could trust such a paragon of virtue to take care of the animals on the days I have off. I think I found the perfect person. Who? I say with major skepticism. Darby. Darby? I say as gently as possible. Yes, she's my friend, but she's also my boss, and this is her new boyfriend. She nods, the excitement all over her face. I start with the most obvious question. What does Darby know about caring for animals? I trained cutting horses most of my life, Darby answers. Taking off his reading glasses, he places them on the table. Trained 4 open futurity champions and 3 open derby champions. My ex-wife got the property in the divorce, but I still give a clinic or 2 a year. I do a piss-poor job of keeping the shock off my face. Wow. So, why would you want to work here? He glances at Mona, a soft smile lifting his silver mustache. Isn't it obvious? Oh, is the best I can do. I suddenly feel like I'm intruding on a private moment. Okay, maybe we can talk about it some more later. Mona nods. We'll see you at lunch. Chapter 9. I'm all yours. Where do you want me? Aiden asks, his voice filtering into the barn. Man, those are some loaded words. I glance over the top of the stall I'm cleaning and find him standing in the center aisle dressed in board shorts and flip-flops. No shirt again. He smiles, although it's half-hearted and doesn't reach his eyes. Hallelujah. A breakthrough. I'm just happy he's here. It's almost sick, the satisfaction I get from seeing him. Progress is a big thing for me. It's a part of the rescue process I love most, seeing the animals get better. Hopefully, we've turned a corner and can continue for the next month as friendly acquaintances with a common goal. The stalls get stripped today, I inform him. Grab a pitchfork and a wheelbarrow. I eyeball his outfit, my expression clearly indicating that his attire is inappropriate for the job at hand. You should probably change out of those flip-flops, unless you want to get crap between your pedicured toes. He wiggles them and deadpans. I'm glad you noticed. Never trust a man who doesn't believe in pedicures. I make no attempt to hide the eye roll. Thanks for the life hack. He shrugs. Happy to help. Taking my suggestion for a change, he leaves and returns a few minutes later, wearing his work boots and pushing the wheelbarrow I left outside the barn. Still no shirt, though. I will give him props for not needing to be led by the hand to the wheelbarrow. This is how low my standards are for him. We pick the poop and wet shaving out of the stall and place it in the wheelbarrow for disposal. Try to scoop as little of the clean shaving as you can, I demonstrate as I explain. Bedding is expensive. The wheelbarrow gets dumped in the big containers out back. We compost it and use it as fertilizer over the fields later. I got this, Tweety. I did a Western a few years ago, and the director made the cast live on a working ranch for a month. This ain't my first stall cleaning job. Oh, right. It's gotten to the point that I've forgotten he's a world-class actor and a movie star. To me, he's Aiden, the nuisance who lives on the property. Then it dawns on me. Tweety? Bluebird, Twitter, Tweety. No, I say, shaking my head. This I will not abide. Try and stop me. His lips curve up into a textbook movie villain smile. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Laughter wins. Together, we make quick work of the stalls. It cuts my time by 2/3. Amazing what a little help can do. Maybe having Darby give me a hand a few days a week wouldn't be such a bad idea. Aiden has an almost bottomless abundance of energy when he focuses. I now understand why he's so successful and why he's been working consistently for the past decade. With his help, I finish feeding the animals their grain for lunch, throw hay to the ones living in the large pasture, and still have time to repair a few loose boards in the fence. The Mustang drives up while we're in the middle of this task, and even though I do a really good job of hiding my interest, I find a nail head in the post that needs to be pounded in a little deeper so it doesn't injure any of the animals. I can't stop staring. Shane gets out of the driver's side wearing a white linen shirt with a vest over it, dark jeans, and his usual aviator sunglasses, and grabs a couple of grocery bags out of the trunk. He looks like he stepped out of the pages of GQ. You know it's time to seek help when the simple act of a man exiting a car kickstarts your sex drive. From the attire, I figure he must have been meeting someone because he's usually in a t-shirt and basketball shorts when he's home working. This is how low I've sunk. I know what the man prefers in loungewear. You want some popcorn to go with that show you can't stop watching? I hear Aiden say, his voice edged in humor. My head whips around, my skin the color of hot chili peppers. I'm ready to deny everything and anything at all costs. What? You're going with denial? His face is the very picture of mischief. Bold move, Baldwin. I don't know what you're talking about. He points to the screwdriver I'm holding. That's not a hammer. Shane spots us standing side by side along the fence, his gaze bouncing between me and Aiden. His expression is one that can only be described as coldly furious. What the heck is his problem? It has not escaped me that Shane and Aiden have not been seen together since they both arrived. At least, not since Aiden decided to use the water trough as a personal bidet, and his brother had to tuck him in. Shane walks inside, and I turn to his brother. What was that about? Aiden looks off into the distance. We came into the world like brother and brother, he recites with the gravitas it's due. I'm almost tempted to take a picture of him. He can go from playful to thoughtful in a nanosecond, from clownish to noble in even less time. I'm getting whiplash being around him. And now let's go hand in hand, not one before another. Then he gives me a blank stare, which I rightfully return. Shakespeare, he adds. I know, I reply in a casual tone, and pick up a nail out of the box, placing the head between my lips. It's a lie. I am flat out lying. I don't know, but I'm not about to be patronized by a man who goes to a salon for highlights. No, you don't. Oh, shut up and hand me that hammer. He laughs, and a smile sneaks onto my face. The look on Shane's face has its hooks in me, though. Hey, Aiden. Yeah? He says, grabbing the hammer while he hands me the end of the board to hold in place. Maybe you could, I don't know, help your brother out with his career? Have you considered that it's hard for him because you're so accomplished and successful, and he's still struggling? He's about to start hammering the nail into the board, but suddenly stops. He turns to me, looking completely bewildered. Struggling? What do you mean struggling? Struggling as in the textbook definition. Trying to make a living as a writer. Aiden laughs. Huh, he sold 50 million copies of his series, and he has a deal with HBO. If that's struggling, I don't want to see what success looks like. It might kill him. What? Why do I feel like the world's been flipped upside down and I suddenly live in an alternate universe? 50 what? His last Patriot series sold 50 million. I heard you the first time. I know those books. Military thrillers aren't my thing, but everyone knows Shane's books. He's E.S. Hughes? Eamon Shane Hughes. You didn't know? Humiliation threatens to swallow me whole. It makes me prickly. I think of all the stupid things I said to him that night. Boy, he must have had a good laugh at my expense. How would I know that? Hughes is a common last name. I don't know. Search Google like everyone else? He starts hammering the nail on the board. Hard, confident, precise strokes that indicate he's done this before. I'm not like everyone else, I mutter in my defense. I'm far more clueless than most. Yes, I'm starting to see that. Why is it that when one aspect of your life improves, some other part inevitably turns into a flaming turd? Aiden's finally doing his part, working hard to fulfill his community service hours. In turn, with all the help I'm getting around the ranch, I actually finish days without being completely exhausted for a change. We're even having some fun in the process. Then, Pepper gets sick. She hasn't eaten in 2 days, I tell Tom, who's looking at me with an overabundance of sympathy. He had to make a barn call today when Pepper, again, refused her morning grain and treats. This is very much unlike her and cause for concern. Pepper was already around 26, a senior citizen, when we rescued her from the kill pen years ago, her spirit broken by years of neglect. She was so shut down, it took months for her to trust us. But the true transformation happened when Hazel came to live with us. Hazel's mother died giving birth to her. We weren't sure she would survive at first, but she did, and as soon as she was strong enough to be turned out with another mini donkey, we placed them together. Hazel got the mother figure she desperately needed, and Pepper turned into a loving, doting, adoptive parent. Tom takes the longish dark blonde hair falling over his hazel eye and tucks it behind his ear, exposing his sharp jawline. If I was a normal person, I would find this hot. Blue. His words stall, like he's searching for the right combination that will hurt the least. She's old, almost 30. So, what can we do? Be kind. Don't prolong her life because you're not ready to say goodbye. I can give her an IV, but she'll continue to deteriorate, and I'll be back here tomorrow telling you the same thing again. He places his big, warm hand over my shoulder and squeezes. Make her comfortable and let her go. I pace the barn for a few more hours and make the decision with Mona's help. Tom comes back at sundown and finds me in the stall with Pepper's head on my lap. She's hurting, and the decision to let her go is the right one. Pepper travels over the rainbow bridge with her head on my lap, peacefully and loved beyond measure. You can hear a pin drop in the barn. The animals know. They always know. I text Mona when it's done. She's not good with them passing, so we've worked it out that I stay with them. I don't fault her. Some of us love so hard, it bleeds out of the seams and leaves us weak and defenseless, unable to cope. Maybe that's why I was a good paramedic. When tragedy strikes, a steady calmness comes over me. Sometimes it helps to save a life. Sometimes it's to assist life in completing its cycle. I don't know where it comes from, but it's always been with me. Up until the assault. While the other animals are quiet, Hazel is not. I had to put her in a separate stall down the aisle. She's hysterical, in fact, braying loudly. It's a blood-curdling sound if you've ever had the displeasure of hearing it. Once I buried Pepper in the grave I asked Aiden to dig with the backhoe earlier. I run back to Hazel to try to calm her down, but it's almost impossible. Shane walks in and finds me in the stall, seated with my back against the wall. The look on his face is pure compassion, no pity. The line between those two is thin, but important. I can see why he would make a good leader of men. He's a dream and a nightmare. I'm just not sure which is worse for me. Tears threaten to surface for the first time all day. Seeing all that resolute strength in such a great package stirs them up. "How is she?" he asks, tipping his chin at Hazel, who's now quiet and standing, but exhausted. She refuses to lay down and rest. The only thing that helps stop the braying is Frank Sinatra. "Frank?" I hold up my iPhone and hit play. One for My Baby comes on softly. He holds up a paper bag. "I brought you a sandwich and a bottle of water. Mona insisted you eat." Without invitation, he enters the stall and sits across from me, his long legs stretched out and crossed at the ankles. His calves are tanned, cut muscle, lightly covered with dark hair. Up close, I can see a few more shrapnel scars faded by time. I wonder about them, what their story is. Does he still carry it around, or has he set it aside the way Pepper set aside years of abuse and chose to spend the rest of her life being happy? When I don't move to take the bag, he plucks the bottle of water out, loosens the top, and hands it to me. "Drink." "Anybody ever accuse you of being bossy?" I say quietly. Even though Hazel isn't sleeping, I don't want the energy to incite another braying spell. "Lieutenant Colonel." His half-smile wakes me up. "I was paid to be bossy." "You must have been very good at your job." Learning that he's a successful writer is still hard to accept. It almost doesn't fit my idea of him. He's so low-key that it feels incongruous with his level of fame. "Thank you," I say. Taking a sip of water makes me realize how thirsty I was. "You should eat." He takes the sandwich wrapped in wax paper out and hands it to me. I can't even think about food right now. Exhausted both physically and emotionally, I'm afraid it won't stay down. "I can't, Shane." He doesn't press, tossing the sandwich back in the bag. "I'm sorry about Pepper." Tears well in my eyes at his sudden, sincere sympathy. This time, they spill over. I brush them away with a knuckle and a nod. "Why do you do this? All the time you dedicate to these animals?" I don't even have to think about my answer. I love them. I reach out to pet Hazel. She sways and makes a helpless sound. They need me. I have a purpose here. The silence that follows is rich and dense and meaningful. There's an unspoken understanding in Shane's eyes. I don't know this man. I don't know what he's experienced in life, but I know that he understands me. It scares me that I won't be able to fix them, that I don't have the power to make them whole again. I don't want to fail them. He's watching me so intensely that if I wasn't completely wrecked, it would make me nervous. Good thing I'm completely wrecked. I have my days, too, when everything seems to be working against us, and I feel like I'm drowning and it's time to walk away. But then I get a comment like this. I open the screen on my phone and click on the IG app. The most recent picture of Legend, who's doing remarkably well with his recovery, pops up. Then I go to the direct messages and quietly read, "Hi, Mother Goose Rescue. I'm 11 and immunocompromised, which means I'm homeschooled and don't have any friends my age that aren't in the same situation. It sucks. I just want to tell you that I check your pictures every day. I love to see the animals you save. Pumpkin Spice and Hazel were my favorites, but I have a new favorite now. Legend. Because..." My voice cracks, and I bite the inside of my cheek to keep from crying. Exhaling, I start again. Because he never gave up, even when he almost died when his owner stopped feeding him. Whenever I have a bad day and want to give up, I think of Legend. If he can get better, maybe I can too. I put the phone down. That's why I do it. We sit quietly in each other's company until Hazel gets restless and starts making noises again.
"Wait here,"
Shane says and gets up. I watch his perfect round ass with the dents in his cheeks walk out of the stall and disappear into the dimly lit barn aisle. A few minutes later, he returns with an acoustic guitar under his arm. Taking his place back on the stall floor, he cradles the guitar under his arm, leans over it, and begins softly picking strings. The tune sounds Spanish, the perfect sound to soothe an aching heart. The music starts working its magic, and Hazel takes a few steps closer to nuzzle Shane's scruffy cheek. Shane looks up, our eyes meet, and his lips curve up softly. Right here, see this moment? This is the moment I died. Write my obituary because I just died of lust for a man playing guitar to a heartbroken miniature donkey. Hazel walks over to me and finally lies down. Cuddled against my leg, she lays her head on my lap, and I pet her gently. She closes her eyes and sighs, and the ugly tears I was hoping to save for later, to shed in the privacy of my room, fall down my cheeks. In minutes, I'm going to look like a bruised tomato in front of my dirty fantasy man, and there's nothing I can do about it. If you've ever seen a bruised tomato, you understand. Shane puts the guitar down and slides his big, hard body against mine. He throws an arm around my shoulders, and I stiffen. It's an automatic reaction, not because I don't want to melt into him, shove my nose into his clean pits, and inhale him like he's a line of cocaine and it's the 80s again, because I want to do that with every fiber of my body. It's because I don't trust myself to not fall for him hard. And when I say fall, I mean in love for all the wrong reasons. He's just that tempting. And with my track record, it would turn into a disaster. I need to stay away from any man that elicits this degree of reaction from me and go after solid citizens, like Tom.
"Don't worry. I won't think you're hitting on me,"
he says in that deep, raspy voice of his, the sound vibrating in his chest and sending sparks to every part of me where we touch. Good, because you're not my type.
"Good, because I'm a bad bet."
But maybe, just for now, I let myself melt into him, and he pulls me closer, his scent more intoxicating than Colombian cocaine. If I knew what it was like, which I don't. 2 minutes, then you can leave, I mumble. With my face plastered against his hard chest covered in an army t-shirt, my eyes drift shut. Is the last thing I hear. Chapter 10. Turning Points. The topic of today's unauthorized TED Talk. Turning points can be both good and bad. The problems creep in when you're not sure which it is. The morning after Pepper's passing, I awakened at dawn to find myself being nuzzled by Hazel and covered in Shane's extra-large army t-shirt. He must have stayed with me most of the night because I remembered sleeping against something warm and hard. I'm not ashamed to say I took the t-shirt home and have been taking hits of his scent like a smoker takes a drag of a last cigarette before she gets ready to quit. With feverish, almost violent force. It's been a few days, and I'm just not ready to return it yet. We've seen each other in passing since then. I've received a tip of the head when he comes and goes, but he's kept his distance otherwise. Aiden's another story altogether. No. Godfather 2 is the better movie. There's no question. I swear it's like he just found out Santa doesn't exist. I'm afraid to tell him I like Star Wars more than Return of the Jedi. I hand him the keys to the tractor. The composted manure is ready to be spread over the large pasture, and Aiden informed me that since it's a man's job, he should be the one to do it. I giggled for an hour. Who did he think had been doing it until today? Billy? Personal choice, my dude. I like the original Godfather better. I watch him climb the tractor in his board shorts and work boots. No shirt. Like, ever. Quick question. What is with the nudity? Seriously, put a shirt on. If I wanted to see your naked chest, or any other part of you for that matter, I'd pay $12 at the theater. Looking down at me, he flinches, his blue eyes going wide. Hey, not cool. Don't body shame me. I'm already dealing with a lot right now for you to add this on top of it. Shit. I blanch at his hurt expression. I was joking, at least somewhat. It never even occurred to me that he was touchy about his looks and that the exhibitionism was masking feelings of inadequacy. I'm sorry, Aiden. I wasn't body shaming you. I was kind of joking. There's nothing to be ashamed about. Your body is perfect in every way. Literally, it's perfection. A wicked smile spreads across his face. So you noticed. Gospel truth, I'm gonna kill him before his time is up here. Mona's property is 500 acres last time I checked. They'll never find his perfect dead body. Start the engine before I'm the one forced to wear an ankle monitor. You find me charming. Admit it. I'm morbidly fascinated with your ability to take rejection and turn it into a win. I'm an actor, Tweety. I've had plenty of practice with rejection. I highly doubt he's ever faced rejection. The sunlight catches his eyes at the right angle and turns them into glittering pools of Caribbean blue. Wait, don't move. You look great sitting up there. Let me take a few pictures for Cruella. He gives me a lopsided grin and tips back the rim of his straw hat, squinting one eye into the light. Cruella? Jules. I flash a tight smile. Please don't tell her. He laughs, then he strikes a serious pose, and I snap away. Aiden looking pensive, Aiden looking off in the distance, Aiden laughing as he pulls the rim down over his eyes. The camera loves this man. This much is true. Aiden, I hear Shane call out behind me. I turn to watch him cross the distance between the guest house and the place next to the barn where I park all the equipment. He's wearing one of his fertility outfits again. Tight-ish, retro USMC t-shirt, dark jeans, Red Wing boots. The name is fitting, since my uterus starts spring cleaning every time she sees one, removing cobwebs and fluffing pillows, diligently preparing the place where his children will live for 9 months. If he continues looking this good, she'll start naming all 10. He holds his cell phone up when he reaches us. Jules needs to speak to you about an offer. I'd forgotten that Aiden doesn't have a phone on him, per the judge's order. His face brightens, his excitement barely contained. As fun as this has been, it was only a matter of time before Aiden would get bored on a farm. Monkeys like adventure. Collies, not so much. He hops down from the tractor and takes the phone from Shane. Thanks, he says, and walks away for privacy. Shane looks down at me, and the tension escalates. I climb the tractor and sit in the seat, ready to do what I always do. A man's job. Hazel looks like she's doing better, he says out of the blue. I stop what I'm about to do, start the engine, because did he just admit to checking on Hazel? You checked on Hazel? He places a boot on the tractor tire and leans. Seemed like the decent thing to do, he tells me all blasé. I have to bite my bottom lip to stop myself from smiling. It takes serious effort. Billy, my one-eyed dwarf goat, has stolen her attention now that Pepper's gone. How soon they forget, he says dryly, musing out loud. A smile follows, and I nearly jump him right then and there in broad daylight. Needing something to do, I turn the ignition on the tractor, and it makes a strange sound. Donkey dung. Try it again, he tells me, and I send him some serious side-eye. What are we, back in 1920? I've been doing this alone for far too long for him to show up and give me orders. He walks around to the front of the tractor and pops the hood like he owns it. You know what you're looking at? Or should I call my guy? Dexter knows how to fix this thing. I pull my phone out of the front pocket of my short overalls, ready to dial. Shane pokes his head out from under the hood and scowls at me. Sorry, Colonel. Had to make sure you weren't a poser. Can you get me a toolbox? Make sure you have a torque wrench. I jump down and head to the maintenance shed where I keep all the gadgets. When I return, automotive toolkit in hand, thank you very much, he's removed his t-shirt and hung it on the waistband of his jeans.
These Hughes boys sure like to get naked. "Got it," I announce, very proud of myself, and hold up the kit. Taking it from me, he places it on top of the tire and opens it up. Meanwhile, I watch him like I'm getting paid to do it properly. Grabbing a few tools, he ducks back under the hood and starts working.
"How long are you gonna stand there and watch?"
Drifts out from under there 2 minutes later. "Why? Is there a time limit? Do you charge by the minute?" I can't help myself. I really can't. He ducks out again from under the hood and finds me sitting on the tire. His lips twitch, almost risking a full-blown smile, eyes narrowing as he scrutinizes my blank expression.
"I think I liked you better when you were stuttering around me."
That wasn't stuttering. That was breathing in between letters.
"That was stuttering."
I shrug. First impressions eventually wear off. Amusement fills his big brown eyes. Shane doesn't want to have fun, but he can't help himself either. God, why fight it so hard?
"Yeah? What happens after that?"
Reality sets in. This is beginning to look a lot like foreplay. Better yet, am I the only one who thinks this feels like foreplay? Probably. "He's taken, you dipshit," my conscience screams. He watches me for more time than I'm comfortable having that level of scrutiny directed at me. No doubt to remind me why I should be intimidated. But we are way past that point. Or are we? I'm definitely starting to sweat. "I charge by the second," I tell him. Then he laughs. A strong burst of laughter resonates deep in his chest.
"Start the tractor, wise ass," he murmurs once he's done.
I try turning the key again, and the tractor turns on. "Woohoo!" I shout with my arms raised. He comes around to my side, and I hold out a fist to bump. "Fist bump! Come on, Colonel, don't be such a downer." Which he doesn't. "Okay, never mind," I laugh, at myself, and the grin he's been fighting since I've known him breaks free. Is this our turning point? I hope so. But the question is it a good one? Shaking his head, Shane grabs the t-shirt from his waistband and pulls it over his head. In the meantime, I try to remind myself that he's taken. "Blue Baldwin, it's your mother speaking. Athena Baldwin," she says as if there were any doubt. "I'm in town, and I'm dying to see you. Call me." She's in town? So soon? This is not how I like to start my day, but I wasn't given a choice. My phone is never on silent, just in case Mona has an emergency and she needs me. Kicking the covers off, I drag my, now annoyed, self to the bathroom. As I'm passing by the window, however, I catch sight of something I thought to never, ever see in my lifetime. A full moon, courtesy of Shane Hughes. It looks like Shane has set up an outdoor shower and is, in fact, showering outdoors. Outdoors where no one ought to be able to see him in his naked glory. And yet, here I am, seeing him. All of him. Every muscle, there are too many to count. Every dent in his butt, exactly 2. Every hanging dick surrounded by dark hair, 1, thank God. Lord, why do you test me so? My conscience debates this for all of a second. I grab the binoculars and, in Mona's exact words, spy on the man. Unfortunately, by the time I focus, he's wrapped a towel around his waist and is heading inside. Major missed opportunity. Damn you, conscience. I'm downstairs, walking into the kitchen 20 minutes later. After my mother's cryptic and rather unsettling phone call, I know it's time to pay my father a visit. "Go, sweetie. Go see your father. Darby and I will look after the animals today," Mona tells me after I explain what happened. Not the part about me spying on Shane. The part about me not knowing what to do about my mother and asking my father for advice. I don't doubt the animals will get looked after. Mona is nothing short of brilliant in that regard. She taught me everything I know, and she learned everything she knows from her father, a storied horseman who owned and operated a working cattle ranch for 5 decades. Mona is the one who decided to stop breeding Red Angus for human consumption. The issue, as I sit at the kitchen counter and stare at the 2 of them over the rim of my coffee cup,
like a suspicious parent at a couple of errant teenagers, Mona with a silly smile on her face and her "I just got nailed to the wall" hair, and Darby looking like he could take a 10-hour nap, is that I'm afraid they won't make it outside, let alone to the barn. You know how they get if lunch hay is late. Mona throws Darby a conspiratorial smile before her attention returns to me. We'll be fine. Don't you fret. I pull into the parking lot of my father's station house a little before noon. Black and whites are parked side by side next to unmarked sedans. A man, tall and lanky, with the same shoulders I see every time I look in the mirror, exits the glass doors. His silverish blonde head tipped down, his hands stuffed into the front pockets of his dark navy suit pants, his full mouth set in a grim, straight line. It's an expression I know all too well, the same one I would see across the small round kitchen table on the rare occasion we had dinner together when I was growing up. He's in deep thought over a case, unavailable to anything or anyone else. I don't speak to my father often. If you have a parent obsessed with their career, you understand why. Because even when we speak, he's not really present. His mind is held hostage by whatever case he's working on. It gets tiresome having to keep repeating the last sentence because he isn't really paying attention. Then again, do I have a right to complain? Not really. He was warm and affectionate when he was around and always gave me anything in his power to give. He gave me my first car, a used Jetta I drove until the wheels fell off. He paid for my education so I could become a paramedic. We didn't have a house. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. But I didn't have any financial debt coming out of school. That's a lot more than most people have. Dad, I say before he runs me over. I used to joke that he'd walk into oncoming traffic one day. I never realized how much truth to it there was. His head snaps up, and when his warm green eyes meet mine, he smiles. "You're here already?" he says, clearly surprised to find me standing before him. "We said noon." Expression confused, he takes his phone out of the inside pocket of his jacket and checks the time. 5 to 12. Wow, where does the time go? My back stiffens. It's the same uncomfortable feeling I always get when he acts forgetful, like I'm imposing, taking up too much of his time. Can you still do lunch or... Of course, he says, jumping in before he sees the disappointed look on my face. The same one I used to wear on the regular when I was a kid. Come on, I haven't seen you in weeks. Months, I'm quick to correct him. Months. An embarrassed smile lifts his lips, but not his eyes. Give your old man a hug. He opens his arms, and I walk straight into them. Standing on my toes, I wrap my arms around him and can't help but notice that he's thinner than the last time I saw him. You lost weight. You know how it is. I forget to eat sometimes. We're so much alike in so many ways. I inherited my mother's beauty mark and her dark blue eyes, but my work ethic, my blonde hair, and the strong vein of responsibility coursing through me come from Alan Baldwin. We walk to our usual hole-in-the-wall Mexican restaurant around the corner from where he works. The food is top-notch, and we spend less time traveling and more time talking. Inside, he waves at a table full of cops he knows. Hey, Cap, who's your lovely lunch companion? A young, attractive guy at a table of 4 asks, all of them uniformed LAPD. My daughter, you filthy animals. Behave yourselves, he jokes back. The guys laugh. Blue, meet Hernandez and the guys, Dad says. Hi, I wave. Hi, Blue, says Hernandez, the first to speak. Nice to meet you, the rest answer as well. Are you single? One shouts, and they all laugh again. Dad greets the owner of the restaurant before we order our food and then grab a table in the back. How's the rescue business going? He jests, but he's been supportive of it. Not once has he asked or pushed me to go back to working as a paramedic. Dad was a rock after the attack, always by my side when I needed him, always a steady, calm presence. The opposite of Jamie, who was constantly wearing an expression of dread and concern and even had trouble making eye contact at times. Not exactly reassuring when you're laid up in bed and everyone refuses to give you a mirror. Good, good. And the movie star? He giving you any trouble? I called my father before I agreed to Aiden's terms. I needed someone to give me sound advice regarding a repeat offender. Little did I know what I was dealing with. Frankly, it turned out better than I could have anticipated, even with our bumpy start. I think of all the ups and downs, all the drama since the Hughes brothers came to live with us, and I smile. It hasn't been boring, that's for sure. A wave of sadness comes over me when I think of them leaving. It's still not for a while, but I'm going to miss them all the same. And nothing serious. I kind of like him, actually. He's a good guy who lost his way. My dad nods. Then I recall why I needed to see him. Mom's in L.A. He surprises me by nodding again. I know. You do? I saw her. You did? I repeat, flat out shocked at this point. He nods. She didn't tell me that she was going to see you. He takes a bite of his steak taco. She said she tried to call you about 10 times, but her calls kept getting pushed to voicemail. Okay, yes, true, but we're getting a divorce, he continues nonchalantly, like he hasn't just dropped a stink bomb on me. Something inside me comes loose. I don't know why. They haven't been living as a married couple for over 2 decades. I can barely remember seeing them together, and yet I'm almost on the verge of tears. Daddy, I haven't called him that in a decade. She couldn't bother to mention to me that this was the reason for her visit. Athena had done it again, pulled the rug out from under me. And I'm not handling it any better than I did when I was 6, 12, or 20. I'm back to square one. Yes, Bluebell? Why'd you marry her? You two couldn't be more opposite if you tried. What made you think you could make it work? I have to know. Something dark is lurking inside of me. The fear that maybe I'm more like her than I want to accept, that my judgment is shaky at best, that I pick the wrong men. I've never asked my father a personal question before. We just don't have that kind of relationship. There was a period when I was a teenager that I got a little bold and pushed, but he always shut me down. Loose lips sink ships, was the answer he always gave me. When you know, he says dismissively. That's not an explanation. He takes a deep breath and looks off for a moment, his sun-tanned brow bunching together, making him look older than his age. Your mother is the most exciting woman I've ever met. Nobody else has ever come close. He says it with such sincerity that I don't doubt for a minute that he means it. This explains why my father has remained single all these years. I know he's dated women, quite a few of them actually. He never tried to hide it from me. The ones who I accidentally met were always nice and polite. None of them lasted longer than a year, though. She's exciting like a hurricane is exciting, or an earthquake. She's exciting because she's destructive. He's shaking his head before I even finish. No. You can't blame someone for being who they are, Blue. I knew she was not the type to stay home and raise a family, and I ignored all the signs. He sighs and wipes his mouth and hands with a paper napkin. This conversation is making him uncomfortable, but it's been a long time coming. I can't blame her for her nature any more than she can condemn me for mine. You mean, like the scorpion and the frog? His mouth kicks up on one side. Something like that. Then it hits me like a shockwave reverberating down to the soul. The realization that I'm not like Athena, but I'm just like my dad, picking men for the wrong reason, hoping to domesticate a wild animal when everyone knows that bears don't do well in captivity. The look on my father's face says he accepted his fate long ago. But I haven't. What about her being an absolutely shitty mother? Can I blame her for that? His eyes fill with pity. That's for you two to work out. This has always been a bone of contention with my dad. He won't take sides. I needed him to take my side so many times when I was growing up. I needed it so many times I lost count, but he never threw shade at her. Not once. I know what you want me to say, Blue, he continues, but I can't fix this for you. As much as I'd like to, I can't. You're going to have to do it for yourself. And after you do, come see your old man. I'll give you a hug, tell you I love you, and listen when you need to talk. Chapter 11. I get back home to Ojai after dark. Even though I know Mona checked on the animals before turning in, I want to see how Billy and Hazel are faring. I've been keeping them in a stall at night instead of the paddock with the ponies and other animals, so they could have some time to bond. I'm happy to see them sleeping peacefully side by side, snuggled together. Fishing my phone out, I snap a picture to post on social media tomorrow. Sleep well, my babies. See you in the morning. Turning off the lights, I step out of the barn. I can feel him before I see him. Shane is sitting in one of the green Adirondack chairs on the porch of the guest house. I can sense him watching me, even though I can barely make out his face. It's a clear night, and the stars are out, but it's still inky dark. "Blue," he says quietly, voice extra raspy tonight. It gets into my bones and gently pulls me toward him. My heart beats fast, and each step I take reminds me of the conversation I had with my father only hours ago. Do I want to wind up like him? Alone at 56, pining away for a person I love who I couldn't hold on to because he didn't want to be held back? Shane told me he's a bad bet. You should believe people when they tell you who they are. I don't feel comfortable taking the chair next to him, and he doesn't invite me to sit, so I lean against one of the posts holding up the roof overhang. "What are you doing out here in the dark all by your lonesome, Colonel? Or should I call you Iman?"
"Not if you want me to answer. It's my father's name, as I'm sure Aiden's told you."
He raises a glass half filled with what I assume is contraband booze to his lips and takes a sip. "Did you have fun that night? Letting me make an ass out of myself?" He exhales and leans back in the chair.
"You didn't give me a chance to explain."
I replay the scene in my head. Okay, maybe he's right about that. But still. The silence continues. In fact, without me to fill the silence, there's no doubt it would continue indefinitely. It's then I realize he uses it as a tool to intimidate. Yeah, that's not gonna work anymore. I am 99% sure he's holding my beloved copy of Simply Sinful hostage, and I'm not freaking out about it anymore. I'm long past being intimidated. "I thought you said all alcohol had to be removed from the premises," I say, motioning to the glass he's holding.
"I thought you said Dexter the Mormon lived on the property."
Even in the dark, I can see his eyes spark with mischief. With the promise of great sex. The skin on my chest suddenly feels blowtorched, the heat headed south of my waist. Oops, busted. The smile that spreads across my face spans from ear to ear. He returns the favor and smiles back. God help me, it's so big and bright it blots out the stars. The heat spreads over my skin and licks the back of my neck. "He's taken. Stop with the self-owns," my conscience reminds me, her delivery annoyingly smug and dry. Why does my conscience sound like Holland Taylor?
"You were gone all day,"
he casually throws out, like he hasn't just admitted to keeping tabs on me. Without thought, I cross the distance and sit in the chair next to his. The only thing separating us is a tiny side table and total ruin. "I went to see my father. He's a cop, LAPD captain. My mother's in town, and she wants to see me. I don't know what to do about her," I continue, the dark coupled with the silent companion acting like sodium pentothal. "My mother left us when I was 6. I don't have a relationship with her. I mean, I do, just not... How do I even begin to describe what we are? I don't trust her at all." I glance over to see if he's sleeping at this point. He's so quiet, I wouldn't be surprised if he is. Except, he isn't. He's very much awake and staring at me.
"Did seeing your father help?"
he finally says. I don't know. I just found out he's still stuck on her, so it's hard getting an objective answer. I don't know why. She's so self-absorbed. After all these years, you would think those feelings would fade.
"I love her, and it is the beginning of everything,"
he murmurs. Did you write that? Because if you did, then maybe you should be writing romance instead of military thrillers. His mouth hitches up on one side, and he shakes his head.
"Fitzgerald did." to his wife Zelda.
My nerves get the better of me, and my fingers play with the edge of my skirt. I stretch out my legs. I read somewhere that if you're stuck in the past, you're likely to be depressed. If you're constantly anticipating the future, you're filled with anxiety. But if you live in the present moment, then you're at peace. Do you believe that? After another long, painful pause, painful for me, that is, he's as chill as he could possibly be. He says,
I think we live all three simultaneously and choose where to focus.
That's good. I can see why you're so successful.
Give your old man a break. Love is complicated.
An image of the woman he had dinner with all those weeks ago flashes before my eyes. She looked heartbroken over him. I wonder if that's who he's thinking about right now. A gorgeous woman whose heart he broke. I wonder if it's regret I see on his face. It's really not, though. Love doesn't have different rules for different people. Being there for someone you say you love is part of the deal. He tips his head back and watches me under hooded eyes.
Some people can't switch it on and off.
You speaking from experience? I dare ask. I don't know where I'm finding the nerve to be this forward. Maybe it's the dark. Maybe I'm finally finding the courage I lost that night 4 years ago. Either way, there's no turning back now. He hooks an arm up, his hand sliding under his head. His bicep bulges, straining against the sleeve of the t-shirt he's wearing.
I don't know how to switch it on.
That's a lie if ever I've heard one. Either he's lying to me or he's lying to himself. You know what your problem is, Hughes? He schools the smile trying to grow on his face, while his eyes return to the bottom of the tumbler cradled in his palm.
You're gonna psychoanalyze me? Let's hear it,
he says. Slowly, he raises the glass to his lips and wraps them around the edge.
The suspense is killing me.
No one who memorizes quotes like the one he just recited has a hard time falling in love. I'm not buying it for a hot second. You're a romantic. His eyes flicker to me. There's a glimmer of surprise in there that instantly gets stashed away. Even this is too much. He won't allow anyone to see anything too personal. Everything's locked up so tight, I'm exhausted just thinking about it.
Sweetheart, I'm Irish. It's practically a requirement.
I get up and smooth the wrinkles out of my short skirt. If I stay any longer, my mouth is liable to get me into serious trouble. Shane's eyes travel slowly and deliberately up my bare legs, all the way to my face.
Are you?
A romantic? He nods. Yes, I answer truthfully, a sweet ache resonating in my chest. Takes one to know one. Cruella loved the pictures you sent of Aiden with the mini ponies running after him, Jess tells me. I don't think I've ever heard her speak so nicely about anyone who isn't a client. I'm still kind of shocked. She did? I'm genuinely surprised and a little bit proud of myself. What did she say? She said the pics were usable and it was nice to discover you weren't a total fuck-up. I snort and switch the phone to the other ear as I shake out my hair. For once, it's styled. With all the styling paste I applied to the ends, the waves are behaving. Parted to the side, they're falling nicely over my shoulder. I can't believe I'm doing this for a woman who abandoned me, but I'm a glutton for punishment and still have mommy issues at 29, which is why I agreed to meet her for lunch a few days after I saw my father. You can't fault me. Deep down, nobody wants to believe that their parent would rather spend time with strangers than with their own child. Plus, I'm still searching for signs that I may have misjudged her for the past 23 years. Unfortunately, I have yet to see any evidence. Aiden's been a surprise. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm going to miss the big, beautiful dork when he leaves. What about his brother? Shane. Somehow along the way, I've managed to gain a friend. I think. I'm not saying I've stopped having dirty dreams about him. Those are still very much happening. But it's no longer just a lust thing, which is probably worse. Every day I don't see him now feels like an eternity. The problem is that although my heart is romantic, My head is a pragmatist, and I don't see how this ends well for me. And yet it definitely will end in 4 weeks and counting. You mean the brother who's a famous writer? That brother? Way to let me get blindsided. I'm sorry? I didn't realize you live in a place with no electricity and cable. I thought you knew. Some of us don't eat, sleep, and breathe the entertainment industry. You're right. We can't all be that lucky, my insane best friend says, snickering. Wish me luck. I'm meeting Athena for lunch. You don't need luck. You need to remember that everything you've accomplished, which is a lot, you did with no help from her. Don't give her any power over you. She doesn't deserve it. I'll call you later if I need an ass-kicking. Ass-kicking is my specialty. We say our goodbyes and end the call. I step out of the house, keys in hand, hobo bag over my shoulder, and head for the baby blue Chevy pickup truck. The mini cotton dress I decided to wear today, white with embroidered flowers along the hem, has a peasant top and a full skirt that goes perfectly with my red cowboy boots. I grabbed my jean jacket in case it gets chilly later. People always underestimate how cold Southern California can get at night when the Santa Anas aren't blowing. Aiden promised to finish replacing a few of the rotten boards on the large pasture fence while I'm gone. Seeing me cross the gravel driveway to the truck, he tips back his straw hat, grins, and whistles. In case you're wondering, no, he still hasn't put on a shirt. He says he's working on a Saint-Tropez tan in Ohio. As for the theatrics, this is a man constantly surrounded by women who are the standard for beauty. So all I have to say to that is, eye roll. I decide to meet Athena someplace neutral. I can't have her come to the ranch. That is out of the question. There's a good chance she'd see Aiden and find a way to use him to her advantage. The Westfall Mall is 48 minutes away. I get to the restaurant 10 minutes late and overly nervous. A text from Athena comes in, alerting me that she's already at the restaurant, seated toward the back. I walk into the Cheesecake Factory, wiping my hands on the folds of my dress. The restaurant is busy and loud. Across the dining room, I spot her wavy hair, so much like my own. Dark blonde with bright gold streaks running through it. Athena smiles widely and waves me over. The closer I get, weaving between tables stuffed with people, the closer I am to realizing she's not alone. There's a man seated next to her. He's tall and thin, with a thick head of golden blonde hair. His smile is warm and takes up his entire face, splitting his darker blonde beard into 2 halves. My mother looks essentially the same, except 5 years older. That was the last time I saw her in person when she was passing through L.A. and wanted to meet Jamie. He liked her. That should have raised red flags. Her shoulder-length blonde hair is the same, just a little duller, with a little more silver threaded in. A few more laugh lines around her mouth and at the corners of her dark blue eyes. The beauty mark at the edge of her mouth is the same one I see when I look in the mirror. Seeing my mother is like looking into my future, although without the tchotchkes she's wearing around her neck and on her ears. As I take a seat, my gaze keeps cutting to the man sitting next to her. I haven't seen her in years, and she brought her boyfriend? You've got to be kidding me. This is strange, even for her. I'm so happy to see you, Blue, she says, and reaches across the table to squeeze my hands. Her long, bony fingers wrap around mine. They feel cold and dry. The gesture is unfamiliar. Her smile is brittle. I know she's nervous too, but it's not my job to make her feel better. She immediately retracts her hands, the awkwardness palpable. This whole thing is awkward with a capital A. Isn't my daughter beautiful, Matthias? Matthias, whoever the fuck he may be, is quite obviously younger than my 52-year-old mother. I'd say closer to 42. I don't know why this bugs me, but it does. I sure hope young Matthias knows who he's gotten himself involved with. Matthias throws a long, slender arm around her shoulders and smiles. Beautiful, just like you. I can taste the bile surging up my throat. A waiter approaches to take our order, and I'm suddenly not hungry. Just water for me, I tell him. The 2 lovers order lunch salads, and the table falls silent once again. So, You wanted to see me, I say, kick-starting the conversation. No need to drag this discomfort out longer than necessary. Why am I here? The good manners my father taught me would require that I include the boyfriend in our conversation, but I just can't. For now, I'm going to pretend Matthias doesn't exist and operate that way for the rest of this very short lunch. My mother takes a sip of water. Matthias and I'm sorry, who is he? I turn my attention to the man with his arm around my mother and break my own rule less than a second later. Who are you? My fiancé, her smile crumbles. Soon to be husband. I'm speechless. For the first time ever, I am at a complete loss for words. My brain tries to process what she said, but something in my psyche won't allow me to accept it. Matthias works for the UN, she continues. We met in Haiti. I wave a hand to stop her because I really don't want to hear any more. I thought you actually wanted to see me, but instead, you coerced me here under false pretenses to, what, introduce me to the man you'll run out on in a few years? Cheap shot, I know, but I'm wavering between being once again devastated by her callousness and spitting mad for letting my issues with her cloud my judgment. They say doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome is the very definition of insanity. I think I'm there. Blue, my mother's young lover starts in. I know I have no right to. Has my mother told you that she left us the day after my 6th birthday and didn't even bother to tell me she wasn't coming back? He rightfully looks apologetic on her behalf. She did. Did she tell you how she promised to make it to my elementary school graduation and never showed up? Matthias glances with pity at my mother, whose increasing uneasiness is written on her face. Blue, she says, jumping in. This is why I wanted to see you. I'm trying to make amends. I want to apologize for all the broken promises. Why? It's pointless to ask how she intends to make amends because I can't even fathom how one would go about making amends for deserting a child. Did she bring a time machine with her? Why do I want to make amends? She asks in a confused, almost childlike voice. She licks her lips, her gaze darting to Matthias for moral support. Why now? Because it's been weighing on me. Their eyes lock, and he squeezes her shoulder like she's a damsel in distress instead of a narcissistic escape artist. Matthias and I feel like we can't make a clean start until I make amends to you and Alan. I've wanted to do it for a long time. I just don't know how to go about it. Dad said you asked him for a divorce. Now I know why. Here's looking at you, Matthias. So, let's recap. You came to LA not to see me, but to get a quick divorce from Dad and to give me a heads up that you're getting married. Did I get it all? Her shoulders fall. You make it sound so terrible. The truth sometimes is terrible. Her face then does this weird thing. Her mouth shapes into a forced smile that makes her look insane. You're gaining a sister, she continues. Don't you want to know about Callie? Lord help me, and I thought this couldn't get any worse. Matthias has a 13-year-old daughter that he's been raising by himself. Matthias once again gives her a reassuring squeeze. Until we met. Callie's dying to meet you, Matthias says, forcing himself into the conversation. She goes to a boarding school here in LA. We told her all about you already. So much to unpack here. I blink, incapable of having any other reaction. I don't know what's worse, that this poor girl has been manipulated by two people who should be protecting her, or that they went to see her first. I know it's petty, but consider that this is the woman who told me to ask my father to explain tampons because she was at a political rally in Bolivia, and the phone call would have cost too much. Sliding out of the booth, I stand and slip my handbag over my shoulder. The saddest part about all this is that it shouldn't surprise me, and yet the words rising from deep within my chest get stuck. Congratulations on your impending marriage. For future reference, keep me out of your plans. Blue, Athena calls after me as I walk away, with no temptation to ever look back again. From here on out, I choose to focus on the present. Chapter 12. At present, I can't find the blue truck. Where the hell is the blue truck? Frantic, heart thumping a heavy beat, I search row upon row, my feet moving more and more quickly. And still, I don't see the blue pickup. This shouldn't be difficult. It's pretty much the only pickup made in the 60s that's still around. It's dirty, old, and dented. Who the fuck would want to boost it? Doubt creeps in. Did I lock it? I thought I locked it. Is Mona covered for theft? Can we afford another big expenditure right now? No, we can't. And that truck may be a clunker, but it runs really well. After an hour of being slow roasted, having taken a few laps around the parking lot, my frustration boils over. I sit on a bench and tears crowd my eyes. It's all too much. I refuse to ugly cry, however, and bite my lip until the pain distracts me from the state of my life. I dial Mona's cell number, and it goes straight to voicemail. Hi, it's me. A hiccup breaks free. I'm really not a crier. It's that Athena has once again managed to reduce me to the lowest common denominator of myself. I think the pickup was stolen. I'm going to take an Uber back. One that will cost me a fortune. Just wanted to let you know I'll be later than usual. You might have to feed dinner if I don't get back in time. I'll do night check. I hang up and glance around, accepting the utter disaster this day has turned into. Lunch was a total bust. I'm not even sure the damage can be fixed. And now this. My phone blows up. The ringtone is the Commodore's brick house, which tells me Mona's calling me back. Oh, sweetie, don't you worry about that old truck. I'm sending someone to pick you up, so don't get an Uber. Where are you? What would I do without Mona? Just hearing her voice makes the tears bubble up again. Westfall Mall on a bench in front of Chico's. Exactly 40 minutes later, the rumble of a familiar car raises the fine hairs on the back of my neck, and goosebumps cover my forearms. I glance up from the Mother Goose IG account, where I've spent the time being productive, answering DMs from patrons and followers, and see the Cobra slowly roll around the corner. It's like someone dumped a bucket of relief over my head. That's the good part. The bad part is that seeing Shane knocks the legs out from under whatever was holding me together. Tears well up again. He pulls up to the curb a few feet from where I'm sitting and looks at me, window down, eyes hidden behind his sunglasses. Need a ride? A tear sneaks down my cheek, and I quickly wipe it away with my finger, pretending I got something in my eye. By the set of his mouth, I can tell he doesn't buy it. Get in, Blue. I do just that, gather my things, and walk around the front of the car to the passenger side. Then, I slip into the soft leather seat and tip my head back on the headrest, hoping it keeps the rest of the tears pooling on my lids from falling. The car smells like Shane, a subtle blend of leather, sandalwood, and pine. It makes me think of my mother's scent. I still have a hard time walking down the body care aisle at Whole Foods because of the scent of patchouli. She's forever ruined that aisle, and that scent for me. What happened? He's watching me, the car is still in park, when all I want to do is leave this place and never come back. I want to go back home and see my animals. Mona's pickup was stolen. Before that. Another tear falls, and I wipe it away with the heel of my palm. My mother happened. Can we get out of here, please? He puts the car in drive and pulls away from the curb. I'm gonna stop at the police station first and file a report. That all right? A police report, of course. I nod. Thank you, I manage to get out without full tilt crying. Thank you for coming to get me, and I suck in a breath. Thank you for helping me clean up this mess. No need to thank me, Sharina. What is that? Why do you keep calling me that? It's Pashto. I served 2 tours in Afghanistan. He doesn't continue, and I doubt I can get any more out of him by pushing. For a writer, he's infuriatingly chintzy with his words. He pulls into the police station parking lot 10 minutes later and tells me to lock the doors as he gets out. Not long after that, he comes out of the building holding a stack of papers. Mind if we make one more stop? I shake my head. I don't care if he keeps driving until we fall off the ends of the earth. I'm on shaky ground and can't get my bearings. All that's keeping me from losing it is his quiet company.
Can I ask you something?
He asks. I can feel his soft rasp on the back of my neck, and a shiver ripples over my skin. Anything.
Mona doesn't drive?
This gets a reluctant smile out of me. He makes the most innocuous question sound sexy. I thought you were going to ask me something personal. I'm only telling you this because she doesn't hide it. Mona's legally blind in one eye, and her vision isn't great in the other. It's one of the reasons she hired me.
You two are close,
he says as a statement of fact. Very close. I don't know where I'd be without Mona. Rudderless, lost for sure. She's more of a mother to me than mine has ever been. I would stay with her even if she wasn't paying me. The Cobra turns onto Pacific Coast Highway, Santa Monica Bay glistening on my left, and we head north. Where are we going?
My place. I need to pick something up.
10 minutes later, we pull down a dirt driveway and keep going until land meets air. A silver Airstream trailer sits on a bluff overlooking the coast with a couple of lawn chairs and a card table next to it. This is your place? It's beautiful. A view worth millions, no doubt.
I bought the land when I signed my first contract and never got around to building. I'm away too much, so this works for me.
He parks the car, and we both get out. The breeze blowing my hair back feels good. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Fill my lungs with sea air and push out all the residual anger at my mother. It's my fault. My father was right. She is who she is, and expecting her to change is insanity.
What happened with your mother?
I look over my shoulder to find Shane watching me closely, his dark brown eyes turning amber in the sunlight. My mother's getting married again. She's in town to ask my father for a divorce and to see her new stepdaughter. She's 13 and goes to boarding school here. I guess I was hoping for things to be different, for her to come to her senses and turn into the mother I always wanted her to be. But people can't change their nature, can they? Hands stuffed into the front pockets of his jeans, he walks up next to me and stares ahead at the sinking sun.
No, I don't think they can,
he murmurs in a resigned tone. I can't help but wonder if he's speaking about himself or someone he loves. Grizzly bears like to roam, comes out of my mouth without permission. His brow wrinkles in confusion.
What?
Never mind. We should head back. I have to feed the animals dinner. Looking down at me, he searches my face and nods.
Let me grab my laptop.
While he disappears into the trailer, I glance around, drifting over to the lawn chair. I take a seat and stare at the horizon. Something about this place feels familiar to me. Homey, almost. My gaze cuts left, and I spot a paperback with the cover ripped off on the other lawn chair. The hair on the back of my neck stands on end. I reach for it, and my suspicion is confirmed. My beloved copy of Simply Freaking Sinful. Picking it up, I clutch it to my chest and whip around in my chair. Shane is in the doorway of the trailer with a laptop tucked under his arm and a guilty expression on his face. "You dirty, rotten, filthy liar!" I shout, standing. I'm not sure whether to be pissed or embarrassed, but somehow I end up laughing. I've been thoroughly played. A grin splits his face.
You never asked me whether I had it.
You knew what I was looking for and you said nothing. I charge up, and he backpedals inside. I go to smack him with the book, and he catches my arm in his free hand, the rough pads of his fingers wrapping gently against the fine skin on the inside of my wrist. My vitals spike, my pulse racing like I just ran a marathon, and my breath turns shallow as we stare at each other. When I squirm to break free, he places the laptop down and grabs my other wrist.
Rule number 1 of hand-to-hand combat: never fight above your weight class.
His voice is low, guttural, and dripping in sexual undertones. I stop struggling because, let's face it, I don't want to break loose. I want him to pull me closer and kiss me like his life depends on it. Shane's gaze is molten and focused on the beauty mark at the edge of my mouth. I can practically
feel his eyes on me and instinctively lick my lips. Other than in the stall, I've never been this close to him. Face to face. Close enough that I can feel the heat radiating off of him and his warm, minty breath on my skin. Kiss me, kiss me, kiss me, I silently beg. I can't take the anticipation anymore, my skin flashing hot and cold every few seconds. Who said anything about hand-to-hand combat? I lean in just a bit, and he does the rest. He drops my wrists and cradles my face in his hands, tilting my head so he can put his lips on mine at just the right angle, so that he can gently slide his tongue into my mouth and push his hips against mine. I am overwhelmed, seeing stars behind my eyelids and feeling fireworks between my legs. Shane kisses like he means it, with his entire body and soul, like he won't stop until one of us dies of old age. Never in my tender 29 years have I ever been kissed like this before. Not by Jamie, not by anyone. They're gonna need the jaws of life to separate us. Or a crowbar. It's going to take heavy-duty force for sure. The rough brush of his erection pushing against his jeans is no match for the light cotton mini dress I'm wearing. I'm close to coming when he suddenly steps away. Panting heavily, he turns his back to me and runs his hands through his hair. Then he places his hands on his hips, and his head drops. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. From hot flashes to icy cold in seconds. I've never felt so cold in my life, and the man who was keeping me warm a second ago may as well be on another continent. A shiver runs up my back, and to add insult to injury, I just realized that my jean jacket is in the stolen truck. There's nothing to apologize for. I kissed you. You shouldn't... I kissed you, he argues, cutting me off and brooking no argument. I wanted to kiss you, and I took advantage of the situation. Turning, his pointed gaze runs up and down my body methodically, not with appreciation, not even with lust, with apathetic scrutiny, like a claims adjuster at the scene of an accident. Great. Wonderful. I smooth my skirt and wipe my mouth with my thumb. I can still taste him. I can still feel him on me. I'm not a kid, Shane. Don't treat me like I don't know what I'm doing. He closes his eyes and breathes out tiredly. Then he says, after you, and motions with his hand to the exit. We ride the entire way home in silence. I jumped him, I say, after deliberating whether to tell her for all of a minute. God damn it, I'm proud of you, Jess replies. No surprise there. Jump first and think later is Jessica's motto. I take a long drag of the bottleneck beer I stole from Darby's stash in the refrigerator and continue. I said, what the hell, and I did it. Live in the present moment, right? We could be dead tomorrow for all we know, Jess grumbles. She's in a dark place tonight. She had a bad day at work, and I've been in hell since Shane decided to destroy my fragile ego, which is why we decided to get drunk over the phone. Jess is way ahead of me on that score. Hit your head skiing like that actress, what's-her-name, and poof, gone. I step out of the tub and place the now empty beer bottle down. He hasn't looked at me since then. Bloody coward. How long? An eternity. 2 days. Men are the worst, she grunts. I hate them. Let's hate them together. No, we love them. That right there, though. We do. We really do. We love men something fierce. Man, you really are drunk. I'll never catch up. Wrapping a towel around my torso, I head for the bedroom and slip on a t-shirt. Shane's t-shirt. Because I'm petty and will no longer be returning it. You got until the end of the month. Then they're gone. What are you gonna do? What is there to do? Nothing except move on. After the initial burn wore off, I started to think, maybe it's not about me. Maybe he's in love with someone else. Maybe he's pining for that woman I saw him with. That would hurt. Not gonna lie. That would really hurt. I'm done with him and his hot body and his big dick energy. I'm really not, though. I need to find a solid citizen, someone who wants the same things I do. A home filled with half a dozen kids.
Good Lord, do you know what that would do to your body? Vaginal reconstructive surgery coming right up. I can only hope. Crawling into bed, I pull the covers up to my nose. I'm going to sleep now. You should too. Happy dirty dreams, Jess shoots back. The line goes dead, and soon after, I slip into a peaceful pseudo-coma, courtesy of a Rolling Rock beer and Darby French. You would think growing up in Los Angeles would prepare you to handle earthquakes. You would think that, wouldn't you? Well, you would be wrong. The bed shaking wakes me, but it takes me a moment to get my bearings and figure out exactly why. I was in the middle of a hot and heavy filthy dream featuring my fantasy man, so cut me some slack. I jump out of bed and rush down the stairs to Mona's bedroom, forgetting all about Darby. He almost knocks me over in their mad dash out the door. Darby in his jeans with the fly hanging open, and Mona trailing him in her leopard print robe. "Oh, sweetie," Mona yelps. "Outside, quick!" All of us head for the front door, while the earth keeps trembling beneath our feet. It's impossible to run, and we have to hold on to the walls as we go. What most people who haven't experienced an earthquake don't understand is that the ground doesn't only shake side to side. It also moves up and down. The sensation is like being on the sea in a violent storm, which is why it's so hard to keep your balance. As soon as we make it outdoors, the animals running around and screaming is the first thing that hits me. I must have been sleeping like the dead not to have heard them. You can often tell an earthquake is about to hit by how the animals behave. On the porch, I grab my cowboy boots and shove them on, my ass crashing to the ground because I can't keep my balance. Then I join Darby, Mona, and Aiden, who didn't bother with anything other than his boxer briefs, on the gravel driveway. Shane reaches them at the same time I do. He's in shorts and sneakers, and if I wasn't in the middle of a natural disaster, I would devote some time to appreciating his absolutely exquisite chest. Bastard. The tremors finally stop, and all of us glance at each other, then at the animals. In the distance, I can hear all the car alarms going off in town. It wasn't the worst earthquake I've lived through, and it wasn't the longest. 4.0, Darby is the first to predict. Aiden shakes his head. 4.5 at least. Shane doesn't say anything. Instead, he peers down at me with an eyebrow hitched up, his mouth wavering into a potential smile. What? For 2 days he's been pretending I don't exist, and now he wants to be chummy because of a little earthquake? Yeah, I think not. Nice shirt. I look down and realize my mistake. I'm wearing his USMC t-shirt that I refuse to return. I shrug, deciding to go for broke. Collies can be vicious if provoked. It's a comfortable t-shirt. Don't read anything into it. His mouth twitches in amusement. Nope, I'm not amused. In fact, I'm far from amused. In fact, my temper is waking from hibernation. I can give it back to you right now if you want. I grab the shirt at the hem. It's so big it hits the middle of my thighs. Lifting it, I get close to my panty line, and he gently takes my arm. The pads of his fingers glide carefully over the back of my upper arm, not lingering too long, lest I get the wrong impression. God forbid. Well, I am getting all the wrong impressions. Every place he touches is scorched earth, destined to never forget that Shane Hughes has been there. This guy really brings out the worst in me. Stop, he says quietly. Quiet enough that the rest of them, all of whom have suddenly become amateur seismologists and are still arguing the Richter scale rating of this quake, can't hear. After a brief but aggressive eye duel, I walk away to check on the animals. Shane isn't far behind. Go away, I order without missing a step. Naturally, he doesn't. I turn abruptly, and he stops short, only a foot separating us. What do you want, Shane? I take a step back so I'm not forced to tip back my head to see his face. I need to check that the structure isn't compromised, Shane murmurs. You're not going in that barn before me. The saving grace is that none of the animals were in the barn tonight. It's been hot at night lately, and I've been leaving them in their paddocks. An aftershock hits, and we grab each other at the same time. It's a deep one, which means less violent and short-lived. I drop his hands almost immediately. What are we doing? Aiden asks, suddenly standing next to us in his underwear and flip-flops, a deeply curious look on his face, as his attention ping-pongs between me and Shane.
"We're checking the barn for damage. Come on, Aiden."
The Hughes brothers walk inside without waiting for me. As soon as I set one foot in the barn, I hear,
"Get your ass out of this barn right now, Blue."
"I have every right to be in there too," I shout, but it falls on deaf ears, the same two sets that are busy staring at the vaulted ceiling. I don't dare set foot inside. The Colonel has spoken, and for the first time, he sounds like he means it. Instead, I head to the paddock to check on the smaller animals, and Legend, who, although gaining strength and putting on weight by the day, is still nowhere near full strength. The animals have settled back down from their earlier freakout. Piglet, one of the mini ponies, still seems a little rattled. He trots over to me immediately, while Spice and Raven stand around the middle of the paddock, tail to nose. I pet his neck and scratch his withers to calm him, and he pushes up against my hand for more.
"They okay?"
the man with the raspy voice asks. Glancing over my shoulder, I notice he's standing with his cell phone flashlight pointed at the ground. "They're okay for now."
"You want the bad news now or tomorrow?"
My shoulders fall, my soul crying out in defeat. We can't afford any more big expenses. "Give it to me now. How bad is it?"
"The retaining wall on the south side has a crack in it. It has to be repaired immediately."
Hazel, out of nowhere, comes trotting up to Shane, braying her little heart out. It's so dramatic it startles poor little Piglet. She nuzzles his thigh and trots around him, desperate for his attention. "I think she likes you, Hughes," I say, trying my best not to laugh. He grunts, and I almost lose that battle. "It wouldn't kill you to reciprocate. No one will think you're soft if you pet her." His searching eyes slide over to me.
"She's not the first female I've disappointed, and she won't be the last."
"I feel sorry for you," I want to say. I keep quiet instead, too tired to try to save someone who doesn't want to be saved.
"You can't blame someone for their nature,"
my father's voice echoes in my head. I should tattoo it on my heart. His actions betray his words, though. I watch his big hand reach out and rub Hazel's ear. His face softens into what could be construed as pleasure. Score tally? Hazel, 1. Hughes, 0. Chapter 13. First the pickup truck and now the barn? I want to cry, I tell Mona. It's getting harder and harder to stay positive. We stare at the sagging wall on the south side of the barn with heavy hearts. Mona takes a sip of her coffee from her, in my defense, I was left unsupervised, mug. "All this can be fixed. Don't go blue on me now." She flashes one of her dimpled grins, and it forces a reluctant smile out of me, too. The roar of trucks approaching has us both turning to see who it is. 2 large ones from the local hardware store come ripping down the driveway. "Did you order anything?" I ask my boss. "Negative, Smokey."
"I did,"
Shane announces, like he won Game of Thrones and he's now Lord of all the realms, or something like that. He walks toward the trucks and points them in the direction where they should unload the materials he ordered without telling me. Aiden suddenly appears to offer his assistance. Well, 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 if this isn't a sight. The mischief lurking in her periwinkle eyes scares me. "Tell you what, Darby and I will take care of the animals today. You help the boys fix that barn. But that peace treaty is fragile between those boys. You want to be the one to ruin it? Seriously? Are you sure you're not CIA trained? Because it sounds like you're running a psychological operation on me. Would you look at that? Oh, no." Glancing over my shoulder, she makes a sad face and shakes her head. "They're already arguing." I whip around to see what the problem is, and by the time I realize I've been had, she's already halfway back to the house. The woman is diabolical. While the men unload the timber, the cement, and the rest of the supplies, I place a call to the hardware store manager. Apparently, Shane called them this morning, and voila, supplies got delivered. No debate about times and schedules and being short-staffed. Must be nice to wield that kind of power.
We need to shore up the retaining wall, Shane says to Aiden, the two of them inspecting the corner of the barn that's sagging with complete focus. Set up some temporary scaffolding while we work.
What should I do? Both Hughes brothers look at me like I just grew a third tit in the middle of my forehead. Semi-interested, but mostly horrified.
Why don't you go get the tools?
Shane finally says. Basically, what just happened is that I got a pat on the head and a nudge in the back. I could throw a hissy fit. I could do that. I'm entitled to it since most of the manual labor here has gotten done for years by yours truly. But why would I? Lose the battle, win the war. As long as it benefits the animals, they can sideline me all they want. This repair job would have cost double, if not triple, had I hired a contractor. And I'm already sweating the bill for the materials. I haven't seen it yet, and I'm not looking forward to it. A few minutes later, I drop the toolbox at their feet and step back. I gotta hand it to them. They do not mess around when it comes to construction.
Blue.
Shane jerks his head in the direction of the table saw.
Grab the extension cords and get the table saw set up.
Yes, sir, I mutter, and get an unintended glare from him. The rest of the morning goes something like this.
Blue, grab a tub to mix the cement. Blue, get us some water. Blue, where's the nail gun?
Blue, blue, blue. I never want to hear my name said out loud again. The Colonel is a bossy pain in the ass. He thrives on ordering people around. We're finishing up for the day when Billy rubs up against me. I pet his floppy ear and rub his cute face. He's been busy with Hazel lately. But, unlike human males, the little guy is loyal, has good manners, and always remembers to say hello. What are you doing wandering around, little man? You should be in a paddock with your friends and away from the construction. While Shane and Aiden cover the equipment and materials we need to continue tomorrow, I decide to walk him back to the small pasture where the rest of his playmates are hanging out. I'm gone 2 minutes, 2 freaking minutes, and I hear, "Fuck you, Shane." Have mercy. I hustle back to discover the brothers facing off, chests puffed out and mouths snapping. As much alike as they are, Aiden is no match for Shane physically. His looks are refined, and his body is fit from hours at the gym, probably doing Pilates. Shane's body is fit and strong from decades of hard labor.
Like I said before, you already did that, but I'm sure you'll find another way to fuck me over. I'm not planning on getting married again, so you won't be fucking any wife of mine anymore. Find some other marriage to wreck.
I nearly sputter. Fucking my wife? The words go around and around in my head. This explains so much. Shane's body is stiff, his face an implacable mask. He wipes his forehead with a red bandana he had hanging out of the back pocket of his cargo shorts.
Have you ever thought about anyone else's pain but your own? Aiden fires back. Are you kidding me? All I've ever done is think of your pain, your issues, how you were coping. Bullshit! When? When it was too late to matter? What about when the old man was using me as a punching bag? Did you give a shit then? No! You were too busy redeploying, trying to get as far away from us as possible.
I don't know how this argument started, and I don't like the direction it's going.
You think you're the only one that got shit from him? And what did you want me to do? I couldn't take you with me. You were a child, Aiden, and I was barely 18. I didn't even know how to defend myself back then. You think wearing the pain on your sleeve makes you interesting? Well, it doesn't. It makes you look like an immature asshole. And leaving your wife alone to travel the world makes you a self-absorbed prick without a wife.
Shane is about to punch Aiden when Aiden suddenly yells, "Not the face!" Shane pulls the punch, but just as he does, Aiden nails him in the eye. Shane's head snaps back, and I scream. "Aiden!" comes flying out of me. Shane touches his split brow and sees blood. His face goes from burning rage to cold indifference in a blink. Then he charges Aiden, who backpedals quickly. "Hit me anywhere, just not in my face." Aiden squints awkwardly, and I almost end up laughing. Seeing his brother's expression, Shane stops charging. He exhales tiredly and walks away, headed for the guest house. I look over at Aiden and shake my head. Really? A cheap shot? He shrugs. He would have killed me if I hadn't. No shame whatsoever. You two are driving me nuts. I find Shane in the back of the guest house, sitting in one of the 2 lounge chairs he must have bought because they weren't here when I moved in. He's holding a glass filled with ice and a brown liquid up against his busted eyebrow. I remove his hand from the injured brow and tip his chin up so I can get a better look at it. The good news is, you don't need stitches. The bad news is, your pretty face will be bruised for a while. Without thinking about what I'm doing, I comb my fingers through his hair and push it back off his forehead. His eyes close briefly, fluttering shut. He exhales tiredly, and his big hand slides over my waist and squeezes gently, as if he's testing to see if I'm real. What happened? With what? He nearly grunts. You know what. Between you and Aiden, I remind him, and sit down on the lounge chair next to his, elbows on my knees, facing him. He sighs. A tale as old as time. You don't have to explain if you don't want to. I was married, he says abruptly. Recently divorced. I assume we're talking about the woman I saw him with having dinner in town. The woman who cheated with Aiden. The thrill I feel at hearing he's divorced is really shameful. There are 1,000 scenarios where this ends badly for me, but I jump way ahead nonetheless and pretend there's a happy ending at the bottom of this tattered make-believe rainbow. I'm sorry, I tell him, and I am. I'm sorry to see any marriage fail because someone always walks away hurt. The cheating would make Shane the one hurting. Reading how he feels about it is another story altogether, however. It's impossible. Shane is so adept at looking detached. I'm afraid to find out whether it's an act or he trained himself to be this way. No need to be sorry. Nobody died. No, but divorce is hard. He cuts a look my way, searching my face. You really want to hear this? I nod. My brother slept with my wife. He takes a sip of his drink and stares into the distance. It's magic hour again, but there's very little magic happening now. What I want to know is how this could have happened between 2 brothers who love each other. Because they do. I know them well enough now to say that with absolute certainty. He sighs. I met my ex-wife on the set of one of Aiden's movies. I was just out of the service and... He glances over at me again. I thought it was time, I guess. So we got married. Once my series sold, the publisher sent me out on tour almost immediately. His series was everywhere on social media. I remember it well. It was on every bookstagrammer's radar. Every magazine entertainment section speculated when it would be turned into a TV series. Kaya was working all the time, so my travels weren't an issue then. He stares at the bottom of the almost empty drinking glass, his brow wrinkling in deep thought. There's pain in these memories for him. I can feel it radiating off of him. The pause makes my heart pump twice as hard because it just occurred to me that he could still be in love with her. I saw you with her, I admit. I don't know why, other than it feels wrong to keep anything from him. He's my friend, and friendship should be based on truth and trust. You did? I nod. At the restaurant in town. You were having dinner. His brows climb up his forehead. He nods. The day we signed the divorce papers. Which explains why she was crying. Except, now I know she's a cheater. That she's the one who hurt him. She looked upset. She didn't want a divorce. The admission makes my stomach churn. The tone in which he says it makes me want to cry. I knew this wasn't going to end well for me, and still, I persisted. Maybe I am just like my father, destined to choose the wrong man over and over. I can't trust myself anymore. So, what happened? I press, because clearly I have a sadistic streak a mile wide. I was away a lot.
She and Aiden ended up spending time together. One thing led to another. We weren't doing well, and neither of us tried to fix it.
Do you love her still? Has she broken your heart for good? Questions I am dying to ask and can't. End me now, because I don't think I can bear it if the answers are yes and yes. Instead, I ask, and Aiden?
That hurt.
I think he regrets it, Shane. Actually, I know he regrets it. That night I found him drunk in the water tub, he said as much. He nods, having come to the same conclusion on his own.
One of the reasons he's here doing time now,
he explains,
is guilt.
Hey, we both here? We glance over and watch Aiden approach. His demeanor is one of a person who knows they messed up, and fixing it isn't going to be easy. I try to stand, but Shane slams a hand on my thigh and grips the muscle firmly. Our eyes connect, and he shakes his head. I guess I'm staying.
I want to apologize,
Aiden says, his eyes aimed at a few feet of grass between us. He stuffs his hands into the front pockets of his cargo shorts.
I should have done this a year ago, but I never know how to talk to you. You're always looking at me like I'm on the verge of fucking up. I do not.
I squeeze Shane's knee, and he stops.
Yes, you do, Shane. You've been doing it for so long that you can't even see it. What I did with Kaya is unforgivable. I know it. I know it is,
he repeats, voice fading.
This is gonna sound weird, but it wasn't Kaya I was thinking about. Stop, Aiden. I know why you did it. The same reason you got into a car accident. Like every other time you got yourself into trouble. So when does it end? When do you stop trying to get my attention? Because I'm here, in case you haven't noticed.
Aiden's eyes well up with tears, and so do mine. Biting my lip, I wipe them away.
You're my brother. I'll always be here for you, Aid.
Shane's deep rasp reverberates over my skin. The heartfelt sentiment reaches into my bones and warms me from the inside out.
You know I love you,
Shane says, with zero hesitation. Standing, he walks to his baby brother, arms wide open. Aiden walks into them and hides his face against Shane's shoulder. They hug, wrapping thick, muscled arms around each other. A few loud backslaps follow. Before they break apart, I slip away. No matter how much they fight, they will always have each other. That's all I've ever wanted. Someone to fight with that I know won't walk away. Someone to love that loves me back unconditionally. Maybe it took Shane and Aiden to show me what I really want and what I really need are two different things. Maybe it's time I do things differently if I want a different outcome. To that end, I take all my feelings for Shane, a litany of them in varying degrees, and tuck them away on a shelf marked Forbidden Things. It's hard, but I manage. For the next 2 days, all three of us work diligently to fix the barn, and I'm grateful to them. Immensely grateful. I really am. This was not part of the deal. This was not their responsibility. And yet, they're putting everything they've got into doing a great job. 2 men who have the means to hire an army for their own purposes are working hard to help the rescues. I sent Jules a few short videos and pictures of Aiden, and she loved them. Not as much as the ones with the ponies because she said those had a cuteness factor of 10, but she didn't call me a fuck-up, which loosely translated means I'm off her naughty list. The even better news is that Aiden's PR campaign is working, and he's getting more and more good press lately. Directors and producers are calling to offer him parts again, and that makes me happy for him. Staring in the mirror, I think I like what I see. I haven't gone out, in a social sense, in years, so this is a little scary, but I gotta get back on the horse. Pun intended. I've gotta put myself out there. Girl, I am so proud of you, comes out of the speakerphone. If you didn't live in such a gritty hellscape, I would come up there and join you, but, you know. Yeah, I know. What are you wearing? Typical Jess. The usual. A blue mini dress with a flared skirt and my red cowboy boots. My hair down. Cute. I dig the country vibe. Not much choice. It's not like I've been shopping lately. In years, for that matter. If you came back into the fold, I could do that. Take you shopping for real clothes. Hilarious. I can't afford a t-shirt at the places you like to shop. Okay, I'm going, I tell her, coating my lips with gloss. I'll call you if I get girl-napped and kept in a dog crate. After ordering an Uber, I head downstairs and run into Mona in the kitchen. It's only 8:30, but she's already in her leopard print robe, and her hair looks like Darby has had his fingers in it. Her pointed gaze runs up and down my body. She takes a long sip of her Diet Coke. Has my eyesight got completely batshit, or am I seeing this correctly? You're dressed to go out? Her expression indicates that she's skeptical of the decision. I'm going out. I offer her a wide, forced grin. Yes, I'm nervous, and not at all sure I'm doing the right thing. Where? I'm not sure if she sounds scared or surprised. The Hub. You're going to a bar? Mona says, flabbergasted. Yeah, why? What's wrong with going to a bar? Now she looks downright suspicious. Nothing? Nothing, just, you're going to a bar to socialize? You? She points at me, as if there could be any other me. Didn't you go to bars before you met Darby? Yeah, but... And didn't you meet Darby at the very same bar I'm headed to right now? Yeah, but... So what's the problem? I'm taking an Uber if you're scared about me drinking and driving, which you know I would never do. We also haven't replaced the stolen pickup truck yet. We haven't found anything affordable, so Darby has been gracious enough to let us use his truck when we have to haul the animals to the vet clinic. Yeah, but what? But you've got those two strapping young men right out there. She stabs her index finger 3 times at the front door, her sparkly blue nail polish glittering in the light. And, I say, unable to come up with a better excuse on the fly. Playing dumb seems to be my only option. And nothing? Take one of them. Problem solved. She flips the ends of her hair as if that's all there is to it. Mona, not only are they off limits for liability's sake, they are way out of my league. I need someone who wants the same things I do. A family. Roots here in this community. In this town. I don't need an attention-deficit movie star or a wandering nomad, neither of whom have shown any interest in me. Okay, maybe I downplayed the scorching hot chemistry between me and the nomad, but I need to put an end to her dreams. Pronto. I blow her a kiss. See ya, love ya, bye. I step out into the warm night air and take a deep breath. I'm feeling better and better about this decision. Down the driveway, I see headlights approaching, which I surmise must be my Uber ride. Stepping off the porch, the wind blowing my hair back, I close my eyes and smile. When I open them, I see Shane standing 5 feet away from me, dressed in his running gear. The expression on his face can only be described as shock, and not the good kind. Where are you going? He says. No preamble, no manners either. I pretend to look in my purse for something. Out. Slowly, he crosses the gravel driveway over to me. I see that. Without an ounce of shame, he makes a show of dragging his eyes all over my body. I mean, where are you going? And with who? Oh no, I will not accept attitude from this one. I snort purposely, to underscore the absolute ridiculousness of his line of questioning. It's not really any of your business, Colonel. Blue. His hands go to his hips. It's really cute that you think you can boss me around. Where are you going? For your safety, you need to tell me. The Uber car drives up, and I match the plates to the ones on my phone. Opening the back door, I slide into the back seat. See you tomorrow morning, Shane. He glares at me, but otherwise keeps quiet. So anyway, I says to a hiccup. Sorry about that. I said to the sorry about that.
To the freaking supplier, if you think I don't know timber, then you don't know timber.
Holy bad choices. Is this what dating is like now? Have I forgotten something? Do I have a chunk of missing memory caused by the night I got jumped? Has my mind blocked out all the horrid stories of the dating world? I don't think so. However, I remember it being easier than this. Then again, I met Jamie on the job. Dustin, the manager of the hardware store, saw me take a seat at the bar and made a beeline over. He's a tall, good-looking guy with an easy smile. And yet, I've been here 15 minutes, and I'm ready to head home. Another Dr. Pepper? Beth, the bartender, asks me. Yes, thank you.
Put it on my tab, Dustin orders.
Anyway, he keeps repeating. Leaning on the bar with his elbows sprawled out, he hits me with one by mistake.
Sorry.
It's fine, I say, tacking on a tight smile.
You never go out. I mean, I never see you out.
He tips the rim of his trucker hat back with his index finger and brazenly checks me out. I don't know why. I should definitely do it more often, I reply in a tone flatter than the salt beds in Utah. Grinning widely.
Yeah, you should,
he agrees, missing the sarcasm altogether. For a Thursday night, the bar is super crowded. A few heads turn to see who just walked in. The look on the woman's face stationed at the end of the bar causes me to throw a quick glance over my shoulder. Shane is standing in the threshold of the bar, trying to push his way in. I'm going to kill Mona. My stomach drops. He's so handsome, I want to scrub my eyes and erase him from my mind. It's not fair that I know he exists, and I have to go on living as if he doesn't. The white linen shirt rolled up his forearms makes his tan look deeper and the whites of his eyes brighter. Face tense and jaw a hard, straight line, he scans the crowd, and when our eyes connect, he stops. I notice the emotion on his face because I know him, but I doubt anyone else would. It's relief. Chapter 14. Pushing through the crowd, Shane doesn't break eye contact once as he heads for me. Meanwhile, filled with anticipation, I've stopped breathing. Air will not move in and out of my lungs. It's a problem.
Hi,
he says softly, sounding somewhat humbled. We're starting in a good place, at least. Hi, I say in return, finally taking a deep breath. Shane's attention switches to Dustin, who is now watching us with the beginnings of a frown on his face.
Hey, thanks for keeping my girl busy,
he says to Dustin, and sends me an almost smile.
Sorry, I got stuck in traffic, Sharina.
As loud as it is in here, his low rasp is a breeze on my neck that makes me shiver. Sharina. I Googled it. It means sweetheart in one of the languages spoken in Afghanistan. My heart melts, and my resolve to keep him on a shelf weakens. Damn you, Google. I could be walking around right now none the wiser, but no, now I know he's been calling me sweetheart.
Your girl?
Dustin repeats, justifiably skeptical. Never once did I mention I was waiting for a boyfriend.
Yeah, my girl. Now, if you'll excuse us.
Normally, this macho bullshit would make me roll my eyes. Except, I'm really not interested in spending any more time with Dustin, and I don't want him to know that. The last thing I need is to get jacked with higher prices next time I need timber because of bad blood. Dustin, I am so sorry I didn't mention it, but I assumed you knew. How the funk would he assume that? Who knows, but the good news is Dustin doesn't ask any questions.
How much do I owe you for her drinks?
Shane asks the bartender. Already taken care of by Dustin, Beth answers.
How much do I owe you?
Shane asks Dustin.
Nothing, man. It's just soda.
Dustin sounds bummed. I almost laugh. Shane looks at me with a touch of humor.
Soda?
Dr. Pepper? Picking up my half-finished glass, I take a sip from the straw, and Shane watches me take a sip, his gaze flickering to my mouth. Taking a gentle hold of my arm, he says,
Let's go.
I slide off the stool, and he begins to pull me in the direction of the door. Oh, hell no. I am not going home. I haven't been out in 4 years. 4 years, Shane. I got dressed. I sweep my hand down my body. I did my hair. I point to my head. I did my makeup. I bat my lashes. I'm going to have a good time tonight. Thanks for your gallant service in saving me from eternal boredom, but you can go now. I can see the wheels turning in his thick, beautiful head as he stares at me. Okay. Okay, what? Okay, I'll show you a good time. I laugh. I laugh hard. I laugh again. Is he for real? Are you for real right now? What's so funny? Taking my hand, he drags me toward the back of the bar. You showing anyone a good time? That's hilarious. First, you would need to know what that feels like. And second, you would have to master the art of the smile, which you have yet to do, and at your advanced age is not looking good. His head whips around, expression mildly amused. My advanced age? We reach the back of the bar, where the pool tables are set up, and he drops my hand. Eyes hooded and positively predatory, he says, You don't think I know what a good time feels like? And you don't think I can show you one? I'm going to pretend I didn't hear you make a crack about my age. I swallow. I may have taken it too far. He takes a wad of cash out of his wallet, the one attached to the chain, and places it on the table. We're next, he says to the guys playing, while his focus remains on me. You ever play? Pool? Not really. Darts were more my thing when Jamie and I went out with the guys from the firehouse. Shane nods. Yeah, I can play some. Famous last words. A few minutes later, Shane sets us up and tells me to break. Tentatively, I walk around to the top of the table, bend over, get my pool stick ready, and... Frankly, I'm a little self-conscious that my butt is sticking up in the air and my underwear is showing. What are you doing? Mr. Goodtime asks me. He's sitting on a bar stool with his legs stretched out in front of him, his arms crossed, and a smirk on his face. I'm getting ready to break. What does it look like I'm doing? Fixing your skirt? Okay, maybe he's on to something. He gets up and walks over to me. Bend over. I can't believe he just said that to me. With a straight face, no less. Really? I say, desperately trying not to grin from ear to ear. Don't be a wise ass. He takes me by the hips, and, gospel truth, he moves me into place in front of him. Then, with his palm on my back, he pushes me down, and my butt brushes against his groin. Kate Pierce couldn't have written this any better. I've never been so turned on in my life. Without so much as a heads up, he covers half my body with his. He's bent over me. We are touching in places I never thought we would ever touch. So, this is your idea of a good time, eh? I half croak, half giggle. Shut up and pay attention. Taking my hands, he places the pool stick where it needs to be, between my fingers, and helps me break the stack. Balls go flying, and I almost celebrate by kissing him. I don't, though. He doesn't invite that kind of a good time. His face is the picture of concentration, not lust, like mine. Shane takes me through every shot, placing my body in the right position, making sure my pool stick is at the right angle, and showing me where to strike the ball for the most effective outcome. And 2 hours later, I'm a sweaty mess, and my hair looks bigger than it's ever looked. I'm having not just a good time, I'm having a great time. And I think he's having one too. Time to go, he says, glancing at his Rolex, a big silver one. One more round, I plead like I'm underage again. It's midnight, and we're starting at 6 on the barn tomorrow. Without asking, he takes me by the elbow and pushes me to the front of the bar and out the door. Outside, the breeze feels good on the tacky surface of my skin. This way, Shane says, and takes my hand as we pass a bunch of bikers talking on the sidewalk, the smell of cigarettes and weed drifting over us. I cough,
"Hey, beautiful," an older fat guy calls out. Ignoring him, we keep walking to the Cobra. Shane opens the passenger side door and helps me in. Once he gets the door shut, he walks around the hood to the driver's side and gets behind the wheel. "Did you have a good time tonight?" he asks, gaze trained ahead and his hand on the ignition. "I did," I admit freely, a smile growing on my face. "Did you?" Told you I'd show you a good time." "I did have a good time, Shane. With you. The pool game wasn't the reason. I mean, that's not why I went to the bar." I'm getting frustrated. He's so methodical about everything that I don't know how to speak to him without humiliating myself. I think I understand Aiden better now. "I know why you went to the bar," he says in a low voice. "No, you don't. You don't have a clue because you don't know me. I was engaged 4 years ago. We broke up for the right reasons, but I'm tired of being alone. Jamie's getting married and I'm happy for him. I really am. I'm glad that he found someone who suits him better than I did. But I want to be happy for me for a change." Wow. After that meltdown, I'm not so sure he won't pack his bags and skip out tonight. Shane starts the car. I can feel the rumble of the engine under my butt. It's about all the action I'm getting out of him, so I try to enjoy it. Pulling a U-turn, he heads in the direction of the ranch. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to unload on you," I say, completely bummed. "That wasn't fair." "It's fine. I understand." We don't say another word until we reach the ranch, and he parks in front of the guest house. I open the car door and take a good, hard look at him. I know now, with 100% certainty, that he's not the right man for me. My heart hurts. I'm so sick of being the odd man out in this life of musical chairs. I want someone to pick me because I'm what they want most. Of their own free will. Is that too much to ask for? I'm about to get out when he touches my wrist. "Blue." I bite my lip to stall the tears. So much for a good time. No one should try to tame grizzlies. They aren't meant to live in captivity. You can try, but you'll get hurt. Collies, on the other hand, are domesticated animals. With that, I head inside. "Blue. Blue. Blue," an annoying, raspy voice calls out. "What?" I look up the ladder at the man who owns the annoying voice. "Get me the socket wrench out of the orange toolbox." I'm ready to kill him. I'm ready to break a window, sneak into his bedroom tonight, put a pillow over his face, and sit on it. The sick bastard would probably like it. He's been unbearable and pushy, typical grizzly, as all get out for 2 days. Thank God we're almost done with this barn. When I asked him yesterday if he needed to get back to his writing soon, he snapped at me. "And who's going to install the support beam? You?" Whatever. I've given him all the breathing room he needs. The problem is now, I can't seem to get rid of him. "That's not the right one. The other socket wrench. The bigger one." "Have you checked your asshole? 'Cause I think there's something stuck up there." Gospel truth, I am one snide look away from saying it out loud. I show him 2 more. Eyeballing them with the intensity of the sun, he grabs one and climbs back up the ladder. I turn around for 1 minute, 1 freaking minute, and somehow within that small window of opportunity, he falls backward. "Shane!" Crouching down over him, I check his pupils first. "Did you hit your head?" "No, my foot slipped." He sits up. "Got the wind knocked out of me." "He's alive?" Aiden asks with nary a raised eyebrow. "Yes, I think," I say, inspecting the patient's face. Aiden goes back to framing the new wash stall they decided to build, since they're at it. Shane glances at his forearm and sees blood. A nasty gash. "Let me look at it. I used to be a paramedic." His expression changes lightning quick. He searches my face while I inspect the wound. "You must have thrown out your arm and caught the edge of the table saw blade on your way down. You're lucky this isn't worse." I can feel his eyes on me as I move his arm to get a better view. Shane gets to his feet and walks to the water hose. Taking it from him, I turn on the water and pour it on the wound. "I can stitch you back up if you'd like. I have a zip-stitch suture kit." He looks somewhat surprised. For him, that is. For everyone else, it's a resting face. Then, with no direction from me, he takes his shirt off, peeling it over his head and exposing a chest that makes my fingers itch to explore. No, I am not immune. As much as I hate myself for looking, I look anyway. His gaze meets mine. "Go ahead." My neck goes up in flames. I'm still mad at him, and we've already determined that I'm looking for another domesticated animal to share my life with, but he needs to be more careful about how he speaks to me. What he just said could be misinterpreted as a green light to do unspeakable things to his body. He has no idea what a ticking time bomb of lust and frustration he's dealing with. "Not here," I clear my throat. "In my office. My med bag is in there." I keep it in the small office attached to the barn because that's where I usually need it. Shane follows me there and takes a seat in the armless chair. He inspects the wound with a grimace. It's a bleeder. Reaching into the bag, I immediately open a sterile gauze package and hand it to him to stop the bleeding. "You were a paramedic?" I nod. "In LA. I take the supplies I need out of the med bag one by one. Alcohol, sterile cotton, and the suture kit." "Why'd you quit?" The million-dollar question. I open the sterile cotton package and pour chlorhexidine alcohol on it. He searches my face. "Does it have something to do with the plate you have in your shoulder and the pins in your right leg?" I don't know why I'm surprised to hear him say it. He's always been super observant, and I don't do much to hide the small scars I have on my body as a result of that night. I place the soaked cotton pad on his wound, and he flinches. "Sorry," I say, fighting a smile. With his opposite hand, he touches my elbow gently. It's a fleeting gesture, but I feel it long after he takes his hand back. "We don't have to talk about it." His warm brown eyes take me in, flickering to the beauty mark and away. I want him. I'm tired of pretending I don't. I'm even more tired of him being stubborn about it because I know he wants me too. "I can talk about it. It doesn't bother me anymore. I just never know how other people will react. That's why I don't. Most people have one of two reactions. I either see pity on their face, or I see the relief that it wasn't them. Nobody ever thinks it can happen to them." Watching me closely, he waits for me to speak again. "I loved being a paramedic. I thought I would do it forever. I was good at it, too." "I don't doubt it," he says with absolute certainty. I can see that night. I can hear the sounds as clearly as if it happened yesterday. Memories are tricky like that. It's usually the worst ones we remember best. I rolled into the parking lot of my old building around 2 a.m. after a double shift. I was living with my fiancé at the time, but his place was in North Hollywood, and my dad's apartment was 10 minutes away in Van Nuys. I texted Jamie that I was too tired to drive and I'd be home in the morning. On my way to the elevator, I saw a homeless guy I knew from the neighborhood. He was walking back and forth between buildings. I knew him. He was usually sweet. I licked my lips, nerves making my mouth dry. Yes, he had mental health and drug issues, but he was never aggressive. Not with me. Anyway, I was tired and distracted, but the guy obviously needed help. I thought, he's probably tweaking. I'll check him out and be on my way. As soon as I got close enough, he punched me in the face. I don't remember anything after that. I do remember the physical pain and the months of rehab, however. The panic attacks and the fights with Jamie about getting on antidepressants. I didn't want to, and he was practically insisting that I do it. All the talks I had with my dad about going back to work. Dad wanted me to take more time off, and I was desperate to do anything other than sit around with too much time to think. I peel open the suture kit and get to work closing the cut on Shane's corded forearm. He kicked me so hard, he broke my shoulder and 3 ribs, collapsed my lung, and snapped my tibia in 2. Then he ran into oncoming traffic and got hit by a bus. He died on the scene. I finish with the sutures and run my fingers along the edge of the silicone patch to make sure it adheres properly. Shane grabs my wrist with the opposite hand and squeezes softly. We stare at each other until the tension between us nearly snaps in 2, my heart beating so hard it hurts. I swallow, and the air between us shrinks. So does the distance. He leans in, his attention trained on my mouth with the focus of a sniper. His fingertips on the hand attached to the injured arm skate gently up my bare thigh to the edge of my short shorts, leaving a 3rd-degree burn in their wake. Then he tugs on the hem, pulling me closer. Aiden bursts through the door of the office and frowns. Are we working on the barn, or are we sitting around making cartoon eyes at each other? Shane leans away and stands while my face flushes a deeply embarrassed cherry red. Aiden watches us like he just caught the fox raiding the chicken coop. I follow Shane out the door and hear Aiden scream, "Is it something I said?" Chapter 15. The barn is done, and it's not just done being repaired. Shane and Aiden threw in a few upgrades because they were already at it. Mother Goose Rescue now has a brand new state-of-the-art wash stall with infrared lights, hot and cold running water, and perfect drainage. If you've ever managed a barn, you understand. I still haven't gotten a bill for the materials, and I'm starting to suspect that I won't be getting one. I've asked the store to send it to me 1,000.
Thanks for listening. Before we move ahead, take this peaceful moment to simply be. This free audiobook continues shortly.
times, and still nothing. All that's left to be done now is to fix the cracks in the exterior stucco that the earthquake left behind, and then it should be good for another 100 years. A strange sense of peace has settled over the place. Shane and Aiden have started to mend their relationship. It's been argument-free since the day they came to blows. Love looks to have permanently set up shop at Harris Ranch. Darby is always here now and is often found helping to care for the animals. I suspect Mona wants to tell me that he's moving in and doesn't know how to go about it. 3 more weeks, and life will change for all of us. Aiden will have fulfilled all the court-mandated requirements, and Shane will go back to being a nomad. As for me... "Who's that?" Aiden asks. He's on the ladder, spackling over a crack, while I'm working down below, painting over the patches that have already dried. In the distance, a shiny black Ram pickup truck approaches. That's my friend, Johnny Barrios. His family owns the orchard down the road. I know it's Johnny's black pickup truck approaching because of the beautiful tree logo belonging to his family's orchard painted on the door. Johnny parks the truck and gets out, waving. Then he walks over to the flatbed, pops the back, and grabs a crate. Meanwhile, I place the paintbrush down and wipe my hands with a rag. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Shane, who, I kid you not, was throwing hay to Hazel, catch sight of Johnny, and frown. He rubs Hazel's ears, pets her muzzle, and exits the paddock, closing the gate behind him. "Hey there, beautiful. How are you?" Johnny says with a big, infectious smile and a happy-go-lucky attitude that I can appreciate. He seldom lets anything get him down, and he's attractive. Olive skin, green eyes, a bright white smile. All that and a promising career. What more could a woman want? "Hi, Johnny. Long time no see." "I was in L.A. for the food festival." Johnny's family owns one of the largest and oldest orchards in the area. A year ago, he branched out and started growing heirloom vegetables to cater to the top restaurants in the country. He places the crate down on a bale of hay. "Brought you some goodies." "Nice. I give you shit, and you give me treasure." Johnny's farm gets the extra composted manure to use as fertilizer, and we get fruits and vegetables. It's a win-win for everyone. I sort through the baby bok choy, the different colored tomatoes, the baby kale, and an assortment of fruits. Mona's gonna love cooking these. "Hey, man, what's up?" Aiden says by way of introduction. Johnny tips his chin and eyeballs Aiden suspiciously. "Anybody ever tell you you're a dead ringer for Aiden Hughes?" Aiden's mouth hitches up on one side, and he pushes his Elvis sunglasses to the top of his head. "All the time, man. It's a major pain in the ass." Such a monkey. "Johnny, meet Aiden Hughes. Aiden is here doing some charity work. He's big on charity, so he's helping out with the rescue animals." Which is entirely true. No lies detected. A slow grin takes over Johnny's face. "No shit? Hey, man, that's cool. Can I get a selfie with you?" Aiden and I freeze. This could get us into hot water with the red-headed monster. "Yeah, man, just make sure you don't post where you saw me. Otherwise, Blue will get into all sorts of trouble. You know how the tabloid media can be." Johnny's expression shifts to concern. "Oh, yeah, dude, no worries." Aiden takes a selfie with Johnny, and then I watch Johnny crop the picture to include only the 2 men with no discernible landscape. "Nice to meet ya," Johnny says to Aiden. Then he turns his attention to me. "Hey, Blue?" He's shaken off his happy-go-lucky expression and traded it for an insecure one. I have no idea what prompted this, but I suspect I'm about to find out. "Yeah?" I say, pretending not to have noticed. "We have a booth set up at the fair tonight, and, I thought I would extend an invitation." I don't answer right away because I'm in heavy thought, trying to extrapolate from the assembly of vague words what exactly he means by this. Is he asking me out on a date? Does he want me there to support the family business? When did men get so complicated? Okay, I answer, keeping it neutral. "Yes, I'll be there." "Tonight? What time?" Johnny grins, and it's a huge, happy one, underscored with relief.
I'm suddenly leaning toward this being a date. Maybe?
Around 8? I'll be there early to set up, but 8 works.
I still don't know if I just agreed to a date. Going to the fair was something I was already considering, so 2 birds, I guess. This family I want isn't going to start itself. I gotta get a move on. Keeping it vague is good, however. Less chance of messing up our amicable relationship, rendering it awkward if it doesn't work out. 8 is good. See you then.
See you later,
Johnny says, smiling again. Johnny leaves, and Aiden and I watch him go. Shane is still making himself scarce, lurking on the far side of the barn, a spackling tool in hand. Aiden scoffs.
Did he just ask you out on a date while I was standing right here?
I shake my head. Men. So much to unpack. I have no freaking idea, but I'm gonna find out tonight. Seated at the kitchen table reading a book, Darby tips his chin down to inspect me over the top of his reading glasses. He doesn't look impressed.
You going out?
I grab a soda from the refrigerator, pop the top, and sip. I sure am. The fair. I'm wearing another one of my usual outfits tonight. A short cotton summer dress, white with an eyelet hem and spaghetti straps. I threw a small fitted cropped cardigan over it with my cowboy boots.
Storm's coming,
he says. Yeah, I saw that, but it's not supposed to break until much later, I heard. Mona waltzes in, having just gotten out of a bath, the lavender bath bomb scent still clinging to her skin. Hi, sweetie. She looks me over. You going out again? The fair. Johnny invited me. Storm's coming. Getting rain here is equivalent to the second coming. Everyone knows, and then they make sure everyone else knows. Then everyone talks about it. Yep, I'm not worried. I'll be home by then. You going on a date? Mona asks, both of them watching me expectantly. I'm not sure. See, that right there is the problem. If you don't know, then the answer is no. My shoulders fall. Dang it, she's right again. Do you ever get tired of being right? She thinks about it. Not so far. I don't make the same mistake twice. No, sirree, I do not. This time, I wait inside the house until the Uber I ordered to go to the fair pulls up and parks. Then, I make a mad dash for it. Throwing open the door, I jump in the back seat and startle the driver. Drive! Go, go, go! I strongly encourage him at a very high volume, much higher than necessary. When he doesn't immediately floor it, I add, waving at him, Go! He hits the gas, and the car fishtails, shooting down the driveway. No Shane in sight, but it's dark out tonight with the storm brewing, and I don't trust him not to be lurking somewhere. Which means I trust him to lurk. The man has got lurking down pat.
You okay, lady?
The driver glances in the rearview mirror at me, expression concerned. Yeah, I'm fine. Why? Then it dawns on me. Oh, no, I wasn't being held against my will or anything. There's a guy. I exhale tiredly. He's very bossy and doesn't like me having fun, so he insists on coming with me on the very few occasions I do go out, and then he cock-blocks me.
Your husband?
He asks with an accent I can't place. My husband? No, not my husband, I snort. I'm not trying to cheat on my husband. I'm trying to find a husband.
Oh, ha ha ha.
Yes, ha. It's not easy.
You are a pretty woman. Cannot be hard.
What's your name?
Yashar.
It's nice to meet you, Yashar.
Nice to meet you.
He smiles at me in the mirror, and I can see he's young, in his early 20s. Not a lot of men want to settle down and have a big family these days, you know? I continue on my rant. He did nothing to deserve this, but I don't feel like stopping. They want to have fun and travel and rifle through their choices. We finally reach the entrance of the fairgrounds, the sky lit up with the reflection of the light on the rides. They used to have fireworks displays, but they've been canceled with the threat of fires they pose. Do you have a girlfriend? I find myself asking him. The pathetic is strong tonight.
Yes, I'm married. I have 2 children, a boy and a girl.
I'm on the verge of tears.
That is wonderful. Good for you. Well, thanks for the ride. I hop out, feeling worse about myself than I did before. All in all, not such a great start to the evening. What does one do when one is in a generally crappy mood and one needs to feel better? One goes looking for sugar. The first food booth I want to hit up is the funnel cake booth. These are not your ordinary funnel cakes. It's oh high, which means they're gourmet. I think about going to see Johnny first and sussing out whether we could be a thing, but I should probably do it in a better state of mind. It wouldn't be fair to him otherwise. On the way to stuffing my face, I run into Brandon, my farrier. He's an amazing person. Dry sense of humor, huge heart, so patient with all my scared babies. He's also married with 3 kids. I joke that if they finally decide to clone people like they cloned sheep and expensive polo ponies, I am signing up for a first-generation Brandon clone. Bluebird, he drawls, standing in line with his daughter to ride the teacup ride. Brandon Markey, what trouble are you stirring up at the fair? I turn my attention to his 11-year-old daughter, who's a frequent guest at the rescue. Hi, Darla. She waves and smiles with crooked teeth. She's so adorable, she makes me yearn. How's Legend? Darla asks. Getting stronger every day. He's put on about 500 pounds already. You should come and see him next time your dad comes to do his feet. Hey, listen, Brandon says, leaning in. Keep your eyes and ears open tonight. I saw a couple of guys carrying, and although it could be nothing, it's better, you know. What do they look like? I suddenly hear a deep, bossy rasp coming from somewhere over my shoulder. Brandon isn't fazed by anything, and he's definitely not fazed by Shane. Hessians. Motorcycle gang, Brandon tells him. I saw a couple in town a week ago. I've seen you at the ranch, right? Brandon asks, extending a hand to greet Shane like a normal person. Hi, Brandon Markey. Shane shakes his hand. Shane Hughes. Yeah, you have. You're the farrier? My dad does all the rescue animals at Mother Goose, Darla chirps. Shane smiles. His lips actually shape into a soft, genuine smile when he looks at Darla Markey. And I swear, I almost get pregnant right there in the middle of the fairgrounds. Your dad's a good man, Shane tells her. The line for the teacup ride moves, and the Markeys are next. Catch you guys later, Brandon says. Have a good time. Bye, Darla. Have fun, I wave. Say hi to Legend and Hazel for me, Darla shouts as her father nudges her onto the ride. I will, I shout back. The silence is deafening. Shane stands next to me wearing a white t-shirt, dark jeans, and boots like he's a throwback to 1950s movie icons. I'm starting to hate him for it. What are you doing here? I came to the fair. It's still a free country, isn't it? Depends on what you mean by free. Am I free to do whatever I want? You are, and I'm free to make sure you do it safely. Oh no, not this again. I'm so hot I'm starting to sweat. Placing a hand on my forehead, I test the temperature and take a deep breath. Look, Shane, I start quietly, not wanting to draw any attention to us. I can appreciate what you're trying to do here. I don't want to argue or debate with you. I genuinely like you. You are a good man, and I respect you. But this dance, I motion with my finger between us, is tiresome. I know you don't want me. I pause to hammer home the reality of this and find his face as opaque and hard to read as always. Nothing is getting through. I get that you're going through whatever you're going through after the divorce, that you miss your ex-wife and probably still love her. I respect that. Now, I need you to respect my wishes. I explained to you where I'm at. I don't need a bodyguard. I need a friend and a lover. I need a partner. I need what I need. Have I sufficiently scared you? Can you go now? His gaze roams my face, taking in every detail. But I still have no idea what he's thinking because he won't let me see it. It's infuriating. I'm not going anywhere, Sharina. I'm not your sweetheart. Are you hungry? Seriously? Has he heard a word I said? I put a lot into that speech. No, I'm not. I mean, yes, I'm hungry, but I'm on a date, so I can't. Go have food with you. He looks left and right.
You're on a date?
He nods.
Where is he?
I start walking because this is not going anywhere I want it to go. He doesn't miss a step. He's right behind me the entire way. I make a hard right turn when I smell funnel cakes. At the booth, I order and hold out the cash to pay for mine, but he beats me to the punch and pays the guy making them before I can. You can't buy my food. I'm on a date. I stuff the funnel cake in my mouth while he watches. I'm too far gone to care what he thinks of me, and no, I'm not a dainty eater. Once in a while, he breaks eye contact to scan the crowd for this supposed threat Brandon spoke of, the motorcycle gang. Then, he returns to looking down his nose at me.
You need protein. All that sugar isn't good for you.
Really? I say, staring up at him with my cheeks stuffed with funnel cake. How else can I rearrange my life to make it more acceptable to your impossibly high standards?
You could be less of a wise ass. You can start there.
Oh, he did not just go there. Okay, I gesture with my hands. We're not doing this. I'm going to see Johnny now. At his booth, he's my date. You cannot come with me. I walk away again, and Shane follows. He hangs back a little, but I know he's literally a step away. At one point, I stop because I'm not sure which direction the Barrios booth is, and he nearly runs me over. Can you step off? I grind out between my molars. It's the smug expression peering down at me that raises my hackles.
I'm just making sure you're safe.
Damn you, Brandon. If he hadn't said anything about the motorcycle gang, I wouldn't have to lose the tail. Can you do that from somewhere else? Preferably out of sight? Shane crosses his arms.
Just pretend I'm not here.
You're 6'2", somewhere around 230 pounds. How do you suppose I do that? Poke my eyes out? My blood pressure is about to hit 3,000. Looking down at me with that freaking air of superiority, he has the audacity to sigh, as if this is all so boring to him.
6'3".
I scoff. Don't flatter yourself. You're 6'2.5", at best. I clap back, because I'm petty like that. I continue walking, and I swear I hear a burst of laughter coming from him. Or I could be imagining it. Pushing through the crowd of people, I finally spot the Barrios booth and Johnny smiling at customers lined up to buy his vegetable dishes. Johnny sees me approach and smiles broadly. I manage to plaster a smile on my face for him. It's the least I can do. This thing with Shane is spiraling out of control and turning into something I don't know how to handle. I could ride it out for the next 3 weeks until he's gone, but that would make me weak and pathetic. Hi! Your parents aren't here? I ask him when he comes around the outside of the booth and plants a kiss on my cheek. His breath is warm, his cheek is smooth, and he smells all wrong. Of expensive cologne instead of pine and sandalwood. I don't think Johnny and I are going to be a thing.
No, they pulled the day shift. They're getting too old for this stuff anyway. We do it to contribute to the community more than anything else.
That makes sense. Their orchard has been family-owned and operated for 50 years. They don't need the publicity.
Here, try some of the sautéed heirloom baby vegetables with aioli sauce on the side.
The food is wonderful. It doesn't surprise me that Johnny is a great cook. He graduated from the NY Culinary Institute and had just moved back to Ojai at the same time I did.
I'd like to try a little of everything.
I hear Shane's voice, and my back snaps straight. He's standing at the booth, cash in hand. While Johnny prepares his food tray, Shane says,
We didn't get a chance to meet the other day when you came by. I'm Aiden Hughes' brother.
Hey, man. Nice to meet you, Johnny cordially replies.
Enjoy the food.
Shane pays for his food and remains standing next to me, eating like he has a right to, because that's not awkward at all. I can't do this anymore, I say under my breath, more to myself than to anyone else. Johnny, thank you, but I think I'm taking off.
Already?
Sensing my discomfort, He glances at Shane, and his ever-present smile slides off his face. I hate this. I hate that Shane had to ruin this evening, not so much for me, but for Johnny. He doesn't deserve this bullshit.
Are you sure? Because I can get rid of this guy for you.
Johnny is 5 feet 10 inches and built like a tank. He could probably give Shane some serious trouble, maybe a few punches and rough him up a bit. It's that I don't want to give Johnny any trouble. Placing my hand on Johnny's forearm, I say, I'm sure you can, but it's not necessary. Your family needs you, and I don't want to be the cause of any trouble. Begrudgingly, he nods. I'll see you next week for our usual exchange, I ask, meaning the manure and produce swap. I don't want to give him false hope for anything more than that. Johnny's lips lift, but he doesn't mean it. His attention is still on Shane, who doesn't seem to care. I walk away, heading for the exit, when all hell breaks loose. 2 shots ring out, and the crowd screams, everyone hitting the ground at once. It's mayhem wrapped in chaos. Shane pushes me to the ground so fast that he knocks the wind out of me. People run past me screaming, while Ojai PD runs in the direction of where the shots came from.
Keep your head down and don't move.
Suddenly, Shane is gone. I can't feel his body draped over me anymore, and with his body heat missing, I can't stop shaking. I lift my head to see people standing and quickly ushering their kids out the front gate of the fairgrounds. I think of Brandon and the kids and pray he got out safely. I stand and see Johnny still crouched behind his tables. He looks justifiably terrified. Other than the shakes, I'm okay. A bit bruised, but better than most. Glancing around, I see lots of women and children crying. Shane reappears as I'm dusting off my now wrecked dress. It's stained, possibly beyond repair. He looks shaken, like something got jarred loose inside of him. He takes a few steps in my direction, then a few more. The final few we take together. When he reaches me, he wraps me in his arms and holds me so tightly that for a moment I doubt he'll ever let me go. Breathing out harshly, he turns his mouth to meet the skin of my neck and kisses me there. And it doesn't stop. He burns a path from my collarbone to my ear. Being held like this by him is a fever dream I don't want to wake from. I almost can't believe it's happening. Feeling bold, I cradle his head in my hands and kiss him. And he kisses me back. It's exactly as I remember it. Hungry and hard and soft and sweet at the same time. It's perfect in every way, like we were made for each other. But now what?
Let's get out of here, he says.
Chapter 16. Once we get back to the Cobra and slip inside, we both sit quietly for a minute, getting our bearings. The parking lot emptied out at an alarmingly fast clip. We're practically the last ones here. What happened? I ask, my curiosity outweighing my concern. I somehow feel like myself again, the person I was before the assault. Something happened to me tonight, snapping me back into place. It's like my psyche got an adjustment. It does not look like Shane got the same benefit.
Brandon was right. Hessians,
he tells me, staring straight ahead. His fingers stroke the bottom of the steering wheel. Strong hands, blunt, long fingers. He won't look at me, and I have to wonder why.
Drug bust gone bad with undercover cops. One of them got shot in the stomach. It didn't look good when I got there. He was bleeding out pretty quickly.
I could have helped. Instinctively, I know I could have. No part of me feels scared or threatened anymore. And now that I think about it, I didn't feel any anxiety when the shots rang out. That total calm that I've known most of my life is back. I feel liberated. I'm me again. Shane shakes his head.
A miracle's the only thing that could have helped that guy.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
He nods, but his demeanor doesn't match his words.
Why did you and that guy call off the engagement?
That guy? The question throws me for a loop. I have to think about how to explain. Looking back, we were wrong for each other. I would have probably stayed married to him, maybe unhappily, for the rest of my life. But then I got jumped, and the rose-colored glasses came off. Hard times will do that to any relationship, make you see the best and the worst in people more clearly. He glances over at me in the dark and takes me in, looking at me as if he's seeing me for the very first time. He didn't want to touch me after, like I was damaged goods. I broke it off after a session with a therapist we were seeing. He said, and I'll never forget this, he said, "At least you weren't raped." I knew then that I had grossly misjudged him. The worst part is he made me doubt my own judgment.
No person should ever be the reason you doubt yourself.
He starts the engine, and we ride the rest of the short way home in silence. It's a comfortable silence, though, not like the last time when it was fraught with tension. I'm at peace with whatever happens between us. Tonight was a great reminder that you can't control life. It's going to be what it's going to be. He pulls the Cobra up to the guest house and kills the engine, the dark creating a cozy cocoon for two. Neither one of us makes a move to get out. "What do you want, Shane?" I say, cutting to the chase. "Because you run more hot and cold than a fever. And frankly, I'm sick of it."
You.
It comes out direct and clear. There's no questioning what he meant. Me? I turn to see his face to confirm what I'm hearing, but what I get is his profile. I get his chin, his sharp jaw, and the straight line of his nose. What I don't get are his eyes, the windows to his soul. He exhales and looks at me then, his eyes burning with pent-up frustration and lust. So much lust and greedy need that I want to reach out and touch his face and crawl onto his lap and give him everything he can't ask for.
"I want you, morning, noon, and night," he rasps. "I want you when you're being a pain in the ass, and I want you when you're playing Frank Sinatra to a heartsick donkey. I want you so badly, I can taste you in my dreams. I've fucked you so many times there I can't even count. Don't ever doubt whether I want you."
I swallow, my skin burning hot all over, and an uncomfortable empty feeling growing between my legs. "So then, why don't you have me?"
"I don't want to hurt you. Why do you think I've been trying so hard not to touch you?"
My temper spikes. I can't with this horse crap anymore. "I didn't take you for a coward." Throwing open the car door, I get out and march across the driveway in my messed up dress. The same dress that I'll probably have to throw out due to another disastrous night in which I did not get laid. End of horror story. I hear him coming before I can feel him. Less than a second later, he hauls me up in his arms and throws me over his shoulder. I have to slap a hand over my mouth to stop the yelp that could have woken Aiden and Mona. The last thing we need is a nosy family getting involved. A few ground-eating strides, and he's opening the door of the guest house. A few seconds more, and he's closing and locking it behind us. He places me down on my feet and mumbles,
"I'm done doing the right thing."
Taking my face in both hands, he kisses me. He pushes his way into my mouth with his tongue and does to it what I want him to do to the rest of me. Is this attraction rife with danger? Yes, it is. But what's the alternative? Not seeing where this could lead?
"You're the most beautiful and maddening woman I've ever met,"
he grunts out between kisses. His hands stroke down my neck and grab onto the edge of my cardigan. He pulls it off my shoulders without an ounce of care. The frenzied kissing continues even as I grab the bottom of his t-shirt and rip it up. With his help, I manage to get it over his head. It falls to the floor on top of my cardigan.
"Gloves are off,"
I hear him mutter. This one's chatty when he's messing around and quiet when he's not. Go figure. I kiss him back, lifting my hips and wrapping my legs around his waist. It's like throwing gasoline on a fire. The sexual tension is on the verge of exploding.
"Yes, that's karara. Grind yourself against me. he continues, sounding like he swallowed broken glass in a language I will never understand. It's sexy, though. His warm, calloused hands slip easily under my dress and under my boy-short panties. He cups my ass, squeezing the cheeks. Any harder, and I'll have bruises tomorrow. Still kissing, he carries me to the bedroom and gently places me on the bed. It's an unexpectedly sweet gesture. I was almost certain he was going to drop me on the mattress. While I'm up on my elbows, Shane stops and looks down at me with wonder in his eyes and a ghost of a smile on his face. "Are you sure you want to do this with me?" he asks in that low, quiet rasp of his. "There's no turning back after tonight." "You're the only one I want to do this with, Shane. In case you haven't noticed, I've been waiting a long time for you. No regrets. Ever." And it's true. I have never before felt this level of attraction in mind and body and spirit to another person. Whenever I'm with him, it's like I'm an explorer. Sometimes he lets me see into his heart and mind, and sometimes I hit a dead end. But I'm always excited to learn more. I'm always excited to try again. Taking one leg at a time, he grabs the heel of my red boot and slides it off my foot, dropping it on the floor. Then he rolls my ankle sock off and drops it next to the boot. He takes the other boot and sock and does the same. After each sock comes off, he rubs my painted toes and watches my reaction with a sly smile. Between all the bluster coming out of him and the hard surfaces on him, I forgot who I was dealing with. A romantic. Shane is a romantic at heart, whether he likes it or not, and I'm starting to suspect that Eamon Shane Hughes has feelings for me like I have for him. He grabs the fly of his jeans and deliberately unbuttons them slowly. I'm riveted on every finely honed muscle called into action as he pushes his jeans and boxer briefs down in a single motion. This show alone is worth the price of admission. His dick springs free, and it's a beast, hard and thick and nearly reaching his stomach, the dark hair surrounding it neatly trimmed down. He steps out of his pants and walks over to the bed, where I've gone into a trance watching him stroke himself slowly. "You're so beautiful. I don't know which part I want to touch first," I hear myself mutter, like a sex-deprived lunatic out on bail. "They're all yours to touch, Sharina. Every part of me is yours, whenever you want." I don't dig into what he just said. I haven't been happier or more satisfied in years, and I don't want to ruin the moment by thinking. Bad stuff usually follows when that starts. Shane crawls onto the bed, and I move backward to make room for him. None of it feels foreign or awkward like it did the first time I slept with Jamie. This feels natural to me, like coming back to a warm home after being out in the cold all day. His fingers hook onto the hem of my dress, and he drags it up as he moves over me. I raise my hips, and together we take it off. Afterward, he makes quick work of my bra. My breasts bounce free, and he runs one hand back and forth over them while he kisses me deeply. He strokes them with confidence. His touch, magic, and knowledge, the work of someone who knows what he's doing and promises great sex. The heat from his hands and the pads of his fingertips, rough from the day working hard restoring the barn, sends sparks racing across my skin, pebbling my nipples and making my thighs clench shut. "You like that?" he murmurs in my ear as I squirm, silently begging for more. "Yes, don't stop," I nearly whine, my eyes screwed shut from pleasure. His hand leaves my breast and moves south to my panties. He drags them down and off without wasting time. One hand strokes between my legs and cups me while his mouth latches on to one nipple and pulls, then the other. My body arches off the bed. My legs fall open without anyone asking. Not even an open sesame. Just his touch, and I am done. This man owns me now. I've never been so turned on in my life,
and from his hands and mouth alone. I can't even imagine what his dick can do.
You're not coming until I'm inside you.
Abruptly, he sits up and leans over the bed. It's a bucket of cold water. I was seconds from euphoria, and he ripped the celebration away before the party could get started. Opening the side table, he grabs a condom out of there and puts it between his teeth. The last time I checked that drawer, there was only a chapstick and reading glasses. Those weren't in there last time I checked.
If you had any idea how many times I put some in there and took them out, you'd be worried about me.
He's so honest and emotionally exhausted that I grab his handsome face and kiss it all over. Pushing me back on the bed, he rips open the condom package and rolls it on. Hallelujah. I thought this would never happen.
You ready for me?
I was born ready for you. I swear, you are the biggest tease. Shane pushes inside of me, bottoming out, and we both freeze. The feeling of fullness steals my breath away. I hadn't anticipated him being this thick. The binoculars really didn't do him any justice.
Just breathe,
he murmurs and kisses my face. Slowly, my body relaxes to accommodate his, to make room for him like my heart has. I hook my legs around his waist, put my lips on his, and kiss him slowly. He slides in deeper until it feels like we're one. Shane starts to rock his hips, going deeper with each thrust until the bed is moving back and forth and the headboard is hitting the wall. Stucco flakes are falling on us, but we don't notice, because Shane is not fucking me. He is giving himself to me, body and soul. We come at the same time, so hard I think I may never look at sex the same way again. I never knew it could be like this. It's been redefined, and we're rewriting the book on it. Great sex is like potato chips or mini ponies. Once you have one, you have to have more. We're basically programmed for it. Last night, we managed to have sex in the bed, which inevitably led to sex in the shower, which inevitably led to sex with me bent over the back of the couch, and Shane hitting me so hard from behind that we rearranged half the furniture in the room. Overnight, the storm finally broke and made enough noise to provide good cover. After which, the Colonel slept like a baby for the next 4 hours until dawn. "You sleep last night?" Mona eyeballs me suspiciously. My hair is practically teased up to the ceiling, and although I have a newly acquired healthy glow to my skin, the bags under my eyes kind of tell a different story. I yawn. "Not very well." "Digging up dead bodies again?" She sends me a sly side-eye and sips her coffee. "Yeah, that's it," I mutter and take a big gulp of mine. "What happened to your neck?" "Beard burn." "One of the animals?" "Hey, speaking of which, it's still raining. Should I leave them out there?" Now that the barn is done, I can't wait to break it in. They love it out there when it rains, and they have the run-in sheds if it goes on too long. "Blue, honey," she says in a small voice, and I know what's coming next. "Yes, Mona?" "How would you feel if we had another permanent resident at the Harris Ranch?" "I'm very happy for you both. Unless you plan to kick me out to make room for him." Mona stands and throws her arms around me, my face somehow getting smashed between her double E breasts. "Kicking you out? That's nonsense. Who would I have all this fun with?" "Good, because I have nowhere to go, and there's nowhere else I'd rather be." I'm doing night check when Shane walks into the barn, just back from a run. Sweat drips down his forehead, and he wipes it away with the towel hanging around his neck. He is the epitome of masculine beauty. One of those rare individuals who get even better looking the more you look at him. Hazel sees him and starts braying and walking in circles. "You have stolen her heart, Hughes." His mouth kicks up on one side as he approaches. When he's close enough that I can smell the salty, clean scent of sweat and pine soap, I take a deep breath.
What about you, Baldwin. He leans down and kisses me, brushes his mouth against mine, like the mere touch of our lips brings him pleasure. Are you crazy about me? That's a loaded question if I ever heard one. One that I cannot answer without giving it all away. Shane. Yeah. I want you to know that I would never hold you back. I would never stop you from doing whatever or going wherever you feel you need to be. I pick up my chin to look into his eyes, because like Mona says, you never know when it'll be the last time. I don't mind if you wander. Just come back to me. Chapter 17.
I'll never be able to look at that guest house again and not see his naked ass, I confessed to Jess, while simultaneously pushing the shopping cart and munching on the grapes I picked up in the produce section. It takes skill. It's forever branded on my third eye. It's a beautiful one. He is straight up the man of my dreams. But we have desecrated every piece of furniture in there. A woman shopping in the baked goods aisle frowns at me and turns her cart in the other direction. You shouldn't eavesdrop, lady, I say out loud. It's bad manners. It's official. I've been invaded. My home is now occupied territory, and my body a slave to conquering forces. But what about my heart? It feels fragile and unprotected. I'm now convinced that's what they really mean when they tell you not to have unprotected sex. They really mean your heart. And because of the state of my fragile heart, I had to talk about it with someone, and who better than the person who knows me best? Way to rub it in, my best friend deadpans, and I chuckle. Never, ever carry on an illicit affair in your own home. It's like a dog pissing on your couch to mark his territory. You'll never get the stench of him out of there. I push the shopping cart down the frozen food and ice cream section and throw 3 tubs of Haagen-Dazs in my cart. Mint chocolate chip for Mona, strawberry for Darby, dulce de leche for me. I can always count on you to sugarcoat it for me, and it's not an illicit affair. What exactly is it, though? It's a one-way love story, sadly. Wait, you told him you love him, and he said nothing? That stinking puta. Pump the brakes. No, I did not tell him I love him, but I can feel the words trying to jump out of my mouth every time he looks at me and smiles. They're trying to come out, and he hasn't said it yet. I mean, I see it on his face, but I need him to accept it. I need him to be at ease with it. People are their own worst enemy. Preaching to the choir. Look, give him time. I'm scared, Jess. I like this one. Scratch that. I love this one. But he's turning 37 a month from today. If he needs time to figure it out at his age, then we're all doomed. Tita always says things happen when they're supposed to happen. I really believe that. I really believe that, too. Can you do me a favor? Anything. Tell me when you think I'm drowning. I'm too far gone to tell anymore. I'll do you one better. I'll jump in after you, and then I'll drown his ass. After I hang up with Jess, I get in line to pay and spot Andy, Mona's attorney, 3 rows down from me. I wave, and he waves back. Then I get a wild hair up my butt and march over to do something about it. Hey, Andy, how are you? Great, Blue. How are you? He mimics my delivery, looking at me like I've lost my mind. Andy is a stocky, middle-aged guy who reminds me of Costanza on Seinfeld. So this makes me snort. I know you can't say anything to me due to attorney-client privilege, but I need to say my piece. Andy frowns. How the hell could you have let her forget to pay her property taxes for 2 years? I whisper hiss. 2! I hold up the corresponding fingers. Really, Andy? We could have lost the ranch and the rescue. His eyes narrow, and he frowns. What are you talking about? I have no idea where you got that from. Her taxes are paid automatically through the trust. I have nothing to do with it. My eyebrows climb up my forehead. Holy freaks in hell. Trust? Andy looks confused. Mona Harris is the only heir to the Harris ranching fortune. It's public information.
I drive straight home in the truck Darby was kind enough to lend me and head for the barn. That's where I find Mona. "Guess where I was just now," I say to her and hang my elbows over the door of the wash stall. She's in the middle of curry-combing Legend, and he's loving every minute of her tender care. At my question, she looks me over. "Wrestling with the goats?" "What?" I say and sniff myself, just in case. Caring for animals is a dirty business, and you kind of get used to the smells. "No, and I took a shower before I went into town." She looks skeptical. Well, that's good. I double-check my blue t-shirt dress for animal hair and find one stray gray hair. "Guess again." She squints, scrutinizing my hair. Taking a sauna at the resort?" I touch my hair. "It's not that big." "Wrong again. I was at the supermarket." "Oh, good. Did you get the Haagen-Dazs?" "Yes, I got the Haagen-Dazs. You know what else I got? The scoop from Andy." She stops currying the horse, and her eyebrows climb all the way up her forehead. "Yep, that's right. You been busted." In my defense, "Why? Just tell me why." She nods and takes a deep breath. For once, Mona is serious. "You're 29 years old, Blue, and you're stuck in a rut. I wanted to shake you out of it. I don't want you to end up like me, childless and alone, because you're smart enough not to go back to a loser who doesn't deserve you, but you're too scared to move forward. I want more for you. I want it all, and staying here with me isn't the healthiest thing for you, but," she shrugs, "I'm too selfish to let you go." Tears stream down my face. "You know how much I love your crazy ass, right?" "Yes, I do, Smokey." Walking around the stall door, I throw my arms around her and bury my nose in her Chanel No. 5 scented neck. "Don't you ever do anything like that to me again." A day later, I'm in the barn getting the lunch buckets ready for the horses when Shane appears in the threshold of the feed room. We've been sneaking around at night, and it has not been fun. Loosely translated, this means we're both sleep-deprived and edgy. But we agree that getting Aiden and Mona involved could throw off the progress that Aiden has made. You know, mess with the balance in a way. So we've decided to keep it a secret until Aiden is done with his community service. Shane leans against the jamb and crosses his arms. His biceps are popping off, his pecs 2 hard slabs of muscle hidden under his USMC t-shirt. A new one. I'm keeping his old one forever. "What are you doing, handsome?"
"Aiden is memorizing a new script. He's gonna hit the ground running when he gets out of here in a few weeks."
Shane smiles proudly, while the smile slides off my face. The reminder that they're both leaving soon makes me sick to my stomach. We haven't spoken about what will happen next. We haven't spoken at all with all the great sex we've been having. And I'm not one to complain, but...
"Why the frown, Sharina?"
He pushes off the jam and walks in, pinning me in place against the wall with his hips. Dropping his knees, he grinds against me. Between his silky basketball shorts and my cotton ones, there's not much separating us. I pant while fireworks go off in the backs of my eyelids and sparks shoot along my skin all the way to my groin.
"Hear what I said? Aiden is busy reading a script."
Shane takes my hands and holds them above my head on the wall while he kisses me slowly. The vibration of his voice against the sensitive skin on my neck is enough to produce a full-body shiver. He kicks the feed room door closed and pulls a condom out of his pocket. Without breaking eye contact, he rips the package open with his teeth. We glance down together to see his erection standing proudly between us. Then, taking my hand, he gives me the condom.
"You do it,"
he orders. I do as I'm told, while he watches me with the focused attention of a wolf on a hunt. The sight of his eyes fluttering shut and the hard set of his jaw fascinates me. The pleasure he feels because I'm touching and stroking him is the sexiest sight I've ever seen. Shane never willingly relinquishes power and control, so the fact that he's gifting it to me makes my knees go weak. To be fair, everything about him makes my knees go weak. Once the condom is on, he picks me up and holds me against the wall. Shoving my shorts and panties aside, he touches me softly at first. The wetter I get, the more he pushes me open. So sweet, so soft. You feel so good, baby. He pushes my hips down and thrust up. First in shallow movements, then deeper and deeper, until I can feel him hitting the magic spot that Jamie couldn't find in 4 years with a magnifying glass. It's you. Always you. You're all I think about, morning, noon, and night, he murmurs quietly. With each declaration, he thrusts harder and harder. Shane, look at me, I whisper, and he does. We stare at each other as he pushes us closer and closer to climax, thrusting harder and harder. Tears crowd my eyes. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to go without telling him how I feel, that I love him, that I don't want him to leave. But I suspect he knows all of that, because it's written on my face every time he looks at me, and it's on my lips every time I kiss him. I come first and have to bite my lip to stop myself from crying out. He follows shortly after. Slowly, he lowers me onto the ground, and we cling to each other while we catch our breath. Every time I smell oats and hay, I'm gonna get hard from here on out, he says, breathing roughly. Then I hear, "Where's the condom?" He's staring down at his still semi-hard body. Curiosity piqued, I glance down and don't see it either. It's probably inside of me. His head snaps up, his eyes, sharp and focused, search my face. Are you on the pill? If I had any questions about how he feels about kids, now I know. All the happy thoughts I was entertaining the last few days spiral down the drain. No, Shane, I am not on the pill. Have you had a vasectomy? At my angry outburst, his expression shifts, his mouth kicking up on one side like this is a big joke. Hey now, no need for that. Maybe you should have asked before you nailed me to the wall. Angry at the look on his face, I push past him, throw open the door, and march to the small office with the bathroom attached. In the bathroom, I take off my clothing and manage feats only a boneless gymnast could accomplish to search my privates for a lost condom. Somehow, I hook a finger and get lucky. When I'm done, I open the bathroom door to find Shane standing a few feet away, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He's so hot, he doesn't look real. Pushing off the wall, he reaches me in 2 giant steps. Then he grabs my face and kisses me like it's the last kiss of his tender young life. And he doesn't stop. He keeps kissing me until all the stiffness has left my body, and I melt into him. I found it, I say in a low, dejected voice. Being a paramedic comes in handy. Whatever happens, we'll deal with it together, okay? Together. I don't say anything in return. My mind feels satisfied with his answer, but my heart says not to trust my mind. Mona runs into the barn the next day while I'm deworming some of the animals. Mona never runs, not even if a pack of wild dogs was chasing her. Not even if there was a sale on bootleg designer jeans at Neiman Marcus, which is how I know something's happened. There's a person here to see you, she says, hanging over the door of Milo, our resident llama's, stall. Who? A teenage girl. Said she's writing an article for the school newspaper on you. Me? Why would she write one on me? How does she even know me? Then I think of the rescue and our social media accounts. I'm all over them, which is the only way she could know me. Why is the sky blue? Who the hell knows? Come talk to her. I finish with Milo and exit the barn to find a teenage girl, 14 years old at the most, sitting on the porch of the farmhouse with a glass of lemonade in one hand and an oatmeal cookie that Mona offered her in the other. She's either half black or Hispanic, with shoulder-length curly hair, light brown skin, and light brown eyes. And she's dressed in what looks to be a school uniform. "Hi," I say a little awkwardly. "I'm Blue Baldwin. Are you here to do a story about the rescue?" She looks a little unsure and places the glass down on the side table. Yeah. I'm doing a story for the school paper." "Shouldn't the school have called to tell us you were coming?" Something is not adding up. "What school do you go to?" "Oak Christian Academy." "And your name?" I prompt with a smile. Okay, so I'm not really here for the school newspaper." "Knew it. Your name?" "Callie." She looks at me and away. "Bloom." "Callie. Is Matthias your dad?" She nods, suddenly self-conscious. It hits me that her boarding school wouldn't just let her leave the property. "How did you get here?" "With my cell phone and a credit card." Smartass. I like her already. "Let's go. I'm driving you back right now. I need you to call your dad and let him know you're safe and with me." She looks so bummed, I'm tempted to give her anything she asks for. I just realized being a parent is not going to be easy. "They got married and you didn't come," she says quietly, clearly upset about this. "My dad told me all these stories about you running into places where there's, like, gangs and stuff, and you helped a kid that got shot." "That was a long time ago, when I was a paramedic. Now I work here, helping Mona, that lady you met, rescue animals that have been abused." "That's pretty cool." A smile spreads across my face. I really like this kid. "We can talk on the drive back." After Darby lends me his truck, and I put Callie's school in the GPS, we hit the road. "I'm sorry I wasn't there to meet you, but I don't really get along with my mother." "Dad told me," she murmurs, staring out the window while her hands play with the cell phone in her lap. "He said Athena wasn't the best mom. He said she left you with your dad and took off." "And he still managed to fall in love with her? What does she do to these men? Matthias has to be a glutton for punishment." "What about your mom?" I gently prod. "She died. Car accident when we were living in Senegal." "I'm really sorry." We ride in silence for a while. Something about this kid reminds me of me at her age. A girl longing to connect. "Hey, Callie." "Yeah?" "Just because I don't see Athena much doesn't mean we can't see each other. Your school is only a 30-minute drive from the ranch." She turns in her seat to look at me. "Would you want to come and hang out sometime? Maybe you can help me take care of the animals?" Her full lips lift. "We had goats when we were living in Senegal. They would eat my mother's flowers. She'd get so mad." The memory makes her smile. "Is that a yes?" She nods, the smile still in place. "Put my number in your cell phone," I tell her, and rattle off the number. She does as she's told and sends me a text. It's an emoji of two girls holding hands. Chapter 18. "I'm getting tired of this," I hear him gripe as he approaches. He's mad, and he wants me to know it. He comes marching around the corner and finds me behind the barn in the hay shed, pulling a bale out to throw to the horses in the big pasture. The rain lasted for all of a day, and the pasture's dry brush is not suitable for grazing. Hay is expensive, but the good news is that our Mother Goose accounts have exploded with new followers lately, something I can't quite understand, and more money is coming in for the animals' care. I'm too old to be sneaking around like a teenage Romeo. Apparently, Shane is tired of sneaking around. For some reason, he feels that at almost 37, he has the right to sex on tap whenever he feels like having it, and circumstances are chafing his freedoms. Call the ACLU, I tell him, while I load the hay on the Polaris. Tell them your civil liberties are being infringed. We have yet to discuss where this is going after Aiden's time is up, so forgive me if I'm in no rush to accommodate him either. If I'm getting dumped like an unwanted pet in 2 weeks, I would like fewer people to know about it. Hands on his hips, he shakes his head at me and narrows his eyes. Such a wise ass.
I make a big dramatic show of loading the bale, grunting out loud. Frowning, Shane pushes me aside and loads it for me. A sucker is born every day. Shane gets in the driver's seat and holds out his hand. Keys. I thought you said you were on a deadline, I remind him, while I hand him the keys and climb into the passenger seat. I am, is all he says, as if this should be obvious. He turns on the Polaris, and we take off to feed the horses. Tell Mona that I found a truck to replace hers, and we're going to check it out tomorrow. I need to go to Malibu, and I want you to come with me. Do you ever get tired of bossing me around? The Santa Anas kick up, and a hot gust almost blows my straw hat away. Having reached the pasture, he parks by the gate and turns in his seat to face me. I'll never get tired of the way Shane looks at me. Total satisfaction. Like I'm just what he ordered. Were you tired of it the other night when I had my hands on your throat and my dick buried inside of you while I acted out scenes from your favorite book? My ears get red hot. He's not the only one who's totally satisfied. When you put it like that. Score tally. Hughes, 1. Me, 0. I'm having a hard time believing Wiley Mona bought the story about the pickup truck. The one Shane and I are supposedly going to check out in Tarzana. But Mona and I have been operating under a don't ask, don't tell policy lately, and it suits me just fine. The ride down Pacific Coast Highway to Malibu in the Cobra is glorious. I've almost forgotten how nice it is to feel the moisture of sea air on my skin. Savannah Conley comes on the radio singing Never Wanna Be in Love, and I turn up the volume. The song is downright prophetic. Never wanna be in love, I sing along quietly. But I wanna be with you, 'cause never wanna be in love. But look at you. Look at you. You saw right through me. I tried to hide, turn my eyes from you. I'm about to lead a lonely life, but I'd change my mind for you. I never want to be in love. I never want to be in love, but I'd change my mind for you. I never want to be in love. I never want to be in love, but I'd change my mind. I'm my only enemy, just passing time to get through. You gotta be the one to choose, 'cause I can't be. I can't be. You saw right through me. I tried to hide, turn my eyes from you. I'm about to lead a lonely life, but I'd change my mind for you. Shane turns to watch me. I can feel his scrutiny on the side of my face, but he doesn't say anything. We stop at Malibu Farm Restaurant, and Shane tells me to wait in the car. He must have called ahead because he comes out minutes later carrying 2 big bags filled with takeout boxes. He hands them to me, and we head to his trailer on the bluff. If I didn't know any better, I would think this was a date. He parks the car, and I get out and walk to the edge of the bluff to take in the 180-degree view of the coastline. This place is magic, I say, closing my eyes and letting the wind blow my hair back. Can you grab the plates and utensils? He asks while he pulls the takeout out of the bags. After we set up the small card table outside for lunch, we kick back in the lawn chairs and destroy the assortment of food Shane ordered. Watching the sun sink in the distance, I'm reminded how truly lucky I am. Mona makes us eat dinner on the patio almost every night so we can watch the sunset. And almost every time she says it's her favorite one. She's so brave about losing her eyesight. It brings a smile to my lips. The legend of Mona Harris will live on long after she does. She's a character in my next book. My head whips around. Are you kidding? No, he says casually, and rubs the back of his neck. So are you. His hooded eyes fall on my mouth, and a soft smile spreads on his face. He gets up and offers me his hand. Let's clean up. Aren't we having dessert? I'm sort of bummed about dessert, but excited about being a character. Shane walks into the trailer holding a bag of trash. You better make me look good in your book. He pokes his head back out. You'll have to read it when it comes out. I grab the plates and silverware and wash them in the sink, while he wraps up the leftovers and sticks them in the refrigerator. It's so natural and domestic of us, a small glimpse into how wonderful our life could be If he would only let it be. We haven't had a discussion about where this is going, and I'm not going to be the one who broaches the topic. I dry my hands on a towel and turn to find him watching me. He's wearing another one of his fertility outfits, a black t-shirt, softly worn jeans, and Gucci driving moccasins. He crosses his arms, and his expression turns serious.
You want to talk?
Wow, I say, feeling intimidated again, my pulse racing with dread and my palms sweating. I brush them on my blue jeans. The moment of truth. I've been wanting this for the past week, and now that it's here, I don't know what to say. Way to make me feel comfortable in your home. He closes the distance between us and places his hands on my waist. He drops a quick kiss on my lips, picks me up, and deposits me on the counter. Standing between my legs, he nuzzles the delicate skin on my throat with his nose and mouth, leaving what will surely be scruff burn on my neck.
My home is your home.
He says it so quietly, I almost don't catch it. But I did catch it. I definitely caught it. Taking his face in my hands, I kiss him, pouring everything I feel into that kiss. For now, talking is going to have to wait. I peel his shirt over his head, and the sight of his happy trail has me so worked up that I slide off the counter and drop to my knees. I unbutton his jeans slowly and yank on the waistband until his erection springs free. Stroking him with my hand, I play with his balls and glance up. Shane's head is thrown back in sheer ecstasy, his fingers grasping onto the counters and cabinets for purchase. A man's body is a walking contradiction. Soft and hard, cool and hot. So strong and yet so fragile. My lips wrap around the head of his erection. I take him deep into my mouth until he groans and comes and stumbles backward. And when I'm done, after I stand and wipe my mouth, and his eyes flutter open, I say, "Dessert was on me." 20 minutes later, both of us naked and in bed, I'm draped over his chest, busy gliding my fingertips through his hair and around his dark little nipples. He pulls the covers over us higher. It's September, and there's a bite to the air in the late afternoon. Love is growing inside of me at an alarming rate. If this keeps up, I'll be consumed by it by day's end. I roll onto my back, and he follows, pushing my legs apart and rubbing himself against me until he's rock hard. The pain in my heart keeps reminding me to tell him that I love him. It's an alien baby trying to rip and claw its way out through my sternum. There's going to be blood everywhere, which will probably end with my demise. He looks at me funny.
Are you feeling all right?
An alien baby is trying to split me in two. He's not sure whether I'm joking or certifiably insane. I'm a little of both at the moment.
Did you eat too much?
No.
You're the strangest girl I've ever met.
The sweetest smile spreads on his face. I sigh. Is that a good thing?
It's a great thing.
If I didn't love him before, this sealed my fate. We don't have any condoms left. What do you plan to do with that phallus between your legs? Watching me closely, he rolls his hips and pushes the bare head of his erection inside of me. I shake my head. We're not raw dogging it, not even in Vegas. He starts laughing, and I almost faint from the sight of all his perfect white teeth. Shane Hughes laughs. This is news to me. I wouldn't be surprised to learn it's news to almost everyone he knows. "Shane," a woman calls out. She sounds close enough to be right outside the trailer. Shane immediately scowls and jumps out of bed, his dick so hard it almost hits the side of the wall. "Shane!" she hollers.
I'm coming out. Stay where you are.
In his defense, he does not sound happy to see or hear her. His expression alone would have me running for cover. "Who is it?" I whisper. Why am I the one whispering? I don't know. I'm not the intruder here.
Kaya,
he says without sparing me a glance. This hurts me. The pressure on my sternum gets worse. He shoves on his jeans, foregoing the underwear, and walks out. My stomach drops. I scramble out of bed to get dressed. In the meantime, Shane walks out in nothing but his jeans with his fly open and his dick practically sticking out. It bothers me that she gets to see him like that. It bothers me that she knows him that way, too. The whole situation bothers me.
"What are you doing here?"
I hear him snap. Tiptoeing closer to the door, I lean in to eavesdrop. Even though it's bad manners, I'm not about to miss out on what happens next. Joyce called me when she saw the Cobra drive up the street. I really think we should talk.
"There's nothing to talk about."
Where's your shirt? She asks like she has the right to know. And to think I felt sorry for her when she was crying. Is somebody here with you?
"Are you kidding me right now? That's none of your business, Kaya. We're divorced," he says, stressing the word. "You remember the agreement, right? You got the house in Laguna and the apartment in New York, and I got to tell you to go fuck yourself."
Your language is atrocious.
You don't have to put up with it. In fact, I'm asking you nicely to leave.
He sounds so stressed, I want to hold him and tell him it's going to be all right. Shane handles adversity so well that I sometimes forget he's still hurting from the betrayal. You can't just flip a switch, like he once told me. It makes me think of my father and how long he's held on to his feeling for my mother. God, I hope that's not what's in store for him, or for me. There's a quiet pause, and then I think I hear feminine tears falling. I just wish we could go to counseling. I think if we did, had we done it earlier, none of this would have happened.
We've been over this 100 times. We don't love each other anymore.
I still love you.
No, you don't. And I don't love you. And quite frankly, and I'm not saying this to hurt you, I don't think we ever really loved each other.
Okay, so I shouldn't feel good about that, but I do. You don't mean that, she continues.
I do. I've had a lot of time to think about it.
Let's talk about this inside, she keeps pressing.
No.
Are you seeing someone? Is that why you won't go to counseling? I can be patient, Shane. Have your fun. I get that you want, I don't know, revenge? My God, this woman is persistent.
No, I'm not seeing anyone else. And no, I don't want revenge. I don't want to be with you. Do you understand? I don't love you. I don't think of you anymore, Kaya. Not ever.
If he had taken a sledgehammer to my heart, it would have hurt less. This puts to rest any romantic notions I had that we were just getting started. You're so fucking cruel. This is why I slept with Aiden. Because you're mean, and he understood that better than anyone. I have to put a stop to this before she destroys all the hard work Aiden and Shane have done to repair their relationship. To that end, I pat my hair down and make sure my t-shirt is tucked and tidy. My heart feels like it's been desecrated, but all I can do is put a brave face on now. Mr. Hughes, I'm done cleaning, I say, stepping out of the trailer. My gaze darts between the two beautiful high flyers standing a few feet away, facing off. They look like a matched set. Kaya examines me like I'm a spider she caught in her home. Kaya's a red fox, beautiful and cunning, opportunistic. She's wild like Shane, not domesticated. If you try to domesticate her, you'll come home to find it destroyed. I'm pretty sure she doesn't buy my little act, but it doesn't matter. It's an excuse to distract her and get us out of here.
I'll get my shoes and drive you home,
Shane mutters. With an expression of disgust, Kaya shakes her head and opens the door to her new red Porsche Cayenne. Fucking the housekeeper, Shane? Really? She gets in and starts the engine. Then she floors it in reverse. We have to jump out of the way to avoid being covered in dirt. Once the taillights fade, I let my shoulders drop and take a deep, painful breath. Take me home. If this was a date, it sucked.
Can you say something? He says.
I turn the volume up on the radio, and he turns it off. He looks worried. Well, tough turds. I'm devastated. It's musical chairs all over again, and I'm the odd man out. Things I learned today. I am much dumber than I estimated. I'm in the top percentile of dumb people. I keep making the same mistake over and over. He taps the steering wheel with his thumbs. A nervous tick. Does anyone care? Not me.
If I told her we were seeing each other, she'd never leave me alone. She doesn't care about me, Blue. She's only interested in accumulating people and things. It's a game to her. Once she knows she has you, she loses interest.
All that may be true, but it still doesn't make me feel better. It doesn't make me feel valued and important to him. I'm still a third-class citizen.
Blue.
Reaching over, he tries to take my hand, and I rip it away. Please don't. I fold my hands on my lap. We drive the rest of the way home in silence, the tension filling every nook and cranny in the car. By the time he parks in front of the guest house, night has fallen. The lights are on in Aiden's trailer and the farmhouse. This is where I belong. This is where I feel safe. Maybe it's for the best. You're leaving soon anyway, and I belong here. Despite what you may have heard, love does not, in fact, conquer all. I push the car door open and jump out.
Blue, stop. I'm sorry.
I walk away and he gives chase. Not that I want him to, especially not where other people can hear us.
Stop,
he says in a regular volume and grabs my bicep. Keep your voice down, I hiss.
Why? Because you don't want anyone to know we're together?
Because I don't want to be humiliated in front of everyone I know when you throw me over. That's why, I hiss back. He shakes his head, mouth set in a grim line. Holding on, he drags me to the guest house. I don't bother fighting. What's the point? He's so much stronger. Once we're inside, he locks the front door and walks away, combing his fingers through his hair. Let me go, Shane. You've had your fun. He turns to glare at me. Fine, we've had our fun. But it's over. I can't keep doing this.
Doing what? What's so bad about what's going on between us? I've never felt better about a relationship in my life.
Tears of frustration well up. He's so clueless, so cavalier about us. I can't do it anymore, okay? I just can't.
Why not? I know I really messed things up today, but let me make it up to you. Please, Blue. Give me another chance.
Crossing the wood floor, he takes my face in his hands before I can stop him, and the tears I was holding back gush out.
Why are you crying, Sharina? Tell me, and I'll fix it.
He kisses me gently, reverently even, and I completely lose it. Because I love you, you complete idiot. I love you, and I don't want to love you. Because I don't get to keep you. And for once in my life, I want someone to pick me. I want someone to be in my corner. I want someone to think I'm the most important person to them. Why can't I have that? What's wrong with me? He's listening, and he's not letting me go. There's compassion on his face and understanding. I know he understands me. So why can't he say it? Pulling me closer, he wraps his arms around me and holds me so close we're touching everywhere.
I am in your corner. I do pick you.
Exhaling a deep, steady breath, he continues.
And you are the most important person to me, even if I didn't prove it to you today. I don't want to deal with her anymore, and I chose my comfort over your feelings, and I'm sorry. Give me another chance.
He kisses me softly, his closed lips brushing back and forth on mine.
Morning, noon, and night. I choose you.
Chapter 19. Gosh, that is some terrible dancing. It looks painful. Ease up, Hughes. You're going to dislocate a shoulder if you continue like that. Then you won't be able to do the new Scorsese flick. He turns up the music on his speakerphone. Levitating by Dua Lipa and DaBaby. Hazel brays and the mini horses start racing around the paddock. It's pure mayhem, and I love it. Shane is in LA meeting with his agent today, and Aiden and I are fixing more of the fence before my free labor leaves for good. You think this is bad? Aiden says, jerking around. He honestly has no idea how truly bad he is. Bless his heart. He drops the hammer. Good thing. I was afraid he'd hit himself for a minute. I don't think. I know it is. That is hands down the worst dancing I've ever witnessed. Thank God. He stops moving, expression stumped. Did you just thank God that I'm a bad dancer? Yes, you do everything else perfectly. No man should ever do everything perfectly. That would be boring. And who would trust you? His expression changes to one of subtle satisfaction.
You think I do everything perfectly?
I'm not trying to compliment you. It's empirically true. He stalks towards me with a sly grin, and I take a step back. What are you doing? He pounces, and I scream. Picking me up, he twirls me around and around. Then we start dancing. I scream and laugh. The ponies take another gallop around the paddock. It's pure mayhem. Stop! You're gonna break my arm! Aiden kisses me on the cheek and blows a raspberry. I scream again and laugh. Put me down, you beast! He does as he's told, both of us grinning. We pause to catch our breath.
I'm gonna miss you, Tweety, he tells me, smile fading.
The sentiment is real and heartfelt. I can see it on his face.
Will you come visit me in L.A.?
He looks so hopeful, I don't want to ruin the moment, but I won't lie to spare his feelings. Too many people in his life already do that. You know I won't, Aid. That's your world, and I don't want any part of it. But promise me that if you lose your way again, you'll come back and see us. Or even just to say hi and help me fix something. He takes me in for a moment, then exhales and runs both hands through his hair.
You're in love with him?
You know?
That you two have been humping for the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, everyone knows. I'm sure Shane will be thrilled to hear we've been hiding it for no reason. I don't think twice. What's the point in denying it anyway? I love him.
The real kind?
The kind I used to dream about.
Good.
He smiles sweetly.
Shane deserves someone like you.
Would you look at that? Mona drawls, wearing a sly smile. Almost exactly the same, but better. A baby blue Chevy pickup truck is in the process of being lowered from the flatbed of the delivery truck. It's completely restored. It looks so shiny and fancy, I'm going to be scared to drive it. It's too much. Of course it is, Mona chimes in. Like all good things. Shane signs the packing slip, and the delivery driver climbs back into the cab and drives away.
Nice ride,
Aiden says, hands stuffed in the pockets of his track pants, smiling broadly. Did you know about this? I ask him. I'm so torn about this gift, I don't know what to do or say. He tips up his sunglasses and squints.
Yep, had fun looking for it too, and it wasn't easy. Tell me how much.
Shane won't tell me how much he spent, which scares me even more. Aiden makes a face. Never. Shane walks over to us with a lazy smile. I've never seen him more at ease. Comfortable in his own skin. Content. The fight over Kaya is almost forgotten. We're back to having fun and great sex. Everything is perfect. Except, he hasn't told me how he feels. I want to be mature about this. It's not like I don't feel his love, because I do. It's in every touch, every glance. It's everywhere. Except out of his mouth. I don't want to put any pressure on him, but if you have a hard time saying I love you, then maybe you don't feel it? Just a thought.
What do you think? The same, but better,
Shane says, echoing Mona's thoughts. He looks pretty proud of himself. He's so sweet. I'm dying a million tiny deaths.
Registered to Mother Goose Nonprofit. Paperwork is in the glove compartment.
He holds out the keys for me, and I reluctantly take them.
The engine's a rebuilt V8 with a turbocharger,
Aiden adds excitedly. I can't ever thank you guys enough. I can't ever repay what you've done for us. Here comes the tears again, brimming, falling, gushing. The barn's rebuilt and painted, the new wash stall with all the gadgets. I never even got a bill for the materials. And now, a fancy new pickup truck. They're leaving in a few days, going back to their lives, and me back to mine. When I think about it, I make myself sick.
Get in,
the man I love says. I open the passenger side door, and he chuckles.
Behind the wheel, I mean. I want you to get used to the power of this engine.
We drive into town and pass the bookstore and the cafe where I saw him having dinner with Kaya.
Let's grab a cup while we're here, he says. Park at the end.
Yes, sir. We order our coffee, and the girl behind the counter, barely 16, blushes and gives him a coy smile. He steps closer to me,
our bodies brushing together, and whispers in my ear.
How come you don't blush when I smile at you?
I glance up at him and take a sip of my latte. I blush, Colonel. I blush all the time. Just not on my face. His lips twitch and cover mine. He kisses me right in front of the blushing girl. If I didn't know he was leaving me soon, I'd say this is a perfect day. On our way back to the new pickup truck, we pass a magazine stand at the open-air bookstore. Shane's boots come to a sudden stop. I keep walking until I realize that I've lost him and turn around. The look on his face tells me everything I need to know. Turning, I see the headline and the pictures. What the actual fuck? What did I say about being careful not to give away your location? Jules is positively beside herself as she paces back and forth in her high-heeled Chanel motorcycle boots. She holds up her cell phone as if any of us can see what's on it. First, your ex-sister-in-law goes public with the affair, and now this? Shane has been quiet since we found out yesterday what Kaya had done, given an interview to an entertainment show. After we got back to the ranch, he dragged me into the guest house and into bed, and we didn't leave until it was time to feed the animals this morning. She knew how to hurt him. She knows the value he places on his privacy and went after it deliberately. Foxes are destructive. It seems an enterprising journalist, who will never work in this town again if I can help it, recognized the ponies in the pictures with Aiden and put two and two together. She tracked him back here and somehow got plenty of footage of Aiden and you, she points to me, dancing in that dust pit. It's a paddock, I clarify for the record. The airstream is already tight without her treating it like a treadmill to burn off her misplaced anger. Meanwhile, Mona, Aiden, and I do our best to look remorseful, sitting side by side on the banquette against the wall like a group of juvenile offenders. I'm not even sure what we have to be sorry for. She figured it out from the ponies. It's hard to hide the ponies you wanted Aiden to pose with because it was a cuteness factor of 10, I say, quoting her exact words. The glare she shoots me should have killed me on the spot. I'm not sure why I'm still alive. We are where we are now, she says, seething, and so are they. A bunch of those vultures are camped out in town, clogging the roads and making a nuisance of themselves. Thankfully, the police department is being helpful and has stationed a black and white outside the property's main entrance. Is that really necessary? Aiden finally jumps in, taking the words out of my mouth. He's been really chill about the circus this has turned into. I'm sure he's had plenty of practice. I guess that's something to be happy about. If you would have kept your grabby hands to yourself, Jess says, lurking behind Jules while staring at her fresh manicure. She looks up and skewers Aiden with a glare. This wouldn't be an issue now, would it? Jessica, Cruella says, and scoffs. Well, it's true. I'm starting to think Jess is no longer intimidated by Jules. Something is definitely going on there. I glance over at Aiden, who's now watching Jess. His brows are smashed together in deep concentration, but his mouth isn't sure whether it wants to turn up or down. Nothing happened. Tweety and I are friends. Oh, no, you didn't, Jess mumbles, biting her lips to stop from laughing. You did not just call her a pet name, Jules hisses. Aiden looks lost for a minute. He's joking, I say in his defense. No, really, who's going to take him seriously? Aiden side-eyes me. Thanks. I'm trying to save us, I hiss. We need to come up with a plan. Jules resumes her pacing. Spin this in a way that will turn it into a win for us. She stops and stares at me. We can make her your new girlfriend. She's got that plain Jane thing down pat. It'll go perfectly with your new clean image as a laid-back, salt-of-the-earth type. Salt of the earth? The same man who refuses to drink any brand other than Fiji water? Jess's eyes get as big as saucers, while my face turns beet red. No, Mona finally says, possibly saving us all. Why not? Jules queries. I'm not worried. This is where Mona shines. She will concoct some diabolical reason that Jules will never see coming. This is where all those strange stories Mona told me over the years
will finally come in handy. Because she squints and makes a pensive face. Because he's not her type. I stare and wait. She's just getting warmed up, just getting started. She's going to pull one out of an imaginary hat any second now. Because he's not her type, Jules repeats. Who gives a shit? He's a famous movie star. She's a nobody. I can make it work. She eyeballs me. Get her cleaned up. I turn to Mona and mutter, that's the best you can do? She makes me nervous. That's when I think, holy crap, we're doomed. Aid, I say glancing at Aiden, you know I love you, but I can't do this. I turn back to Jules. This isn't going to work. Tell them the truth, or I will. Aiden and I are friends. I am sleeping with his brother. I knew it, Mona yelps. God damn it, Jules shouts. Now I have to deal with a love triangle? No love triangle. It's a straight love line. From me to Shane. Jules looks around, her mouth pursing. Where is Shane? Hello? I call out upon entering the guest house.
In here.
Shane answers. Something's up. I can feel it. And it's not a good thing. With my heart lodged in my throat, I walk to the bedroom and find him there. He's in the middle of dumping drawers of clothing onto the bed. He's moving so quickly that if I didn't know better, I would think he's on the run from the feds.
I have to go,
he says in a low voice. Crossing the bedroom, he grabs the unmentionables drawer. T-shirts, underwear, socks, it all gets dumped into a messy heap. Red flags are everywhere. They are flying high right now. Along with them waving left and right, my pulse races and my stomach flip-flops. After the underwear, he starts grabbing clothing out of the closet and stuffing it in his army green duffel bag.
The publisher wants me in London and Geneva, maybe Rome. London for an interview, and the other 2 for signing.
I think my heart may just explode from excessive pumping. Nervously, I shift from foot to foot and cram my hands into the back pockets of my shorts to stop them from fidgeting. I knew this day was coming. It was only a matter of time before the bear was on the move again. And yet, nothing could prepare me for this level of pain. I nod, over and over for lack of a better response. Okay, yeah, about that nonsense with the press. You know nothing happened, that I didn't have anything to do with it. He must hear it in my voice, because he suddenly stops and glances up. Shane is no dummy, and seeing the worry practically shedding off my skin, his face softens. He reaches out for me, but I step back out of his grasp. I can't have him touch me now. If I let him touch me, I will crumble and turn into the pathetic, sniveling person that I refuse to be around him. I'll save the falling apart bit for when I'm alone. I'm okay, really. The stiff smile I give him doesn't work, not even a little bit. If he had any manners, he would pretend to believe the grotesque lie I just told him. But no, his eyes remain fixed on me, filling up by the second with compassion. It makes me want to scream. I don't need his pity. I need him to love me the way I love him, like he can't exist without me because we share one heart that pumps blood and oxygen to both our bodies. Instead, he's going to take our heart with him to London and kill me in the process.
I have to go,
he repeats, his voice dripping in guilt. I know you do.
I'll be back soon,
he says, attention trained on the bag he's zipping up. Don't make promises you can't keep. He grabs the bag, brushing past me without hesitation, without a kiss. He makes it to the door and stops.
Come with me.
He doesn't mean it, and I wouldn't even if he did. This place is me. This is where I belong. I'm needed here. The animals, Mona, I'm right where I want to be. I manage to get every word out without crying, a calmness coming over me that I have desperately missed these last few years. I should thank him for helping me reclaim it. There's the bright side. His head drops.
I'll call you,
he says. Not my name, not how he feels. An impersonal throwaway. Nothing of a goodbye. That's when I know it's over. Shane walks out the door and doesn't look back. Chapter 20. Hear anything? Mona asks from across the kitchen table. I take a slow sip of my coffee and reach across the table for the soft butter. Nope, I answer, whilst slapping a thick layer on my English muffin.
You're gonna hear from him,
the silver mustachioed man sitting on Mona's left says. Sigh. You know it's bad when you're getting pep talks from Darby, the quietest man in the universe. Look, guys, I appreciate what you're doing, but you can stop doing it now. Shane has been gone for 2 months, and it's been hard on everyone. 2 months without a word. I can only assume we're done, and he doesn't know how to tell me. Fucking coward. I may love him, but that doesn't mean I can't hate him. The lovers can't even be openly in love because they feel bad for me. What do they call it in the military? Oh yeah, collateral damage. In the meantime, I persist. I'm trying to push through, but my entire body aches for him. I think of him every day, morning, noon, and night, and miss him so much I can barely breathe sometimes. It's like, all of a sudden, living in high altitude without having had the chance to get acclimated. Are there days I dream about throwing my cowboy boots at his head, or running him over with the tractor, or making a wax doll of him and sticking pins in it? Hell yeah! But despite him leaving me high and dry, the love I have for him hasn't diminished at all. Not even a little. Nobody ever warns you what a cruel master love can be. Regardless, he's responsible for making me want to be part of life again. Not merely existing like I have been for the last few years. Mona was right. I need to get out there again, and Shane and Aiden pushed me out of my rut. If nothing else, I will always be grateful to both of them for that. And for that and more, I will always be in Shane's corner. Because that's what you do for the ones you love. But I'm done pining, and I won't wait. I still want a big family, and I'm not ready to give up on that dream. You two do not have to live on eggshells for me. It's totally fine. I am fine. I've been through worse. Celebrate your love. Smile, rejoice, be merry. Break the headboard. I will not take it as a personal insult if you're openly overjoyed. I'm thrilled for Mona. I really am. I couldn't be any happier for her. Nobody deserves it more. I really like Darby. I'm even happy to have his quiet company. It's nice to have a man living on the ranch with us. They share a look, and I know what's coming. The guilt is splashed all over their faces. We need to tell you something, sweetie, Mona says, visibly uncomfortable at the prospect. What? I tentatively ask, terrified it's more bad news. I can't handle any more of it. We're engaged. Mona holds up her left hand, her purple polish catching the light, and spins a simple silver band around. The action exposes a small, round diamond. I take one look at it and burst into tears. You would think that with time, things would get better. You would think that, wouldn't you? You'd be wrong. I knew I was in trouble 2 weeks ago, but I was living in a state of denial, trying to reason it away as stress and a lack of appetite. I've lost 6 pounds already, and it doesn't look pretty on someone my size. I look around the bathroom of the guest house I'm back to living in and sit on the edge of the tub. This place is haunted by so many happy memories, it's unbearable to live here. Jess was right. Damn her. I close my eyes, give it a few seconds, and take a deep breath. I crack open one eye, then the other. A sinking feeling comes over me, and with it comes an awareness that I'm headed straight for a brick wall, traveling 100 miles per hour, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. I look at the stick. It's a plus sign. Grabbing my cell phone, I hit speed dial. Twisted Sisters. Right now? I'm pregnant. I'll pick up some Chinese takeout and be there in an hour. Less than an hour later, we're seated on my couch, the very same one that I had sex on repeatedly with the father of my child. You need to make a plan, my pillar of strength says, whilst stuffing her face with honey sesame chicken. She glances up with a deliberately blank expression. You know I have to ask. Yes, I'm keeping this baby. He bent me over that armrest Jess is leaning on right now. She wouldn't appreciate the information, so I keep it to myself. Keeping baby. Check. First problem solved. Are you telling Shane?
Just the thought of having to tell Shane makes my stomach do backflips. I'm not sure he's against kids, but I'm also not sure he's for them either. He wasn't exactly elated at the prospect that day we lost the condom. I have to, but maybe not right away. I could have a miscarriage. It happens. God, please no.
Telling Shane, the puta. Check.
I rode the father of my child on the pillow she's sitting on right now. She doesn't need to know that.
You're making quick work of that list,
I say appreciatively. I knew I could count on her.
I'm an efficiency expert. What about Mona?
I'm telling her tomorrow. I'll wait to tell my dad and Athena. Just in case something happens. My dad will worry. Nobody will be happier to be a grandparent than Alan Baldwin. But I haven't decided how much I want Athena involved. She didn't have much value as a mother, which leads me to believe the same about her being a grandmother.
What about Aiden?
Jessica says with a look of anticipation. This is a tricky decision. I know they've been speaking because Aiden has been dropping hints. I don't know. I'm seeing him next weekend.
This is a stupid idea, and I'm not hanging all over you like a groupie. I'll be in the corner hiding.
I pull the fabric away from my butt, and it snaps right back.
This dress cost a fortune. As much as the Jetta my dad bought me when I graduated high school.
Aiden and Jules' big idea is to have us photographed at this charity party at the Beverly Hilton. Because, as Jules says, it's good for Aiden to be seen with someone who's a salt-of-the-earth type. I think that's her code word for plain, which I do not find complimentary. Aiden thinks that if Shane sees the press while he's in Europe, he's going to come running back. I'm not holding my breath. He doesn't know his brother if he thinks Shane can be that easily manipulated. I still don't know whether to tell Aiden, mostly because I know that when I do, Shane will know too, and I won't handle it well if he's unhappy about it. So ungrateful, Aiden says, and yanks me closer to him on the leather back seat of the Mercedes. He's like the little brother I never had, one that I want to constantly punch. I dress you up and take you out to make my brother jealous, and this is how you repay me? You're my date. Act like my damn date. I pinch his side, and he makes a face. He's not coming. Your brother doesn't play games. He's honest and good, and he's just hurt. Or mad at me. I'm not sure which. A bout of acute pain slices through me. Or maybe he's just an asshole. I think of my little secret baby, and it soothes the ache. Then do it for me, Aiden says. As my friend. Aiden looks so vulnerable, I can't say no. Fine, I'll be extra affectionate tonight. We step out of the back of the Mercedes, and the lights go off. Thousands of them flash in our faces. I don't know how Aiden does it or why. I will say that he seems pretty much at ease and in his element with all the attention. Why anyone would want to live under this level of scrutiny is beyond me, but he definitely has the temperament for it. The party is long and boring, and my face hurts from smiling so much. I'm making my way to the exit when Jules intercepts me. Where are you going? She's wearing black again tonight, her red bob even more severe since it's been flat-ironed straight. I'm leaving, Jules. Back to the sticks. We took 1,000,000 pictures. He's having a good time with his new co-stars. Cut him some slack. He's a good man. I can say with complete confidence that if you raise your standards for him, he'll rise to the occasion. Jules makes a face. My God, Baldwin, that is some hokey bullshit. She checks me out. How are you getting home? I don't know yet. That's a tricky one. Taxi, Uber, walking. Los Angeles is impossible without a car. Take the Mercedes, she says to me. I'll text the driver to bring the car around. A huge grin breaks across my face, a weight lifted off my chest. Thanks, Jules. Thank you. Really. I give her a big hug, which she tries to squirm out of. Get off me, country bumpkin. That's enough tacky displays of camaraderie. I make a beeline for the exit, relieved to be headed back to the sticks. But on my way out, I turn and catch her smile. The Mercedes pulls down the Harris Ranch driveway at midnight.
How fitting. All dressed up and holding my high-heeled shoes in my hand because my feet hurt, and I'm always fatigued now. A knocked-up Cinderella. The headlights hit the porch of the guest house and shine a light on a man sitting in one of the Adirondack chairs. Shane. The thrill of seeing him is quickly replaced by searing pain. He's wearing a closely tailored suit with a white shirt underneath, looking so sophisticated I almost don't recognize him. Where's the man with sweat dripping down his back and hay in his hair who I fell in love with? The chasm between us has never felt wider. There can only be one reason for him to be here in person. It's official. He's here to dump me. I'm on the verge of falling apart when a quiet voice in the back of my head says, "No, I will not let him bring me low. I'm a mother now. I have a child to protect. I won't be pushed around, left high and dry, or marginalized anymore. For the sake of this child, I will not put up with any of the nonsense that I was willing to accept from him before. I will not accept crumbs. It's the whole loaf or nothing." The car stops, and the driver gets out to open the door for me. I put my shoes on and step out. "Thank you so much for the ride, Charles," I tell him. But my attention is entirely on the man standing on the porch with 2 suitcases at his feet. He's headed somewhere else after he breaks up with me. That must be why he's dressed in a suit. I didn't even know he owned one. For a hot second, I wonder what hearing about the baby will do to his plans. Then, I push the thought aside because it doesn't matter either way. I can't let myself be pushed around by my love for him. I step forward with my heart hammering inside my chest and my eyes watering. Fucking hormones. I'm trying desperately not to cry, but they're throwing off my game.
Hi,
he says, followed by a slight smile. Hi, I echo, dispensing with the smile. I couldn't muster one up if my life depended on it. Brushing past him, I step inside the guest house, and he follows without being invited. Typical. "What are you doing here, Shane?" When he doesn't answer, I glance over my shoulder and find him watching me with an unblinking stare that could strip the bark off a tree.
You are so beautiful.
The dress is stunning, a credit to Jules's impeccable taste. An Armani pale lavender chiffon column with crystals on it and a split up the leg. It dawns on me that Shane's never seen me dressed up either. The dress was Jules's idea. He shakes his head.
You get more beautiful every time I see you.
Ironic. I said the same thing about him once. Why are you here, Shane? Time to be direct. I don't want to fight with him, and I definitely don't want to waste any more time. Feet aching, I kick off my shoes and go to the kitchen to grab a glass of water. I'm bone tired and ready for sleep.
I'm here to apologize.
He stuffs his hands in the front pockets of his slacks and hangs his head.
For leaving you the way I did.
Apology accepted. You can go.
Blue,
he murmurs. If I didn't know better, I would say he looks as lovesick as I do. Tell me what you want to hear so we can cut to the chase and get it over with. Do you want absolution? You got it. Do you want to be on friendly terms? I may be able to manage it in small doses. You want sex on tap? Never happening again. I'm not the same girl you left behind.
I can see that,
he says quietly. We stare at each other, and as the seconds pass, the tension grows. I'm tired and pregnant and barely holding on to my composure. He needs to go before I either cry hysterically or grab the butcher knife. You have to go, Shane, I managed to get out without my voice shaking.
I thought of you every day. Morning, noon, and night. I wanted to call you, but I trained myself not to.
I don't care anymore, I say, cutting him off before he makes me cry.
Blue, just listen. You scared me.
He takes his jacket off and throws it on the couch.
I've never loved someone the way I love you. I didn't even think I was capable. You read about this kind of love in books, but you think they're exaggerating for the sake of a good read. You don't think it exists, and you definitely don't think it can happen to you.
He looks up at me, his liquid eyes filled with so much pain, I feel sorry for him. I've been there. It's hell. Do I believe him? Sure I do, but that doesn't mean we should be together. He's a wanderer, and bears don't change.
It feels like someone cut my heart out, but I'm the one holding the knife,
he continues. The tears are getting harder to hold back as the first crack in my resolve appears.
I did it to myself. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I love you with every part of me, Blue. I should have put you on a fucking pedestal the minute I met you because you deserve to be there.
My eyes slam shut, watering so much I can barely see now. Breathing is even more difficult. When they open, he's quickly closing the mile-wide gap between us, and I put a hand out to stop him from touching me. Don't. I can't do this with you anymore. I can't be jerked around.
It won't happen. I promise.
Like the last time you promised? His shoulders fall.
I knew it was wrong the minute I said it.
He rubs the back of his neck. When he looks up at me, he's unguarded. Another first.
I figured something out when I was in Europe.
He steps closer.
The restlessness, the feeling I've been running from my entire miserable life, came back. That's when I realized I hadn't been wandering, Blue. I was looking for you.
Tears slide down my face while my heart cries out. This isn't about us anymore. It's no longer my heart I'm protecting. I have to tell you something, I say. The moment of truth. If this doesn't send him running, nothing will. Shane's brow wrinkles. I can see the wheels spinning behind his eyes. He's preparing himself for the worst. He thinks I'm going to tell him I'm seeing someone else, when that couldn't be any further from the truth. It's no longer just me. I'm pregnant. He takes a few steps back, unsteady on his feet.
You're having a baby?
Yes, I'm with child. That's what pregnant means. My quip shakes him out of his state of shock.
We're having a baby?
I'm having a baby, I clarify. You contributed the sperm. That breaks the spell. The sharpness in his eyes returns. The natural confidence and assertiveness that he misplaced a moment ago snap right back into place. Hands on hips, he says,
I'm the father. I'm not a sperm donor.
You're the man I haven't seen or heard from in 2 months.
Blue, I am in love with you. I love you. And yes, I fucked up.
He exhales harshly.
We're having a baby. You and I.
He suddenly smiles, the sweetest smile I have ever seen, unguarded and fragile. Can this be real? Can he actually be happy about this baby? My resolve loosens another brick. Then he frowns.
Wait, were you not going to tell me?
I would have told you eventually, when I was out of risk of losing her. He blinks, his expression jumping from confusion to joy to frustration.
You're the most maddening woman I have ever met, but you are hands down the best person I know. No one has ever come close. No one will ever come close. Baby, please give me another chance. I am begging you. Let me show you I can do a lot better.
Tears pour down my face. I wipe them away with the heel of my hand. You broke my heart. He takes me in his arms and holds me, and I melt into him, wrap my arms around his waist, and jam my face in his chest. He smells like the man I fell in love with. He sounds the same, and he feels the same, even in his fancy clothes.
I don't deserve you,
he murmurs next to my ear.
But I'm going to do everything I can to make it up to you every day for the rest of my natural life. I pick you, Blue. You are the most important person to me.
It won't be easy, but I'm going to let him try. Because that's what you do when you love someone. I gave up on fairy tales the day I was assaulted, but that doesn't mean they gave up on me. And maybe this is what a real-life fairy tale looks like. Building a life with a flawed hero. One who wasn't born, but created through hardship and tragedy. By conquering his greatest fears and learning to give all of himself again in spite of the pain he suffered. My knees start to buckle.
What's wrong?
I've never once heard Shane sound anxious like he is now. I'm exhausted. I have to lie down.
Tipping my chin up, he cradles my face in his capable hands.
Can I stay here tonight? I just want to hold you and be near you.
I'm still mad at you, I say, leaning in and letting his warmth seep into my skin.
I know.
In the bedroom, I strip. Dropping the dress on the floor, I step out of it and grab a wet wipe to clean the makeup off my face. Shane watches from the threshold of the room, leaning on the jamb with arms crossed, a look of wonder on his handsome face.
I missed you every day,
he says to me.
Truth is.
I glance up in the silence and find nothing but the naked truth staring back at me. Truth is what?
Truth is, loving you is the easiest thing I've ever done. As easy as breathing.
Tears fill my eyes again.
As necessary, too,
he adds, and I can't stop them from falling any more than I can stop myself from loving him back. I get into bed and watch as Shane slowly gets undressed. Crawling over me, he places a kiss on my belly, his expression worshipful. It's almost surprising how natural and familiar it all feels to be near him again. The only difference is the life growing inside of me. Turning on his side, Shane places his hand on my flat belly.
Thank you for this,
he says in wonder.
How far along are you?
10 weeks, according to the doctor.
The feed room.
He grins broadly. Yep. His smile melts into reverence.
I'd be here on your doorstep like a stray animal every day, even without the baby. Every time I hear your voice, when I see you smile, I think...
He stops and shakes his head. You think what? His cheeks flush.
Someone read my mind and made you for me.
He sighs.
You think you can give me a few more chances to screw this up? Because I sure as hell need them.
My heart is a ticking time bomb full of love for this man. I think about how he grew up and how different this child will have it. When has anyone ever put him first? When has anyone ever picked him? I pick you, I whisper. I'm in your corner. You're the most important person to me. Our eyes connect, and there are a million apologies in them, for the past and for the future.
Come here,
he murmurs, the rasp extra raspy. Then I let him wrap me in his arms and place sweet, gentle kisses on my face. Wild things can't be domesticated. You have to love them for who they are. Epilogue. Are you ready? I ask the bride, who, as usual, is an hour late to her own wedding. Dios mío, you would think it's a royal freaking wedding. Tita always says, no, not today, I cut in, shaking my head vigorously at Jess. Shrugging, she drains the rest of her non-alcohol beer in one gulp. Wait, I forgot my Kippy's belt. Mona rushes into her walk-in closet, clutching the train of her red wedding dress, and comes out wearing her signature silver belt around her waist. Time to get this party started. Holding my lower back, I push myself up off the stuffed armchair in her bedroom, one small increment at a time. If this kid doesn't come out soon, I'm going to start stabbing people. And I'm starting with the one who did this to me, I grumble as I head for the door. A few more weeks. You're almost at the finish line, Mona kindly reminds me. Remember when you said you wanted, 10 of them? Jess chuckles. At my expense. I can't wait until this happens to you. Man, revenge is going to taste so sweet. Jess isn't showing yet, but we both know what's coming for her. We head downstairs to face a house crowded with family and friends, Mona waving and smiling like she's the crown winner in the Miss USA pageant. This is the 5th time that Mona and Darby will renew their vows with a big party, and there are no fewer people here today than there were 5 years ago when they first tied the knot. Mona said they'll continue to do it every year because you just can't know when you'll see your beloved waiting at the end of that aisle for you for the very last time. I make it downstairs, one slow step at a time, with the girth of an elephant, you don't have much choice, and scan for a head of thick brown hair threaded with silver rising above the rest. When I can't find him inside, I search the back patio and, bingo,
He's seated in one of the many white chairs on the bride's side, playing with our son, our daughter sitting next to him reading a book. Looking over his shoulder at me, a broad smile stretches across his stunning face. Time has been good to him, honing all the natural symmetry and balance into something more refined. The Colonel smiles and laughs a lot these days. He still travels all over the world for book signings when his publisher demands it, and meets his brother on faraway sets when he misses him. But the bear roams less, happier to be surrounded by the chaos of our home, the center of his world. Together, we learned that your nature doesn't have to determine your behavior if you don't let it, or your happiness. I let him roam, and he lets me nest. He never tells me that we have too many animals to care for, or children, and I don't try to domesticate him. Mother Goose Rescue is going stronger than ever. Hazel's the mascot of our now much bigger operation. Mona sold us half the ranch, 100 acres, and we expanded the sanctuary, hired help, and opened it to the public. We do a lot of work with soldiers suffering from mental health issues. My father is retired and heads the Armed Forces Outreach Program. Athena is still Athena, still a black widow spider. She left Matthias 2 years after they were married. But I've gotten to know his daughter, Callie, really well, and she spends time here with us whenever she can't be with her dad abroad. Ronan sees me and squeals, raising his arms in the air. "Mommy, Mommy!" He's only 3 and still a mama's boy. Our daughter, Amanda, who came a little sooner than we anticipated, is 5. Yes, lost condoms are still a thing.
Hey, how do you feel?
He asks, as I slowly lower myself into the chair next to his. Leaning over, he places a kiss on my lips. Like killing you?
That good, huh?
Ronan jumps, and Shane grabs our little monkey just in time to stop him from belly-flopping onto me and his soon-to-be-born brother.
No, Ronan. Mommy needs a minute.
"Mom," Amanda says, seated on the other side of her father. With her big brown eyes and long legs, she's the spitting image of her father. But the tiny beauty mark, that she got from me. "Yes, sweetheart?" "Why does Aunt Mona do this every year?" "To celebrate life. To bring everyone she loves together. Don't you like her parties?" "No, Mommy. I mean, why does she put bow ties on all the donkeys?" We look beyond the empty archway, where the service will be held shortly. Hazel and the rest of the herd are in the pasture, munching on hay, all of them wearing what look like tuxedo bibs. Not to be outdone, Billy and his goat girlfriend, Gladys, have them on too. Aunt Mona is a Siamese cat. And you know what those are? Amanda gets that same skeptical look I've seen on her father's face 1,000,000 times. Playful and full of trouble. "What animal are you?" she asks after a thoughtful pause. "I'm a collie." "Like Lassie?" "Yep." My daughter is still very skeptical of this animal talk. "And Daddy?" "He's a grizzly bear." Shane makes a grisly noise at Ronan, who finds it hilarious. Amanda smiles, showing off her crooked teeth. "Oh yeah, Dad is a bear."
You're still the strangest girl I've ever met,
Shane whispers, leaning in for another kiss. "But you love me anyway?"
more than ever.
Amanda looks pensive again. "Mommy, what am I?" "You're a swan, baby. A beautiful swan." She smiles. "And Ronan?" "He's a monkey, of course." She nods. "And the new baby?" My face falls, and my eyes widen. Shane looks at me and frowns.
What's wrong?
In the silence, we all hear a drip, drip, drip. "He's here. The baby's here." This concludes Out of the Blue by P. Dangelico. Narrated by Charlotte North. Copyright 2021 by P. Dangelico. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with P. Dangelico and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.